Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
And good morning to everyone out there on this fine Saturday morning, April 19th, 2025. I hope you had a good Friday, since it was Good Friday. But you are listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and myself, Derrick Geyer. How you doing, Mike?
Pretty good. Another incredibly busy week in sports. We have so much to bring you in a jam-packed episode. But first, we want to let you know that at 9 a.m., we will be speaking to the Chicago Wolves in-game host, Hannah Arbitman. You may have recalled the name. We've had her on the show before talking about a couple of other escapades that she has been a part of, but she'll be joining us once again to talk hockey, so that'll be a pleasure. We've got a little bit of a new setup here in the studio.
Yeah, we do. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm
looking very nice.
I'm on an angle here. I was like, oh, this is throwing me off. So,
are you sure you're not just suffering the effects from last night?
No.
Oh, okay.
What effects from last night?
I don't know. I don't know.
No.
You're young.
No.
You're vibrant.
Nope, not anymore.
No, not anymore, huh?
Neither are the Chicago Bulls.
Well, okay, hold on. I know you're chomping at the bit like the Bulls would be, but
I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, there's that. But just for everyone out there, we are going to be doing an NFL draft coming up on draft day, which is April 24th. So we're going to be in studio live from 6:30 to whenever the draft is. That's going to be myself, Derrick Geyer, alongside Mike Napoletano and Marcus Mack from The Truth About Chicago Sports.
Yeah.
So there's that. Okay.
I'm excited. That'll be fun. That'll be this coming Thursday.
After a busy week.
Yeah, we have a busy week. We'll get to a little bit more of what's going on and that kind of information throughout the show here, but excited to kind of get the NFL season underway and really kind of pick apart the Bears, analyze them.
Yeah.
We've done a little bit of that here on this show. I know Marcus has done quite a bit with Blake and on his show on The Truth About Chicago Sports. However, it'll be nice to do a deeper dive and a show solely focused on the Bears to kind of lead into that season.
Yeah, so many different directions that the Bears could go in, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Let's hope that they go in the right direction.
Yes,
let's go up. Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they make the playoffs yet again for the third year in a row, but I think that's me basically, I don't know what that is. Maybe I'm just being stupid.
It could be. Well, we're all kind of roped into that. You
didn't have to agree too fast.
We're all roped into that Chicago mentality of, our teams are finally going to figure it out this year.
And finally going to figure it out.
Nope, not the case.
Hey.
And that leads us
right into the Bulls.
Yeah, well, you would think by the third year in a row, the Bulls would be able to figure out how to score more than 91 points against the Miami Heat in the play-in round. However, this year, they did one better. They didn't score 91 points. They only scored 90 against this Heat team. Oh, my goodness. Well, we left off with last week. The Bulls had one final game of the regular season to go. That was a 122-102 victory over a struggling Philadelphia 76ers team. I mean, the downfall of this 76ers team is something crazy. I mean, they started the season fairly well. I should say they not really though. They were like 1-7 before they kind of got things going, and then they really just couldn't figure things out from there on. And there was all those memes that were saying like, the Eagles won the Super Bowl in Philly. They're celebrating, and then it was the meme from Avengers with the little girl where she's talking to Thanos, little Gamora, and she's like, "What did it cost?" And they were like, "The 76ers," because it really cost them. They finished their season 24-58.
Yeah, well, they were in it for the tankathon.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they were chasing the flag. Capture the flag.
I know a few people from Philly, and whether it be the 76ers or the Eagles, they're going to choose their Eagles.
Oh, yeah. That's a no-brainer for the most part.
Yeah, and don't ask me about why they still drink water. Yeah. I mean, it's not water, it's water.
Right. That's true. And they go get their hoagies. Yeah. Anyways.
Which are delicious.
Yes. The Bulls were set then to play the Miami Heat. Actually, we talked about that on last show, so this is already, set in stone that the Bulls would play the Miami Heat for the third year in a row in the play-in round. Now, in previous seasons, the Bulls didn't play the Heat in the first game of the play-in rounds, but they still had to run into this Miami team at some point. This time it would be the 9th place Bulls against the 10th place Heat. So the Bulls did have home court advantage. That game on Wednesday night was at the United Center, and you would think it wasn't based on the performance that the Bulls came out and had.
Way to go, Jerry. You got an extra game out of it. You got, concessions and all that fun Smurf stuff. So
one whole extra game, but somebody should have told the Bulls that they were supposed to play that night, because by the end of the first quarter, it was 39-28 Miami, an 11-point lead. They would continue that absolutely monumentous showing against this Bulls team at the half.
You mean this?
This is the third straight year they've met in the play-in. The Heat have won the previous two, including a couple of years ago.
How do you feel like you guys shifted that intensity?
Yeah, I mean, we knew we were down 25 last time. This is, it could have been our last 24 minutes of the season. None of us wanted to end here. We came out with the right mindset in that third. I thought we attacked it, put them on the back foot early. So, we got the lead down a little bit, but it's going to be a big 12 minutes coming up here with this little room for error.
And you guys have shown that you've been able to dominate the Heat in the fourth. So how do you continue that trend going forward?
We got to keep running. We got to wear them down. We got to get over the top of them here. And they're a talented team. They got to keep throwing punches, but we got to be able to take them and give them right back now. So big 12 minutes, as I said, little room for error right here, and we got to execute both sides of the ball.
The disappointing part was we didn't play to our
Billy
identity.
Donovan.
We just didn't. And talked before the game about the turnovers. We had 10, or 11 in the first half, and you give up 23 points at this point in time. You can't win like that. It's hard. The recognition of how they were guarding and what they were doing, and not that they necessarily changed a lot. I mean, they had basically the last two games had put Bam on Josh, so it's not something that we hadn't seen before. And the first time we played them, they did that. The second time, they kind of switched up matchups, put Bam on Modest, which is fine, but just have the awareness of just like how they're guarding, what they're doing. And I think that we had this mentality of just, we didn't work the game, didn't read the game well enough. And I'm hopeful for some of our guys that this can be a real good growth opportunity. And
well, they definitely had a lot of growth opportunity over the last few seasons. But I mean, how is it going to go when you have a player in Zach LaVine that's basically in the middle, that's commanding the minutes, and you trade, you get the players in, now all of a sudden it's a completely totally different team.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what the Bulls fans had towards the end of the season was hope and like a little bit of a rejuvenated youth movement here for this Bulls team, because they could see that tides were changing. You have sent DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine out the door. Now, Nikola Vucevic is still there. Vucevic, whether you like him or not, he is that veteran presence. He can show that you do need some of that in the locker room.
Yeah.
However, this team went way younger, which is a good thing when you're giving Matas Buzelis more minutes. It's not so good when you're trying to compete So the Bulls really, I don't think they should have been where they should have been. We had Kendall Gill on the show, and he said, I'd like to see them make a push. And he was talking about how he doesn't think they need to tank to get a Cooper Flag or anything like that. And I agree. I don't think Cooper Flag is the answer. I don't think that is what is needed. However, I think that this Bulls team should have been in a position to get a better draft pick.
Oh, sure.
You know, I mean, he talked about how Cooper Flag is kind of what you already have in Matas Buzelis. Now, that is still yet to be seen. We don't know. However, this Bulls team has no direction. Even there are shades of this organization saying, well, we have a direction, we're going to do this, blah, blah, blah. No, there's no direction here. You're in no man's land. You've been in no man's land for 3 years in a row, and nothing is getting done here. You either need to blow it up or you need to reconstruct from the base.
Well, the funny thing was when AK came out and he was saying, "Oh yeah, we've got a direction. It's we're going to try and make the playoffs," and in the next breath, just like, "Well, we're going to try and do the best that we can for the lottery." I'm paraphrasing, of course, because this was about a month and a half or so ago, or a month ago. But I mean, there's absolutely no direction.
I'll give you something that wasn't a month ago. Just Thursday, after the Bulls lost in this play-in round, Arturas Karsanovas insisted that the Bulls and he had a plan to lift this Bulls team out of these play-in losses. And he said, quote, "I'm asking for fans' patience because we're in the first year of that transition. I thought the way we finished the year showed some promise. It's hard to win games in this league." Now,
so translated, that's basically going forward. It's going to be the same thing.
Yes. Yeah, that is cutting to the chase, and that is exactly where I was going with that. However, I will say what he is right about is I talked about that the fans feeling that a little bit of push towards the end of the season, a little bit of breath of fresh air. That's true. They are in this transition period, and I do think that we are going to see a different Bulls team going forward. But is it going to be constructed correctly from the studs in order to have success? That is what is yet to be seen. Because if like you just said, if we're to read between the lines here, and this says it's going to be the same old, have some patience though. Yeah, have some patience while we basically just sit and wait and see if this team does something. And we still make the play-in round, and we still sit in no man's land. We don't get draft picks, but yet we don't compete for championships.
I got to call Bull Smurf on that, just for the simple fact that over the last 3 years, it's been the same thing over and over again. You had your chances to make the trades earlier in the seasons, the last 3, if not longer, and you didn't pull the trigger on it. You gave a super max contract to Zach LaVine. Did he deserve it? I don't know. I mean, it certainly seems like it was an albatross around the Bulls' neck right there. But what were you going to do? Because no other players or no other quote-unquote superstar players were going to be coming to the Bulls.
Right.
Therefore, we're going to keep the devil that you know as opposed to the devil that you don't.
And how many years did this Bulls team say, wait till Lonzo Ball comes back? We're sinking all our chips in on Lonzo Ball because he's going to be our man in the middle, and he's going to facilitate. He was going to be
coming back.
And he has not really come back. I mean, he came back technically onto the court this year, but how many games did he play? Not the full season, not a whole lot of the season, and then he sat out for the majority of this season because there were players that either played better than him or were healthy.
Yeah. And
you can't just rely on one guy like that. You can't win like that either. The Bulls were down 71-47 at the half. That is a 24-point difference. Sure, they made a little bit of a push in the third quarter, holding Miami to 17 while they scored 27, so catch up by 10.
I'm going to raise my hand, and I'm going to point the thumb because I forgot to give the credit to ESPN.com for that clip that I played there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was brought to you by ESPN.com.
But then the fourth quarter was all heat once again, locking things down so that they could come away with a 109-90 victory against the Bulls. There were boos in the United Center. There were boo birds out.
I believe it.
Yeah.
So we'll be discussing this a little bit more. You're listening to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
Are you looking to buy, sell, or trade something? Maybe clean out that attic or basement, or just make a little extra cash? Then don't miss Tradio on Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Weekdays at 12:30 p.m. Call in to let folks in the Fox River Valley know what you're looking for or what you've got to get rid of. It's easy, it's free, and it's a great way to connect with your community. Call in at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. If it's got to go, then let us know. Only on Tradio, here on WRMN AM 1410. Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
And welcome back to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano, Derrick, Geyer, and joining us in studio behind the board, Nick Johnston.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Thanks for coming in.
All right, yeah, it was a real catch-22 this morning. I had to go get gas, and that's what caused me to be late. So, but if I didn't get gas, I would have been able to be here at all. So, one of those type deals.
That's how it goes.
At least you're gassy.
Yeah, there we go.
You know who got some gas in the tank was the Chicago Sky, as they drafted 4 new potential superstars in this past week's WNBA draft. So loading up for this season. This is poised to be a really nice Sky team this year, I think, coming in. We did get a chance to talk to Mike Hughes not too long ago, gave his takes. We will probably talk to him a little bit closer to when the season starts, which is fairly soon. I believe.
It's like right around the corner.
I believe. Give me 1 second. We have a game. The first game, which I believe is like a preseason match, is the Chicago Sky versus the Brazilian national team down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That is on April 2nd. And then from there, we will see when the Sky actually start up against actual WNBA teams right after that. So we're quickly approaching on the season. But the Sky had 4 draft picks in this 2025 draft.
Well, I think they might have actually. Well, yeah, they got 4 first-round draft picks in this draft. And at number 10, they got Aja Sivka, 10th overall, a Slovenian forward with international experience, and she'll be adding depth to their front court. Then you got Haley Van Lith. Okay. At number 11, so she was a guard from TCU, and apparently her scoring ability and playmaking skills, are the reason why. And she's also going to be reunited with her former LSU teammate, Angel Reese.
Yeah.
Then number 16, they got Maddie Westbeld, a versatile forward from Notre Dame. And then at number 22, a Swedish player by the name of, I'm going to butcher it, so I apologize, I
think it's Acha Kulabali.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Mike.
As long as you don't spill any on me, I don't care what you do.
Yeah, right?
She went to Texas A&M, so a good spread. I definitely think that Haley Van Lith pick at number 11 was a steal, and the fact that she's going to be able to reunite with Angel Reese is going to be huge for this Bulls team. Probably a huge factor as to why they drafted. This Sky team, as to why this Sky team drafted her.
And Kulabali, she also represented the Mali team in international competition.
Very nice.
So that's that's kind of cool for that.
We'll have to see how those 4 factor into this current roster and where the Sky go from here as the season, as I said, approaches and we get a little bit more information as basketball is underway in the WNBA. One thing that wrapped up this past week was the Masters, and oh boy, was that an incredible, incredible series. I am not the biggest golf fan personally, but what I will tell you is that it was everywhere. You had to be living under a rock to not know that Rory McIlroy completed a Grand Slam on Sunday, winning the Masters. Now, if you're not familiar, a Grand Slam is when you win all 4 of the major golf tournaments in one season. That is the Masters, the U.S. Open, the Open Championship, and the PGA Championship. So an incredible victory. And after an 11-year span, he completes the Grand Slam at the age of 35, which means his last victory was when he was 24 years old.
Yep.
That's incredible.
It was a very touching and compelling watch because it was a shootout. They went to a shootout. He double bogeyed somewhere along the way, and I'm sorry, I'm just recollecting this from memory, but basically he blew his chance, got a double bogey, and then made it into the playoff.
Yeah.
And then once he actually sunk the putt, man, did he just break down, and I mean, a wave of emotion. It was probably one of the best, most natural sporting events or show of emotion that I've seen in quite some time.
He joins 6 golfers that have completed this accomplishment. Gene Sarazen, Ben Hogan, Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, and Tiger Woods, and now added to that list, Rory McIlroy. So congratulations to Rory McIlroy.
Yeah.
Right after this break, we've got a little bit of hockey talk coming your way with the Blackhawks finishing their season, as well as the Chicago Steel and the Frozen Four wrapped up. We have an NCAA champion and a new one on the way. Don't forget, at 9 a.m., we will be talking to Hannah Arbitman, the in-game host of your Chicago Wolves, as they prepare to do battle against your the Rockford Ice Hogs in the playoffs, but they have one more regular season game tonight. We'll be talking all that and then baseball at the very end of the show. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410 on the Rise.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free, for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip: the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better. Check with the BBB first, because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM. At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. Mike, Derrick, and Nick.
We had quite the week in sports this past week in Chicago, as I was saying at the start of the show, and it was highlighted by the Chicago Fire taking on Inter Miami CF We did get a chance to talk to Gabe Ramirez on this show last week, the in-game host of the Chicago Fire. You may remember him from his B96 days or on 670 The Score, Fox 32, or CHSN. I mean, that man is everywhere, right?
Look, I think there's a blimp in the sky right now with Gabe Ramirez's picture on it.
Yeah, and a plane flying by with the banner in the back. But
yeah. Hey, wait. You said the Chicago Fire FC?
The Chicago Fire FC.
Was Messi in town?
Messi was in town, and he played a full 90 minutes on that Soldier Field grass. It was quite the matchup during that afternoon on Sunday, in which the festivities, it started basically in the morning, but the actual kickoff was at 3:30. We got the announcement at about 3:15 that Messi would be starting and he would be playing. We did see him taking warm-ups and whatnot, but it was quite the environment and the atmosphere at Soldier Field. It was an odd one, though, because you had the majority of the fans rooting for the away team because they're rooting for Lionel Messi, which understandably so. He's a superstar. However, the Fire got the last laugh in this one, as the Fire were able to hold the Inter Miami team to 0-0 tie was this final score, 0-0 tie in this one, as Chris Brady, Chicago's goalkeeper, made 3 saves. One of them, a tip with his glove that hit the crossbar off of a Messi free kick. So shutting down Messi was priority number 1. He got the job done. He got his first clean slate or shutout of the season, and so did the Fire, as they held Lionel Messi and a Miami team to 0 goals.
I got a question.
Yes.
You just said 3?
3 saves, yeah.
3 saves.
That's quite a bit in soccer. The other goalkeeper had 7. Had 7. But you got to imagine a lot of the ones that hit the bar, like Messi did have one that it was a cross in from the corner. Basically, it wasn't an actual corner kick, but it was a free kick in the corner. It swung around and hit the crossbar. That doesn't actually count as a shot. Well, it's not a save, of course, but it's also not a shot on goal because it's
a corner kick.
It's not as fast as hockey, so shots on goal are going to be probably cut in half, even probably a quarter of that. So
is that because of like all the flopping and everything that goes on? And
not really. More so just because of the fact that it is so hard to get into a position in order to shoot. And when you do shoot, most of the time it's wide because you're trying to go for those top corners and you're just missing. It's hard to get the space and the room and the time to get that shot
Derrick,
off.
they're tired from jogging briskly. Don't you understand?
Hey, you're talking to a soccer guy over here, so.
You're a soccer guy?
I played in high school, yeah.
I thought you were the hockey guy.
I play that too.
I thought you were the caterpillar guy.
That
thing under your nose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't have anything on my nose. My nose is too big.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm derailing this conversation here. But what other eventful stuff was going on for that game?
Well, you may be noticing that I'm wearing this beautiful Fall Out Boy jersey, and that is because Pete Wentz of Fall Out Boy was in attendance in order to break the glass and sound the fire alarm to start the festivities and shoot off the smoke and the fire right before the game. But after the game, down with the press and the media, I was there on behalf of WRMN. We got a chance to interview him. And by we, I mean just myself, because everybody else was clamoring over Chris Brady, which rightfully so. He had that clean slate, as I said, and had an outstanding performance. But nobody even thought to go over and interview the Pete Wentz of Fall Out Boy, except for resident A broadcaster and press member Mike Napoletano of WRMN.
Hey, Nick, do you think he's getting tired from patting his own back?
No, this was fun.
And like going down there and like,
I would say, don't break your arm patting yourself on the back there, Jim.
Yeah, thanks.
We do have audio of that quick interview from Pete Wentz. Mr. Wentz got to break the glass and sound the fire alarm to start this game. What was the atmosphere like out there?
Pretty intense. It's the first time I've been instructed to break glass. So yeah, it was good. It was very cool.
What are your thoughts on the match today? Of course, Messi out there, but the Fire were able to hold themselves in that one and get the draw.
Yeah, I think it all seemed like it went well. There was a lot of close calls on both sides, but I don't know. It was a lot of fun to watch, and I haven't been to a Bears game at Soldier Field. I haven't been to a game here, a soccer game, so it's very cool for me.
First time here at Soldier Field other than your concerts at Wrigley. When's the next album coming?
I don't know. We haven't worked on it at all, so I don't know.
All right.
not too soon.
Well, friend of the show, Scott Darling, is waiting.
Okay.
Waiting patiently.
Excellent.
So.
Boy, not only are you, breaking your arm, patting yourself on the back, but you're also name dropping as well.
I had to. And, it also kind of forces our hand as to getting Scott Darling on this show eventually. That's kind of a spoiler alert, and I don't want to go too far into that, but we'll see what's available in the future, especially when hockey season rolls back around, and we are going to recap the Blackhawks in just a minute. But
do we have to?
We do. It was actually a really nice ending to the season, and I think there are some brighter spots than the ending of the Bulls season, that's for sure. But that bar, I guess, is technically set very low. However, I will say
I can step on over that.
The best part was that I was asking if there was a new album on the way, and he said no. I hope that man is lying to me. This interview got reposted to Reddit, and it's doing numbers on Reddit. That's crazy. I don't know who found this and whatnot.
Look at this guy over here.
But
breaking his arm, name dropping. Oh, now all of a sudden his posts are going viral.
You'll get there one day.
I mean, good. Oh, you son of a Smurf! Wow.
This Reddit's post. There's comments where it's like a picture of Pete Wentz, and it's like, this man just lied to you. And I hope he lied to me. We need new music from Fall Out Boy. Okay, I digress. We have a little bit of time here. I do want to recap a little bit of the Frozen Four. So we'll get into hockey real quick. Before we even jump off the Fire bandwagon here, the Fire do have a game tonight that is at home against Cincinnati. That is a 7:30 p.m. kickoff, and that will be, of course, at Soldier Field, like I mentioned. So we'll get a chance to see what they do in that one. And
yeah, what up, Brandon? Thanks for listening. We appreciate it.
And a week removed from having to go up against Messi. So the Frozen Four was this past Saturday. It wrapped up. It was a busy sports day on Saturday, so we didn't get a chance to dive too deeply into it last episode. But here we are talking about it because Western Michigan defeated the powerhouse that is Boston University 6-2 in the championship to secure their first ever NCAA title. How about that? I mean, that is a powerhouse of a Boston University school, and they were able to take care of them handily.
Oh, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
I don't know, man. I mean, when you've got a lot of
I'm being facetious, Mike.
Yeah, you got a lot of up and coming stars on those rosters, but
sometimes you young people don't, take sarcasm very well.
But I mean, what I will say though is that Western Michigan team, I don't think a lot of people pegged them to go as far as they did.
No.
But of course, they're coming out on top with a championship. It just takes a matter of getting hot, So
yeah,
a very nice win against a very tough Boston University team.
Yeah, Boston College with hockey, usually the perennial power in men's college hockey.
Men's college hockey. So we have more hockey talk right here after the break. The Blackhawks finished their week, so we're going to dive into that. And then a little bit of Steel notes as they finished their season as well. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. This is On the Rise with myself, Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, and Nick Johnston.
And the Caterpillar.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what? You're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle.
or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling, boss, work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise. You are listening to Derrick Geyer, Mike Napoletano, Nick Johnston. You know, it's always fun to hear Tilo's voice early on a Saturday morning. Kind of actually makes me feel like I've done something with myself.
Oh, okay. I was just going to go with, I wish he was in the room with us.
Well, yeah, that's true. You know, it is nice when he could be in the same room.
Were you guys at the faculty-student basketball game yesterday?
Yeah. I was not, unfortunately.
My goodness, was that
I could not make
was
it.
that a thing?
Oh, I can only assume. I saw some photos and some videos on some other students' Instagrams.
Double D had a little trip and fall because someone stepped on his Achilles.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I hope he's all right.
Yeah, he was good. He didn't tear or rupture or anything, so that was a good thing.
Oh, gee whiz.
But, yeah.
That's what you get with Illinois Media School basketball, right?
Lots of...
We're broadcasters, not hoopers.
Yeah, lots of hobbling around, it looked like, afterwards.
Yeah.
That's why I wasn't there, is because I'm not a hooper.
Stretch.
Yeah, that's why.
Make sure we stretch, ladies.
Stretch, and then say, nope, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
All right, so
I didn't participate because I don't have insurance, so I didn't want to get hurt.
Oh, yeah.
Probably a good reason.
That's
definitely a good reason.
Good call.
Probably a better showing than the Bulls, as we recapped already, though. So, to each their own.
Yeah.
The Blackhawks, though, they wrapped up their season just like the Bulls, and we mentioned how the Frozen Four wrapped up with the Western Michigan team defeating Boston University. Well, Boston University's captain, he's a Blackhawks prospect. That is Ryan Green. He has the C on his chest. He joined the Blackhawks Monday night in Montreal. However, before we even get to that, Saturday, when I did see Tilo, I went to the White Sox game and then the Blackhawks game. So we're going to get to baseball later on in the show. I'll actually start with the latter of the two events. Why did I say it like that? The latter of the two events. The Blackhawks game.
I'm glad you called yourself out on it.
The Blackhawks game in the evening was the final home game against the President's Trophy-seeking Winnipeg Jets. Now, the Jets did not actually clinch the President's Trophy that night. However, they did secure both points against the Blackhawks. The Blackhawks fought well, and they fought hard. We had an incredible Frank Nazar goal, followed by actually, before that, there was a Connor Bedard goal in the game as well. But this game got taken to a shootout. Some really incredible moments and incredible saves by Spencer Knight in the overtime frame to even get to the shootout. Connor Bedard is your lone goal scorer, though, for the Blackhawks in the shootout. And unfortunately, that's not enough as they fall to the Winnipeg Jets. But this, more importantly, would be Pat Maroon and Alec Martinez's final NHL games. It was announced earlier in the day that it would be Alec Martinez's final game, but it was announced earlier in the week that Pat Maroon would also not be traveling with the team on the final Canadian road trip of the season. So both were able to embrace each other with a hug at center ice, have a handshake line with the Winnipeg Jets, wave to their kids and their families sitting up in one of the suites, and then also have one final moment with all of their Chicago teammates. Two guys that have only been here for the 1 year. In fact, most of their careers have been beating the Blackhawks. Alec Martinez, a three-time Stanley Cup champ, and most Blackhawks fans will remember him from the fact that he scored that Game 7 overtime goal against the Blackhawks on United Center ice in order to take the Kings to the Cup, in which he scored the Game 5 OT winner to clinch the Cup. I mean, have yourself a postseason, Alec Martinez, but 3 cups, 2 with the Kings, 2012, 2014, and then 1 with the Vegas Golden Knights in their most recent Stanley Cup victory, their only Stanley Cup victory, which was in 2023. Pat Maroon, he's had 3 Stanley Cup championships. The first was in his hometown of St. Louis in 2019.
Sucks.
Then he goes to the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they go back-to-back. He is the only player in NHL history to win the Cup 3 years in a row with more than one franchise. That's incredible. 2 absolute legends of the game, and choosing to retire in Chicago, which I thought they would at least go back and play like sign a 1-day contract, 1-year contract with their respective teams.
Oh,
they've done.
They could still do that. I mean, players are doing that long after they've retired. You know, they'll go back, and if you wanted to do it with either the Blues or the Lightning or whatever, I'm sure they would open him, welcome him with open arms. Holy cow, that was easy for me to say.
True, but they did announce that they are done. They are absolutely retired. They won't be returning. For Pat Maroon, it's mostly because, he's a bigger body. The game takes a little bit more of a toll on him. I would imagine that he stays in the roller community still and continues to participate in roller hockey championships. But
before you said that, I was going to say, yeah, it's a little exhausting getting punched in the face.
That's true too. That's true. That's one thing we did not witness on Saturday night was one final Pat Maroon fight in a Blackhawks game or in an NHL sweater.
Did you witness that at the rate?
We did not witness a fight either at the rates, which was a good thing.
Then you were in the wrong section.
Yeah, right, yeah. So I did witness Nikolai Ehlers getting clipped by the official at the offensive blue line, so he will be out for this Winnipeg team. Winnipeg did end up securing the President's Trophy with the 2 points after, they did, they lost 4-1 to the Edmonton Oilers, but the Columbus Blue Jackets, actually the Washington Capitals lost to the Columbus Blue Jackets, so that actually helped them secure the President's Trophy because Washington couldn't get to that level of points. So the Winnipeg Jets are your best team in hockey this year. But moving forward, the Blackhawks had an incredible matchup Monday night against the Montreal Canadiens because it would be the debut of Ivan Demidov, a forward that the Blackhawks were rumored to have taken, or they were going to take him at that number 2 spot in the 2024 NHL draft. They elected to go with Artem Levshunov, the defenseman, instead. So all eyes were on these two. But you know where Ryan Green's eyes were? Right on the camera. This guy's first ever NHL game, and he's staring at the camera. Like, it was just like a goofy moment, but he seems comfortable right off the jump. Frank Nazar had an incredible game, and he thought his shootout goal didn't count. In fact, he even got back to the bench and said to both Pat Maroon and Nick Foligno, he's like, yeah, I scored. And Nick Foligno goes, no, you didn't. But it was a weird, like, review situation in which the NHL did not confirm that it was a goal, but they allowed the next shooter for Montreal to go. And then next thing you know, the Blackhawks have won the game. So they came out with a statement later on saying that, yes, it was a good goal, confirmed, but, like, it was just a really odd moment. The Blackhawks did secure 2 points against a Montreal team that did have something still to play for, not just the Ivan Demidov debut, but say that 10 times fast, Ivan Demidov debut. But the Montreal Canadiens were battling for their wild card spot still, so they had not clinched the playoffs yet. So the Blackhawks played spoilers. Ivan Demidov did score on his first shot on his first shift in the NHL. Sounds a little bit familiar to a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Toews. But
First shot, first shift, first goal.
Yep. And
First game.
I don't know.
First season.
That would be implied, I would hope. But yes. So, listen, I am not somebody who is going to jump up on my soapbox and say, oh, the Blackhawks should have taken Ivan Demidov. It would have been nice if the Blackhawks were able to trade up into that fourth spot and also take Demidov on top of Levshunov. But I am perfectly happy with the Levshunov pickup. I think he's going to be a stud defenseman. This is going to be a huge addition to this Blackhawks back end. So I'm excited to see where that goes from there.
Yeah, and with the end of the season, there's also little contract inquiries going on as far as Connor Bedard goes.
Well, we have one more game to get to. That was
Why?
Tuesday. Yeah, because there was one.
Get to it already.
Tuesday night was in Ottawa to wrap up the season. Ottawa had already clinched their playoff spot, but the Blackhawks, in a deja vu affair, won this one 4-3 past regulation. This was not a shootout, but it was an overtime victory. And what an exclamation point to put on the season with the overtime winner, a Connor Bedard pass over to Frank Nazar, who buries this goal. Just maybe a little bit of a taste of what Blackhawks fans can expect all of next year. So that should be exciting. But we did get a chance to see that the Blackhawks and Connor Bedard had press conferences, and Connor Bedard did say that he is staying in Chicago. So I don't think there was much question on that, but he kind of addressed a bunch of the rumors about how...
And get some duct tape and a ball gag and... Oh, sorry.
What?
Go on. No, go. Please continue.
Were we gonna? I thought we weren't gonna cut to the clip.
No, we weren't gonna cut to.
Okay,
we
so
were
I was gonna explain
clip,
it.
but no, go ahead.
We don't have time now. That's why I was explaining that Connor Bedard will be staying here in Chicago and signing a contract extension. I don't think there was any mistaking that. However, he did say, if you ever see me disappointed on the bench, it's taken out of context. He's out there, he's playing, he's tired. Of course he doesn't like losing, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't want to be here in Chicago.
Yeah, and perusing all of, in looking for the Connor Bedard thoughts on the contract extension, all of the negative Nellies that are out there as far as that goes, with him, they just don't want him to sign an extension here in Chicago. I just don't understand that.
They hate to see the Blackhawks have success for a plethora of reasons. But we will see if the Blackhawks AHL team can have some success against Hannah Arbitman's Chicago Wolves. We will be talking to Hannah right after the break here on AM 1410 WRMN on the Rise. Get a little bit of a taste of a huge rivalry that is set to meet in the first round of the Calder Cup playoffs. However, they will play one final regular season game against each other as a little bit of an appetizer here tonight. So we'll be on with Hannah right after this to talk some AHL hockey. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN on the Rise.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates. Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. Iran and the United States are holding a second round of negotiations over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program.
The talks in Italy over Easter weekend will again hinge on conversations between President Trump's U.S. Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, and the Iranian foreign minister. Whether the two men can find common ground in high-stakes negotiations could mean success or failure in the talks. At risk is a possible American or Israeli military strike on Iran's nuclear sites, or the Iranians following through on their threats to pursue an atomic weapon. Ken Norman, Washington.
There's encouraging news about the people who were wounded in Thursday's campus shooting at Florida State University.
We, in total, received 6 patients. All 6 were in stable condition upon arrival. 3 of them did go to the operating room.
Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare Trauma and General Surgeon Dr. Brett Howard says they are hopeful for their patients' prognosis.
We do feel that all will make a full recovery.
2 people were killed in Thursday's shooting. Police have the 20-year-old gunman in custody, and authorities are still trying to determine a motive. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland is back from El Salvador, where he met with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man who was wrongly deported. Van Hollen said the case is about due process, but the White House contends the man is a member of the violent MS-13 gang. An overnight Supreme Court ruling has temporarily blocked the deportations of any Venezuelans held in northern Texas under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. In a brief order, the justices directed the Trump administration not to remove Venezuelans until further notice. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hugh Hewitt here. I'm excited to tell you about an event I will be attending in Savannah, Georgia on May the 1st and 2nd, when I hope that you will attend. It's the Job Creator Network Annual Summit, where we're all going to tackle the biggest issues facing our nation with conservative voices like Mike Gallagher, Sarah Carter, Trish Regan, and of course me, Hugh Hewitt. You also hear from policy experts like Grover Norquist, Stephen Moore, Kellyanne Conway, Governors Youngkin, Kemp and Reynolds, members of Congress and the President's Cabinet. JCN events are designed for intimacy, meaning you'll have a chance to meet and talk with the presenters. Plus, enjoy comedy from SNL legend Rob Schneider, music from Lee Greenwood, opportunities to golf or explore Savannah or just kick back. Seats are limited, so act fast. As a special offer, use promo code SALEM at jcn2025summit.com. That's jcn2025summit.com. You'll get 50% off your second ticket when you buy one. That's jcn2025summit.com. Use the promo code SALEM for a great discount for my listeners. Reserve your spot before it sells out.
U.S. Ambassador to Japan George Glass is optimistic that the Trump administration and its key Asian ally will reach a deal in their ongoing tariff negotiations.
The Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Commerce are both people that I know and have spoken with and are brilliant in their fields, and they're also very creative, out-of-the-box thinkers. And when I saw that President Trump then decided he was going to get involved and has now named this his top priority, that's why I have a lot of confidence that we'll get something done.
Today marks the 30th anniversary of the deadliest homegrown attack in U.S. history, that truck bomb explosion that destroyed a 9-story federal building in Oklahoma City. Former President Bill Clinton, who was in office at the time, will deliver today's keynote address at a remembrance ceremony in Oklahoma City. The bombing killed 168 people. News and analysis at townhall.com. The East and the West this year will unite to celebrate Easter together. Ron Taylor explains.
Eastern and Western churches will celebrate Easter together on the same day this year, while marking 1,700 years since the Council of Nicaea unified Christian doctrine. Pope Francis and Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, the spiritual leaders of Orthodox Christian, are pushing for a permanent common Easter date, despite lingering mistrust between denominations. Efforts toward unity, backed by the World Council of Churches, aim to bridge divides. Some regions, like Greece and Finland, already celebrate Easter together, offering an example of cooperation. Ron Taylor reporting.
A U.S. district judge in California has ordered the Trump administration to provide probationary workers fired en masse a written statement saying they were not terminated for poor performance. The judge found that the OPM unlawfully used the pretense of poor performance to do so. More at Town Hall.
And welcome back to On the Rise, WRMN 1410 AM. Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnston on the board. And we have a special guest joining us via the phone.
I want to welcome back to the show a lovely and talented lady by the name of Hannah Arbitman. If you remember, she is an extremely involved lady in the sports and media world, so she is sometimes a tough lady to track down with all of her hosting special appearances.
And she's a tough lady.
And being on the microphones, that is true, too, indeed. She is the in-game host of the Chicago Wolves, but the last time we spoke to her, she was hosting all 4 of the NCAA hockey games happening at Wrigley Field. Hannah, I saw you for those, but tell us a little bit about how that experience went for you.
Hi, gentlemen, Mike, Derrick. Great to hear you both. That experience was pretty great in itself. It definitely was very eye-opening. I never saw myself on a stage that big, especially in such little time. Again, I really only started hosting about 2 years ago, so it was very special, and to do it all at Wrigley Field was just the cherry on top.
Yeah, it was a little cold, though, right?
Oh, to say the least, yes. It was very cold those few days. We were bundled up, discovered the heaters in the Cubs dugouts. We spent a lot of time down there when I wasn't actively speaking. But it was a great experience and definitely something to boost the resume.
What was it like for you to be at the Frozen Four and in Wrigley with 40-some-odd thousand fans there?
Derrick, honestly, at some point, I just took it all in and completely forgot what I was supposed to say. I'm sure Mike remembers this moment well, but it definitely, you could tell that I was a little starstruck by it.
That's awesome.
But again, it's just such a historic place with so much meaning to the city of Chicago. So, of course, it was very special. And to know that you're standing in front of 40,000 people is just mind-blowing, honestly. That number is huge to me and not something that I think I can put in perspective.
I'm so happy that you got a chance to do that because that was such an incredible experience. And you're about to have another super cool experience here with the fact that tonight will conclude the regular season for the Wolves at home against arguably their biggest rivals, the Rockford Ice Hogs. This is the same Rockford Ice Hogs team that Chicago will be matched up against in the first round of the AHL's Calder Cup playoffs, which is kind of set up like the NBA's play-in round, where the winner of this best-of-3 series will then be slated to play the number 1 seed Milwaukee Admirals. The Wolves, with the 4th seed, should have had home ice advantage over a team that they dominated this season. But it sounds as though there are some arena scheduling conflicts, and it's going to be home ice advantage for the Rockford Ice Hogs. What are your thoughts on how this series will play out now for the Wolves?
Mike, this is an interesting one because we actually haven't set that matchup yet. It all comes to tonight, so I think the winner of tonight's game secures the home ice advantage. And we also, depending on how we play tonight, could potentially play Grand Rapids in the first round. So that all is determined tonight. So this game is very important to us, of course. But it'll be interesting to see. I mean, the Wolves haven't been in playoffs for 2 seasons now, and both seasons they have come close to creeping up at the very end and, making their run to get in, but just have come up short both times. So it's very refreshing to finally see them back in the playoffs. This play-in round, it'll be tough for sure. does not matter who our rival is. I think both are very good teams, especially with the additions that Rockford has seen over the last week of the Blackhawks players who were sent down. So I do think we'll have some tough competition in Rockford, but nothing too crazy that they shouldn't be able to beat, I think. It's a very talented young core. Again, a few guys just had their first stints in the NHL this week with Carolina, and I think after that taste of experience, they'll come back stronger and be able to help the Wolves during the playoffs.
That is something that there was a lot of talk about going into this, as you said, potential matchup. We still don't know. I think everybody would love to see, of course, Wolves versus Ice Hogs. That is the marquee matchup. I mean, Grand Rapids is there in the mix as well, and I know our Sophia Blackburn would love to see a matchup of those sorts, especially Blackhawks fans and Chicagoans want to see any Chicago team take it to probably the affiliate of the Detroit Red Wings.
Sucks.
But these two NHL franchises are the Carolina Hurricanes and the Chicago Blackhawks that are affiliated with the Chicago Wolves and the Rockford Ice Hogs, respectively, are in two very different spots, which could trickle down and affect this potential AHL series. The Chicago Blackhawks have sent down a couple of notable players such as Kevin Korchinski, Artem Levshunov, and Ethan Del Mastro because the Blackhawks are not in the Stanley Cup Finals, where the Carolina Hurricanes are in the playoffs. So they have been kind of recalling players from the Wolves, as you mentioned. How much do you think that will affect the result of these series, knowing that some of these more talented players may get called up to be reserve players, or in hockey they call them black aces for this Carolina team, whereas Chicago, they're done with their season. I should say the Chicago Blackhawks are done with their season.
I feel like this is something that's talked about so frequently, but again, the AHL is the feeder league, right? So they're there to develop the prospect, and if that parent club needs a prospect for any game under any circumstance, especially during the playoffs, I think they're going to call them up no matter what.
Yeah.
So it kind of just depends on the team's needs. I wouldn't be surprised that we do see some call-ups, maybe under emergency circumstances, but now you have to realize, too, that Carolina just got Alexander Nikishin, who'll be a huge addition to their defensive core. So it'll be interesting how that plays out, but I don't think the Wolves are going to have much change in their roster between today and the beginning of the playoffs.
That's good to hear for the Wolves' end of things, and I think they would favor that matchup against the Ice Hogs, as the Wolves went 8-3-0-0 against this Ice Hogs team. Of course, the Ice Hogs on the flip side of that, 3-6-1-1 in the season series this year. That will conclude tonight in this very important season finale for both teams. What do you expect the atmosphere to be like in the Allstate Arena tonight at 7?
I would say it's usually very loud, very packed when we're playing Rockford. It's also Saturday night, so I'm expecting there to be a giant turnout. You know, there's no other hockey played in the Chicagoland area tonight, so I would expect to see a lot of Blackhawks fans who are rooting for the Rockford Ice Hogs, a lot of Wolves fans who are always rooting for the Chicago Wolves, and that's great to see. And I know this is something that I forgot to mention when you asked about the arena scheduling, but that is something that has been talked about pretty heavily. From what I understand, both Chicago and Grand Rapids don't have their respective arenas available for a few playoff dates. So it just looks like Rockford will be getting the lucky hand. But, Mike, as you said, the Chicago Wolves have been pretty great against Rockford, and it doesn't really matter whether they're at home or on the road. So I don't think this is going to be a disadvantage for them if they do end up facing Rockford in that play-in round.
Yeah, and even as you kind of alluded to there, even if it's on the road, I've seen this Wolves team firsthand take on that Ice Hogs team in Rockford and come in like it was their home barn. It's not that far of a travel for them, which I think is another reason why they would prefer this series. But you also touched upon the Wolves 2 years ago in their run, or is it 3 years ago now, for the Calder Cup trophy, and they went on to win that. You got a chance to see that team up close as well during those years. What have you seen in this year's team that is kind of reminiscent of that championship team for the Wolves?
It's so hard, I think, to rebuild that team. You have Andrew Podorowski, who year in, year out is like the league's MVP on the league team. just doing very well in the AHL, and a guy that I think, I'll be biased here, but I do think deserves an NHL call-up and some quality chances in the NHL. But I think our group this year is much younger, which is not a bad thing by any means. I think these are all future stars, whether that's for the Carolina Hurricanes or for different organizations. But I do think that it's a different dynamic.
That's interesting to hear that, because you still want that championship pedigree, but yeah, you have to kind of reinvent the wheel in a way. But you talked about the youth movement kind of a little bit here. There have been some surprises this year with this Wolves team, and one of them being Sanhil Panwar, who came up from the Bloomington Bison of the ECHL. We've seen a lot from him this year. He's been on the score sheet plenty. What have you liked about his game and what he brings to this Wolves team going into playoffs?
Mike, I'll be very honest with you. I unfortunately haven't been able to keep up with his game as much as I would have liked. You know, during the games, I'm busy running around, and I, most of the time, do not have a moment to just be able to follow along in the game. So if I do get any information, it's usually post-game, or I'm just watching the road games or anything like that. So I'll be very honest with you. I haven't seen enough of Sahil to give my 2 cents. Give my accurate 2 cents.
Gotcha. No worries. Yeah, it's tough to juggle all of that at once.
Got a quick question for you, Hannah. Have you had an opportunity to speak with or interact with Dominic Franco at all?
No, not at all, actually. I think the only time I've spoken to him was he asked me where our VIP ticket entrance was, and I just directed him to it. But that's
okay, fair enough.
Really all of our interaction.
Well, the reason why I was asking that is because earlier in the week, on the 15th of this month, Franco, he won a pair of awards for the American Hockey League based on his charitable contributions throughout the season. He was the winner of the Wolves 2024-2025 IOA American Specialty AHL Man of the Year. Basically doing like a bunch of charitable outings and everything for the military and the troops as well. That's the reason why I was asking.
Yes. From what I understand, I believe he played for Army West Point, which is why he's so heavily involved in military. He has a vet tics program. So I think every game he gifts tickets to veterans. And I've seen firsthand just him interact with them post-game, you know, whether it's a photograph, whether it's just talking to them, thanking them for coming out. So it's a great thing that the Wolves do, aside from a lot of other charitable initiatives. But that definitely speaks to his character, I would say. And I understand why he would have gotten that award.
That's awesome for him and for the Wolves organization as a whole. What wasn't so awesome was the fact that the Wolves dropped an important game against a very, very tough Milwaukee Admirals team that would be the 1 seed in the Central Division that the winner of this potential matchup would go on to face. That was a 5-0 blowout last night in Milwaukee. The Wolves come back home, as we kind of preface tonight, to conclude their season against another rival in the Rockford Ice Hogs. Aside from the hockey going on the ice and how important it is, and we talked about the fans from both sides being probably in attendance and packing that arena tonight, what can you say from the fan experience standpoint of what can be expected to go on at the Allstate Arena tonight with the final home game of the season?
Yeah, it's a big one tonight. We have our final Adopt a Dog night of the season. So for those who aren't familiar, we literally have dogs up for adoption during the game. It's a very special thing. I don't know that any other hockey team does that. So that will be going on aside from our, regular promotions that we have typically. So it'll keep me busy, and I'm excited for it.
Do you know where in the stadium that is going to be taking place?
Yes. So it's in the South Lobby.
Okay.
It's in the South Lobby. I don't know how much else I can say.
Oh, no.
I was going to say, I don't know the section numbers either. But
yeah, well, as long as fans know that it's in the South Lobby, they could go over there. They could, look at the dogs and everything that are looking to be adopted. So, I mean, hey, good enough.
I love when they bring the pups in. It's so cool. It's so cute. So it's a nice addition to the game itself. Something to do during the intermissions too, right? If you're not paying attention to all the extracurriculars that are happening with whatever's going on out on the ice. I know they do certain T-shirt tosses with Skates, the mascot, and the ice crew there, and also sometimes the little kids are out there as well skating around. This Chicago Wolves team, though, Hannah, last time we spoke, and I saw you for that game, it was against the Texas Stars, and that is a very, very good Texas Stars team. So the Wolves had a tough schedule, and they kind of struggled through the month of March. It was kind of wishy-washy, and then they picked it back up here in April. Other than strength of schedule being the reason as to why that they may have been in that rut, what do you kind of attribute this Wolves team's lack of success a month ago and then picking it back up now in order to kind of ramp up for the Calder Cup playoffs?
I wish this was something that I could get more in depth on, but again, I just don't know the specifics of it because again, I'm not quite able to watch the games 100% of the time. So I'll just keep this one with their hard schedule. I think that's a good way to put it. It was a pretty difficult schedule for them. And I think that's all I can say on this.
Sorry, I'm setting you up for some tough ones here, but yeah, I know.
Yeah, these are.
I think I might be able to give you a softball one, Hannah.
Okay.
What are one or two of the things that you've really enjoyed about this season being the in-game hostess for the Wolves, or host? I'm sorry.
This is my second season, and I just love the organization so much. I think from the top down, it's great people all around, whether it's ownership or owner Donovan, who does a great job, to our general manager, to our business operations president. It's just great people overall, and it makes it that much more enjoyable. Aside from, of course, all the fans, it's a very strong fan base, and it's very similar people night in and night out, so it kind of becomes a family. I feel like I'm bonded with these people. We talk almost every game, just hello, how are you? Mm-hmm. But I still feel like whether it's they're part of my family or I'm part of theirs, because it just, you see them so often and you become friends over time, and it's really special. So I just love the organization and being there, and it gets me out of the house.
Does that ever get old? I mean, just like walking through and you have random people coming up to you. Oh my God, Hannah, how are you? It's so good to see you. You look so stunning in your outfit or something like that.
I would say you pretty much nailed it on the head, but no, not at all. It's very refreshing. Games once a week. I see them once a week most of the time. So no, I don't get tired of it. Nice. Even if I was to see them more, I don't think I would get tired of it.
This has been a very long season. I mean, it's been a great season knowing that the Wolves are going to be set for some postseason hockey. But one of the big things that's been happening throughout this season is the Wolves are building a practice facility that is also going to be a very community-focused center adjacent to the Allstate Arena. And actually, it was you that was telling me a little bit about this. I hadn't even seen it, although all it takes is looking over when you're driving on 90 to see, oh, yeah, there's that big giant building that's being constructed over there. So what are you excited for going forward? Of course, hopefully future years with this Wolves organization, but being able to use those amenities as well.
I actually just saw this, I want to say yesterday, but I think there's going to be a women's hockey league, or it'll be not geared toward women hockey, but there will be a lot of women's hockey from what I read. So I'm excited to see that. Again, I work pretty closely with women's hockey as well, so it'll be interesting. And of course, if I can participate in women's hockey myself, whether it's taking classes or just an open skate, I would love to. As you know, I'm not very good.
I've seen you out there. That's a lie. You're coming along. You just need a little bit more time out there. It's hard to get ice time.
Sure. You can put me in that, and I'd be okay.
Yeah. No.
Against just easy shots.
I'm very excited for that to be underway. We were actually mentioning you when our broadcasting partner and mutual friend Aaron Shellen and I were on the mic for Nihil for the championships, and we were talking about your connections with women's hockey. But also, the reason I was giving you so many like in-depth questions about the team is I'm so used to talking analytics with you hockey-wise because you have a great hockey mind for all of that. But one of the things that you got a chance to do when you were in a previous job venture, in press positions at the United Center, was you got a chance to interview Alex Ovechkin after he scored his 800 goal after scoring a hat trick in Chicago. And we kind of mentioned that because we had Todd Reardon, former Pittsburgh and Washington coach, Stanley Cup champ with both on that broadcast. But also we talked about your connections to women's hockey. But everything that Alex Ovechkin has done this year, breaking Wayne Gretzky's scoring record. And of course, I think a lot of people overlook the fact that he missed like 6 weeks with a broken leg and still came back and had a 40-plus goal season. What have been your thoughts of your fellow Russian breaking the scoring record in the NHL?
I'll say Alex Ovechkin is a household favorite. My grandma walks around a T-shirt with his name on it probably a few times a week. So we definitely are big fans, although I can't say that I'm too much a fan of any team or any player. But Alex Ovechkin will definitely always have a space in my heart. So it's great to see that he broke that record. I know we were all waiting for it, all, projecting when that was going to happen, whether it be against Carolina or Chicago. So it luckily wasn't against either of those teams. Right. And Ilya Sorokin is now, I would say, the lucky goalie. I think he gets good PR. Any PR is good PR.
Linked forever.
So, yeah, he's in history now.
Yeah, and I hear they're friends off the ice, so at least it's not a guy that's going to be a little upset after, being linked to that.
Sure.
So a fellow countryman. So that's very cool as well. Well, Hannah, we're super excited to get these Calder Cup playoffs underway, but of course we have to go through one final exciting game tonight, and we've kind of recapped that. Looking towards the future, though, I know we're not even into the playoffs yet. We're not even out of the playoffs yet. But what do you have coming up, and where can people find you on social media if they want to get in touch with you?
I'll start with my social media. I'm Hannah Arbit on Instagram. That's pretty much the only platform that I'm active on, I would say. And as far as postseason, what I'll be doing after, I will be working for a baseball team. So I have that to look forward to, and I'm very excited about it. I won't say which one yet, but I am ecstatic, truly.
That's awesome. Well, we are excited because from what I hear, that may be an opportunity for us to see a little bit more of your work and get a closer or more opportunities to have you here on the show. I'll just put it that way. And I'm super excited for everything that you do, and good luck with everything. I will probably see you later tonight.
Mike, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me on, Derrick. It was great hearing you.
Nice of you to join us. We appreciate it. And anytime you want to come in and class this joint up, and by that I mean the studio, you are more than welcome to. I'm tired of looking at Mike's Caterpillar that he's got. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. No, it's just.
Well, gentlemen, thank you.
Just his mustache.
Have a wonderful morning.
Thanks, Hannah. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Hannah.
All right. Bye, guys.
That was the voice of Hannah Arbitman, the Chicago Wolves in-game host, as she was giving her analysis on the final home game tonight and also the lead into the Calder Cup playoffs. We'll see if we can get an extended playoff run in hockey here in Chicago. That's not something we've heard in a long time.
I mean, I forget how young Hannah actually is, and the things that she is doing with herself is just absolutely amazing. And to comport herself in front of the Wrigley Field fans and, for the Frozen Four, I didn't even take into consideration with that. I mean, that had to be one hell of a, holy Smurf moment where, you have everyone there.
That Frozen Confines series was cold out there, but she held it down like a pro and got an awesome opportunity in what, like she said, is a historic location here in Chicago, historic ballpark. So And that's just one. I mean, what she does every single week in and week out at the Allstate Arena.
Yeah.
That's just a testament to
And
how
then
she is.
you have like the 6,000 or 7,000 fans that are like right up on you for that as well. So, I mean, there's that. But, I mean, she's also done, she was the in-game host for the Chicago Dogs. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what she's got coming forward, in the summer months. I could only assume it's just as good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's that as well.
We shall see. I am excited. I will just put it that way. And we will be glad to be talking with her more in the future. But let's see, what do we have for the future? We have one more segment here on AM 1410 WRMN, and that'll be our baseball segment.
Hey,
yeah, so
sure.
We will jump into a little bit of that summer sport now.
Wild game yesterday, not so wild week for the Sox. We've got the truth about Chicago sports coming up at the top of the hour. Might possibly have a new host for it as well. You're listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone in your community, or just taking a deep, calming breath when you need it. Nice. For mental health resources, check out loveyourmindtoday.org. At loveyourmindtoday.org, you'll find information that may help you get through a tough time. Things like tips for dealing with stress, how to navigate difficulties like financial worries, anger, substance use, and more. You can also find real stories of how people navigated their own mental health challenges. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. Moose Lodge 799 opens at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and 11 a.m. on weekends. For more information about becoming a member, call 847-741-0799. Moose Lodge 799, where you're more than a member, you're family.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
And welcome back, everyone, on this Saturday. You're listening to On the Rise. Mike Napolitano, Derrick Geyer, Nick Johnston. Thank you for Hannah Arbitman coming in. Well, actually joining us on the phone lines and talking all things Wolves. We appreciate that. But now on to this major sport at hand, I suppose.
Yeah,
baseball?
Baseball. And you wouldn't know it but if you looked at the Chicago White Sox this last week. Because I think somebody forgot to tell them that they were playing games. Because they were playing games with their fans' hearts. How about, let's just start off with the positive, though. The White Sox did walk off the Boston Red Sox on Saturday. That was following that 11-1 victory that we covered on last week's episode. That was a huge part of Chase Meadroth's career here to start in Chicago after he was traded away from Boston. We're going to get the back end of that trade at the end of this series. But the middle game was a 3-2 walk-off win for the White Sox. Brooks Baldwin being the hero after Luis Robert gets on base. Luis Robert had homered a 2-run shot in the bottom of the 6th in order to tie things up. And so the White Sox fought real well in this one up until the bottom of the 9th. And then they were able to secure the victory for real with that Brooks Baldwin single. Unfortunately, though, that was the last White Sox win. They have not won a game since then. And they didn't exactly have the toughest of schedules this past week.
I'm glad you kind of prefaced it with winning a game because, I mean, the White Sox did actually win during the week.
Yes, yeah, there was one.
And by that, I mean they said goodbye to their closer. Who? Michael Clevinger.
Yeah, so...
Is that not a win?
Yeah, with how he has performed, yeah. I think so. But
addition by subtraction?
They're not exactly out of the woods with that yet because he did report to AAA, I believe, was the latest report. So he may be back in the White Sox sweater soon, but he has not really. Oh yeah,
are they playing hockey?
You know, jersey. But what I will say is he hasn't really lived up to the statistics that they were expecting. Not that he had in previous seasons. I can remember back 2 years ago when he was the White Sox best pitcher, and he had a 6-6 record by the end of the season. I mean, that is just straight up 500, and that's your best pitcher. So,
well, the win-loss record is never really the stat you go by these days anymore.
True.
I mean, you're talking about ERA, you're talking about WHIP, you're talking about hits, every 9 innings and all that fun stuff, walk versus strikeouts. So I mean, but.
I couldn't think of his WHIP and his ERA from 2 years ago, but I can always pull those stats. But I will tell you, they were probably not as low or probably not as good as Garrett Crochet, who struggled to start this season with the Boston Red Sox. However, of course, and I said this to Tilo on Saturday, of course he is going to get back on the horse when he faces the team that traded him away in the Chicago White Sox. And what happened? Garrett Crochet struck out 11 batters in 7 1/3 innings in his first start against his former team. And the Red Sox went on to win the final game in that series, avoiding the sweep. It was a 3-1 victory.
He also took a no-hitter all the way to the 7th.
Yes, yeah. No-hitter to the 7th. Until it was Chase Meadroth himself who had a 1-out single in the 8th. So
he had a chance to even come back and win that game, but then Bregman hit another homer in the 9th. So
yeah. So not
that Bregman guy.
Yeah.
Not a full sweep for the White Sox. They did get their first series win of the season, though. And we're already a month into the season, a little over, I would say. Then they were looking to get a series win or possibly even a sweep against a struggling athletics team. This athletics team sitting at 9-10 now after, that was after, I believe, the first game. So after the final game, the Athletics. Oh no, that was after the final game. I apologize. But so coming into Chicago, the Athletics were 6-10 to start the season, and they swept the Chicago White Sox, and not just in any fashion.
They decided to play long ball.
A 12-3 victory over the White Sox, followed by a 3-1 victory for those Athletics. And to conclude the series, an 8-0 shutout. I mean, this looked very much like the Cubs' victory over the Athletics just a couple weeks ago, in which Carson Kelly hit for the cycle, and they hit double digits in that one. But in that case, it was Chicago winning the game over the Athletics. The White Sox did not take a page out of that book.
The Cubs, not the Sox.
Right.
I mean, that was just Tyler Soderstrom going deep every single time. He's leading the league in home runs now. And I guess he's on pace to hit 76 home runs if they kept going. So I guess welcome back, Barry Bonds. You're back.
Yeah. Holy.
No kidding. That would be the fourth loss in a row for the White Sox. They would get swept at home and then go on the road. Last night they were in Boston to face that Red Sox team once again, this time in historic Fenway Park. Trevor Story had 2 home runs, which included 6 RBIs to lead the Red Sox to a 10-3 victory over the White Sox. When you look at these numbers, the White Sox in this 5-game stretch in which they have not won a game, they've given up 10 runs, 8 runs, 3 runs, 12 runs, and another 3 runs. You add that all up, that's 22, that's 36 runs given up in 5 games.
I'm kind of curious how many runs came via the home run. Because, if I'm not mistaken, chicks still love the long ball.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. It's just, it seems like I know a couple of weeks ago I said that it was the starting pitching that was looking good for the Chicago White Sox.
That was the bright spot for sure.
That was the bright spot. I mean, it still has some shine left to it via the starting pitching, but I mean,
that window of light has closed and narrowed down in this last week. But
the f-stop is not looking very bright.
Let's see if the White Sox can get back into the win column this next week. They will be on the road for the entire week. Today's matchup is at 3:10 p.m. in Boston. That'll be another matchup against former White Sox pitcher Garrett Crochet. On the mound for the White Sox will be Shane Smith. But then
that's a good pitching matchup.
The conclusion of this series will be at 12:35 p.m. tomorrow. That's afternoon. That's not a midnight game. That would be crazy. But that would be Sean Burke versus Tanner Hook for the Red Sox. And that will conclude their time in Boston before the White Sox. Oh, I'm sorry. They have one more game on Monday. Excuse me. This is a 4-game series. That is a 10:10 a.m. matinee game. They always play Boston in that matinee game right after Easter. That'll be on MLB Network. So the White Sox first nationally televised game of the season. Jonathan Cannon versus Walker Buehler in that one before the White Sox go on the road Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, or continue on the road, I should say. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday against the Minnesota Twins. Those are 6:40 p.m. starts on Tuesday and Wednesday, a 12:10 start on MLB Network once again. On Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of next week, they will be facing those Athletics that they just lost to. The first game, that's a real late one, a 9:05 start time. Of course, if you remember, the Athletics are in Suter Health Park in Sacramento, California for this season. That's where that game will be played. The other 2 games, the Saturday and Sunday, 3:05 p.m. starts.
Is it me, or has this just been like a really weird start to the baseball season schedule-wise?
It has for a lot of teams, and by a lot of teams, I know we focus mostly on the 2 Chicago teams here, but for the Cubs and the White Sox, it has been a very weird
Last weekend it was Boston. This weekend it was Boston. This week it was Oakland, or I'm sorry, Sacramento.
The Athletics,
and then they're going out and they're playing the Athletics out there, during the week.
3 games.
So I mean, and it's the same thing with the Cubs. They started the series in Japan against the Dodgers, come home, whatever. Arizona, Dodgers, Padres, and then they come home and then they play the Padres it's just a lot of the same teams in the first month of the season. which usually it's been broken down and spread apart. But yeah,
I think we were talking about it last week that the Cubs' first 9 series of the year are all against Western teams. I mean,
West Coast
whether
teams.
it's AL West or NL West, all against Western teams. They don't even get to look at a Central Time. Well, unless they're at home, but they don't even get look at a Central Time Zone game or an East Coast game until the 10th season or the 10th series of the season when they play the Philadelphia Phillies. That is coming up next, and we'll actually recap that as right after the break. Here we will be talking North Side. So the Cubs, they had themselves quite the week. We've got all of that and more right here on AM 1410 WRMN.
Quite the game yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back, everyone. You're listening to On the Rise, the final segment. Mike, Derrick, Nick, And what a wild and wacky week it's been for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, well, we got to start out with the biggest game of the week, arguably, but then we had an even bigger one last night, or yesterday afternoon, I should say, with the Cubs and the Arizona Diamondbacks. But let's start at the top of the week with the Cubs out in Los Angeles. We talked about how they dropped that first game of the series to Los Angeles 3-0 last week. That was Yamamoto on the mound for the Dodgers. However, this second game on Saturday, 16-0 in favor of your Chicago Cubs. That was the largest defeat margin honestly, the worst defeat in Los Angeles Dodgers history. I believe that even dates back to a shutout. I believe that even dates back to the Brooklyn Dodgers era as well.
Worst loss at home. Worst loss at home, excuse me. Yes.
16-0 victory.
All sorts of milestones for the Cubs so far this year.
But the funniest thing I have to say, MLB, I understand.
Manfred?
I understand you like to make money. So does everybody else, right? The very first clip, the very first highlight, when you go into the ESPN package of this game, it was the MLB package of this game, it's a 16-0 victory for the Chicago Cubs. They got that scoring started in the second inning. What was the very first highlight? Shohei Ohtani's base hit in the first inning. What are we doing?
Rightfully so.
What are we doing?
Did you see the Nationals call them out on that too?
Oh my gosh.
So when the Nationals and the Dodgers played a series against each other, it was the exact same thing. In all caps, when Shohei Ohtani got a single, it was Shohei Ohtani, amazing single.
Oh my.
And then exactly that, a guy in the Nationals got his first base hit, and it was all lowercase. Just how exciting. First career hit.
Yeah.
What do you expect when the $1 trillion man comes to the plate and,
And listen, no disrespect to Shohei Ohtani himself. This is the league putting him on that pedestal that, he does deserve a lot of the praise.
Oh, without a doubt.
It's just the MLB is kind of shoving him down your throat a little too much, and the Shohei Ohtani that is on the field is extremely talented and worthy of a lot of this.
Now here's where I got to call
breaking news.
But in a 16-0 victory for the Cubs,
I gotta only point something out. It's just I think the MLB is probably the worst at marketing any player at all.
Yes.
So the fact that he's just getting anything is fine with me.
Well, you go from one end of the spectrum to the other because you got probably one of the best center fielders of all time. Granted, he's been hurt the last couple of years, Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Now he's playing right field. If you didn't follow baseball, you would have absolutely no idea who Mike Trout was. And now it's the exact opposite with Shohei Ohtani. Now they're jamming him down everyone's throat.
Yeah.
So those that don't even know or pay attention to baseball, they know who Shohei is.
Yeah, and I know that the NHL has gotten a lot of flack for not marketing their players well, but when you look at the MLB, it is an all or nothing take for the MLB. It is Shohei Ohtani. I would like to see, and I was thinking about this yesterday. I was on a jog and I was thinking about this because I literally got a notification on my watch. I thought it was like my mile times. I'm like, I didn't hit another mile yet. It was a Shohei Ohtani notification. I would like to see by the end of the year, 365 days a year, how many Shohei Ohtani notifications you can get by just being signed up for notifications through ESPN or MLB Network or MLB.com or whatever. So yeah, that'd be a funny stat to pull up because I'm pretty sure it's like a daily thing. It's like every day.
I'm sure I'll be watching WrestleMania in the bottom right-hand corner. Be like Shohei Ohtani 5 bats away from coming to the plate.
Yeah. As I said, all due respect to Shohei. He's a phenomenal player, but we could take a little bit of a break, guys. The Cubs then took the series against those Dodgers with a 4-2 victory on Sunday. That was also their last game in Los Angeles. Like I said, that was the series. They would continue on the road, though, out west. Another West team, like I said, San Diego. Unfortunately, this series didn't go the Cubs' way. They dropped the first game 10-4 to the San Diego Padres. They followed up with an extra innings win. That was a 2-1 victory in the 10th inning for your Chicago Cubs.
Nico Horner coming in with a clutch 3-bagger in the 10th.
Yeah.
Driving in that run. Would have been nice if they would have got a little extra insurance for my nerves, because the Chicago Cubs bullpen has absolutely been dreadful. I mean, get through that other final Padres game, and we'll talk about the 8th inning game.
Yes. So then the final game was a 4-2 victory for San Diego. So they take 2 out of 3 in this series, bringing the Cubs to 12-9 before they would come home and play the Arizona Diamondbacks yesterday. Actually, Nick, our co-worker he's at Ultimate Autographs with us on our other ventures. I forgot that I picked up his shift, to be honest with you, but he was taking his. I think his son 2 years old. I believe he's very young.
Oh, our guy Steven?
Steven, yes.
Yeah,
I should preface with his name. Steven was taking his son to his first ever baseball game, and I agreed to pick up That's awesome. That's a special moment. Shift for him. So I was actually kind of rooting for the Cubs that day, because I was like, you know what? Let's not have this 2-year-old be born into Chicago sports purgatory like that. But what a game for your first ever game, right? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and before we go any deeper into this, I want to comment on Brandon Combs, his jog that he went on. It was from the car to the pizza place.
It was Brandon chiming in about that.
So yes, I agree, Brandon, absolutely. So for his first ever baseball game to witness this, for a pitching duel for the first 6.5 innings, 6 1/3 or whatever.
For the most part, yeah. It wasn't
2-1 into the 7th.
The bottom of the 7th, when Ian Happ hit a grand slam with Nico Horner, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Carson Kelly on base. But then in the top of the 8th, right after that bottom of the 7th, it was Suarez homering to center for the Diamondbacks.
Not only a homer, but also a grand salami.
Yeah, that was with Randall Gerchuk on base, Naylor, and Luis Gurriel Jr. So exchanging runs in bulk for both of these teams. And like I said, I was covering the shift. We're a sports show on that as well, kind of. So we were kind of taking a pause to see what the Cubs were doing. But a 7-1 lead, and next thing you know, the Cubs blow that 7-1 lead. It is 11-7 in the top of the 8th in favor of the Diamondbacks. And what happens? The Cubs have to come back in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah.
10 runs on 3 different pitchers in that inning.
Yeah, absolutely horrible as far as the relief goes for the Cubs. But, I mean, it is what it is at this point. I mean, hopefully they'll get some well, they've already sent down a couple pictures that weren't doing it for them earlier in the week. Brought them, just it seems like whoever they throw in aren't doing the job. But the Cubs play again today at 1:20 versus the same Diamondbacks, and again on Sunday. But getting into the American Association, we've got the Cougars, Kane County Cougars, are holding their spring carnival this weekend. It is going on from this past Thursday, the 17th, all the way to Tuesday, the 22nd. Times for the weekend are from 12 to 10 p.m. or actually 12 to 11, Friday, Saturday. And then it is also 12 to 10 on Sunday as well. Tickets or mega passes are $85. It is free to enter, but you also get $40 daily wristbands as well. And I'm sorry, it goes all the way until the 27th.
And this Cougars team did have a great showing at the Baseball Champions League. We kind of recapped that last week. Unfortunately, they fell a little bit short. They came in third, but third place was still a 2-1 record. Now, this wasn't a full-on Cougars team. It was the majority of the Kane County Cougars, as they were the defending champs in the American Association, the Miles Wolf Cup champs, but they had a couple of other American Association players sprinkled in on the roster, so it was a little bit of an all-star team coming from the U.S. We are going to have a busy week on the Frontier League side of things. The Frontier League annual preseason workouts are being held at Ozinga Field in Crestwood. Yes, preseason workout tryouts in Crestwood. Preseason workouts in Crestwood, where the Windy City Thunderbolts play. We will be with former guest of the show, Commissioner Steve Tassler, on that one. That is Tuesday and Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Yes, we'll be out there for the hit hitting, fielding, and throwing portion of it, as well as a couple of the games that are going on. We want to thank Hannah Arbitman for coming in and joining us on the show today. Also, thank you for Matt McNeil for letting us in the studio. Nick Johnston here running the board. We will be doing our draft show the 24th of April, 6:30 to whenever. You are listening to WRMN 1410 AM. Have a great weekend.
WrestleMania.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down. Not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines, so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. Apolitical Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. An overnight Supreme Court ruling has temporarily blocked the deportations of any Venezuelans held in northern Texas under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. In a brief order, the court directed the Trump administration not to remove Venezuelans held in the Bluebonnet Detention Center until further notice. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland is back from El Salvador, where he met with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man who was wrongly deported. He said Abrego Garcia has been moved from that notorious prison known as CCOT to a detention center with better conditions. Van Hollen said this fight is about more than one man.
What this is about is adhering to the Constitution, to the right of due process, and that's why we say, bring Kilmar home, so he can be afforded his rights under the Constitution.
The White House contends the man is a violent gang member and will not be returning to the U.S. President Trump is vowing not to cut Medicare and Medicaid programs.
At Friday's swearing in of Dr. Mehmet Oz as the Medicare and Medicaid administrator, the president made this promise about those government health care programs.
Just as I promised, there will be no cuts. We're not going to have any cuts. We're going to have only help.
Despite those assurances, a dozen House Republicans have sent a letter to GOP leaders warning they will not sign the upcoming budget and tax cuts bill if Medicaid is sharply reduced. Ken Lormand, Washington.
A second round of talks between Iran and the United States has concluded in Rome. The two sides were discussing Iran's nuclear program. U.S. Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff sat down with Iran's foreign minister. President Trump says Iran must not have a nuclear weapon. Townhall.com.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771.
Former GOP Congressman Chris Stewart of Utah is urging the U.S. to find new sources of rare earth minerals, since because of a budding trade war with China, currently supplies between 70 to 90% of U.S. imports.
I think you have to realize, and a lot of people do,
that, chip manufacturing shuts down, automobile manufacturing shuts down, missile technology, drone technology, very broadly, our entire national security industrial base is dependent on these critical minerals.
Stewart wants to see the U.S. forge new relationships in Africa to provide new sources of those critical minerals. He spoke with the Salem Radio Network. Today is the 250th anniversary of the beginning of the American Revolutionary War, the start of an 8-year conflict between American colonists and the British Army. This weekend's commemorations include reenactments of the battles at Lexington and Concord. News and analysis at townhall.com. As the NHL gears up for the playoffs, more fans than ever have been showing up to watch hockey.
The NHL has set another attendance record and surpassed 23 million fans for the first time. The league reported an attendance figure of 23,014,458 over the 1,312-game regular season. That represents 96.9% capacity over 32 teams, with the Canadiens making up the biggest share thanks to 41 home sellouts with crowds of more than 21,000. It's the third consecutive year the NHL has broken attendance records. The Four Nations face-off in Montreal and Boston drew an average of more than 19,000. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
More than 30,000 runners have signed up for this year's Boston Marathon. The famed race takes place on Monday. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
And welcome to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports, here with Marcus Mack, now joined with Blake Cowell, and a new addition, Brandon Combs, here on WRMN 1410 AM. Let's go. Morning, boys. Morning, Brother Blake. Good morning. Good morning, Brandon. How are we doing?
Fantastic. Morning.
Excellent. Morning, boys. Morning. Great to have you on the show. Just to give everybody a little bit of insight, Mr. Brandon Combs is one of my original brothers from another mother. He was there to help me originate and create The Truth About Chicago Sports, going back to our school days at IMS. Me and Brandon have had nothing but great times knowing each other since the day one we've met, and it is an absolute pleasure to have such an extremely talented professional sports mind join the show. Brandon, what is up, brother?
Not much, Marcus, man. Happy to be here with you, man. It's been a while. I know we kind of had different paths after we both left Illinois Media School. But, look, it's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot of things, man, and I'm ready to do some things with you.
Yes, sir. We got a lot on the plate today to talk about. We got Bulls we're going to talk about Bears. We got Blackhawks to end of the season. We're going to have Sophia Blackburn join us at the bottom of the hour to talk playoff hockey and the ending season for the Chicago Blackhawks. We also had Chicago Sky. They had a cool draft pick, I believe, when they drafted Haley Van Smith out of TCU. I think that's going to be a great addition. And then we've got big baseball to go over. We've got a lot of Cubs, a little Sox. But either way it goes, this is a ton of fun. So let's kick it off. First things first, Brother Blake, what the heck happened to the Bulls?
What the heck happened to the Bulls? We fell for it.
We fell for it.
Marcus, we fell for it. We fell for it. There's a lot of excitement leading up to their home play-in game against the Miami Heat at the United Center. And what do they do in typical Chicago fashion? They lay an egg at home. Kobe White played terrible. The team didn't look inspired in the first half. I mean, Stephen A. Smith even mentioned it at halftime. You know, they tried to make the halftime show interesting and say, hey, you know, these comebacks have happened before. And Stephen A. Smith immediately said, yeah, no, not today, though. Not this game, not this team. They look dead. They look flat. They look lifeless. The second half was a little more interesting. You could see they were playing with urgency, obviously, because your season's on the line, down 20-plus. But what a stinker, and that's exactly what Jerry Reinsdorf wanted. Good enough, but never good enough.
Just enough to sell some more games, another concession stands, which we have now learned that they actually bumped the price up for Bulls games over Blackhawks games. Brandon, I have to ask you, what did we witness at this play-in game, which I said was going to be the worst-case scenario if the Bulls made it, that they just simply got wiped off the court and it was pointless for all that winning at the end of the season. What's your thoughts, Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, look, what we witnessed is exactly what we've been witnessing for the last, 3 straight years. We witnessed the Bulls versus the Miami Heat in a play-in game in which the Bulls don't score more than 91 points, and which the Miami Heat score over 100 points, and they just wipe the floor with the Bulls. Whether it's here, whether it's in Miami, they seem to keep meeting in these play-in games. But the roster that they're putting together, the roster that AK puts together, you know, it's kind of what Chicago sports is right now. When you look at the GMs across the board, it's not just the Bulls, it's not just AK, but you look at Jed Hoyer, you look at, you know, what the Bears are starting to look a little bit better. But you build these rosters made out of paper mache with guys that you want to overperform what their abilities are, and you want them to have fantastic seasons. You want to strike lightning, and it just hasn't been the case. And with the Bulls, look, they've got a good base. You've got a great base with Matas Buzelis. I think Matas Buzelis is fantastic. I agree with Kendall Gill, who I've talked to a couple of times, when he says that Matas Buzelis is going to be a better NBA player than Cooper Flagg. I completely agree with that aspect. So when you're looking at the Bulls, they have the stuff to build around. I just don't trust AK to build anything around it. That's the problem.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Stephen A. Smith came on First Take and said that the Phoenix Suns owner was the worst owner in the NBA. And I know that he likes to come out on a limb, get clickbaits. The guy is good at his job. He's great at it. But I'm just looking at and going, what are you talking about when we've got a team on the west side of Chicago that has continually fumbled the ball since the dynasty era? And let's remember, Jerry Reinsdorf was a part of fumbling that ball, making Jordan retire a year or two earlier for sure that he needed to, breaking up this dynasty team because championships cost franchises money, which was out of his own GM's mouth. Rest in peace to Mr. Krause. And it is just what we've seen is a ridiculous line now that has been established of mediocrity. The Bulls are in a rebuild and don't even know they're in a rebuild. I heard Wendy Windhorst make that statement he was featured on Barstool. And when he said that statement, it resonated, man. It resonated so deep. It goes, what do the Bulls need? They need a guy. Where do you get that guy? In the draft. How did the Bulls help themselves at all to make themselves better by going on this little measly run in the end of the season to walk into a play-in game and get trumped, booed off the court? I have to ask this, and I'll ask you first, Blake, and then you, Brandon, after that. Is Jerry Reinsdorf the worst owner in the NBA?
Oh, I mean, he's definitely up there, right? I mean, it's tough to say otherwise, and it's tough to think otherwise based on everything you just laid out and based on people in the industry talk with each other, and people in the industry don't mince words with each other a lot of these times. And when you look at a team, and you look at a franchise like the Chicago Bulls. I mean, look at the other top valued franchises in the NBA, and I'm going to pull up a list here real quick. But if you look at a team like the Boston Celtics, they're the number one seed in the NBA. You look at a state like the Golden State Warriors, won a ton of finals, they're in the playoffs. New York Knicks, they're in the playoffs. Los Angeles Lakers, they're in the playoffs. And the Chicago Bulls, they're the fourth highest valued franchise in basketball at $5.8 billion. They will not be in the playoffs. So where's the disconnect here? It's obviously not. I mean, the players aren't as good, obviously. The GM probably not as good as the other ones, obviously. So why is there no shame in this? Is it just strictly because if your pockets are full, it doesn't matter? I mean, where's the pride? Does Jerry Reinsdorf have no pride? Does he not care about his name? I think that's a recipe for just being a bad owner. So, I mean, as much as Stephen A. Smith wants to say the Phoenix Suns owner is the worst owner, at least he tried. He went and got Kevin Durant. He went and got Brad Beal to add to Devin
Something
Booker.
the Bulls would never do.
Something the Bulls would never do. So just try. I mean, at least if you try, then I can at least give you some of the benefit of the doubt. I mean, we'll talk about the Cubs later. They get a lot of flack for not spending enough money, but at least they try. They try to make the team better. At least we think they do.
Yes, indeed. Brandon, do you think that Jerry Reinsdorf is the worst owner in Chicago in the NBA?
Yeah, and I mean, your first statement there too. He's the worst owner in Chicago.
Oh yeah, I wholeheartedly think he's the worst owner in Chicago.
He owns two franchises. Both franchises. I mean, the Sox are abysmal right now. The Bulls are what they are, and the worst part about this is, look, you're in the third largest market in the country, and you've got these other markets who are spending more money, who are pulling in better NBA talent, who are going out and getting more superstars. You're talking about superstars going to places like the Indiana Pacers. You're talking about superstars going to places like the Minnesota Timberwolves and to the Denver Nuggets and to, the Memphis Grizzlies, where you're not pulling in these superstars here in Chicago because, one, I know the other aspect about it is the taxes and all the political stuff here in Chicago when it comes to how much money is going to come out of your paycheck when you're a millionaire. But at the same time, there's ways around that if you're an owner. There's ways around to overpay a player so that they cover the taxes so that you can get superstars into your city. And there are plenty of other places that are willing to do that. Jerry Reinsdorf has always had the mentality of let's have the second or third best roster in sports. So whether it's the White Sox or whether it's the Bulls, he's always had that. And even though, he struggled with the Bulls in the 90s, and he had some great teams, but he also ruined those teams. The Bulls could have been something where they had, you could have had Jordan and Pippen past 98. You could have kept running this thing, and they could have done it, but Jerry Reinsdorf didn't want to spend the money. Jerry Reinsdorf didn't want to continue to do the things that were necessary to continue that. And the reason why is because Jerry Reinsdorf is a business owner. That's one thing that we forget.
Real estate man. He's not a sports guy.
No, but these are businessmen. These are guys who own a franchise because they are there to make money. And sometimes what we as fans lose track of that is that they still have to make money. We don't know what those numbers are in Jerry's head. We don't know what those numbers are in any of the owners' head. But the fact of the matter is that they don't care about winning as much as fans do. And we have to take that into account. But when you're looking at an owner who owns a franchise in the third largest market in the world with the greatest fan base in the world here in Chicago, and that's what they are, because even as much as these teams lose, they're still filling the stadiums night in and night out. And you go and you look at what Jerry Reinsdorf is doing, he does not care. He does not want to put a quality product on the field. The only way Jerry Reinsdorf starts putting quality product on the court or on the baseball field is when you stop going to games and when fans stop filling the seats and when money stops going inside of his pocket.
And even that won't stop him, because look at the White Sox. The stadium hasn't been filled in years. He doesn't care because he makes plenty off the Bulls. Anything that he might even think about losing with the White Sox is compensated because United Center is packed every night. I keep telling people over and over again, the Chicago Bulls are much like the Chicago Cubs, is that it has become a family event. Whether the Bulls are good or not, people go, the stands are packed, and they have figured out a recipe that if we keep the basketball interesting enough, the fans are just going to keep coming back here on the West Side because they love the Bulls, they love going to the games, and it's an entertaining, family-friendly environment. They got the blueprint, and they're just leaning on it. And talk about riding a wave. You know, people try to get on the Chicago Bears for riding the 1985 Bear wave, but people have seen through that smoke a long time ago now. But the Chicago Bulls are still living in the glory of Michael Jordan as if he played yesterday. And it is just absolutely disgusting when you think that the only superstar that the Bulls have had since Michael Jordan is Derrick Rose. That's it. That's it. Since Jordan in 98, the only superstar to play for the Chicago Bulls has been Derrick Rose. Think about that. That is sad. That is, Cleveland has had LeBron James and Kyrie Irving in that time.
Twice. Yeah, twice.
What is going on?
Good point.
I mean, it's just disgusting. And so, you know, I had to start at the top, right? We had to start with Reinsdorf because that's where it starts. But I'm not letting AK off the hook. Also, AK, the worst GM maybe in basketball. This guy's trash. And I thought that Gar Pax was horrible. Nah, every move that this dude seems to make makes no sense and continually hurts the franchise rather than helps it. From his weird draft picks of guards when you've already got a heavy guard loaded team to signing Patrick, I can't score 0 points in a play-in game to a $80-something million extension. And that's just awesome when he's getting outplayed by a rookie and he only gets 15 minutes off the bench. No dog in him. You talked about Bucella's brand. Yeah, that kid's got some dog in him. You can see that there's going to be a rise in his game because he wants it. What is even Patrick Williams even doing on the Bulls? So I have to address that next. Brandon, you go, did you, Blake? What is your feelings on AK? How can he still have a job?
I think AK is one of those general managers who I think, look, you are bound to what you're allowed to spend, for one. I mean, you're just bound to that. And I know that there's the soft cap and they have to spend a certain amount of money in the NBA and all of that, right? But you are bound to what you can do. And I think that what AK has tried to do, and what AK has been vocal about trying to do, is building without superstars. And he said that. I mean, he came out and said that he can build a winning team without superstars.
We're waiting.
In the NBA, that's just not true. In the NBA,
nope,
it's just not. You need 2 to 3 superstars on your team in the NBA. I mean, that's where the Lakers are at. That's why they went out and did what they had to do with the trade with the Dallas Mavericks to get Luka Doncic next to LeBron. You look at teams like the Boston Celtics have a big 3. The Denver Nuggets have a big 3. I mean, to an extent, hell, the Memphis Grizzlies have a big 3. You need superstars on your team to make your team relevant in the NBA. And when you're trying to do that, look, I think you've got a legit superstar in Matas himself. I really believe that you have a legit superstar there. But after that, you've got some role players. Kobe White's been nice. Look, Kobe White's I remember when you and I first started talking over at the school, we were talking about how terrible Kobe White was, and then all of a sudden he just became a dog. Like, I don't know.
I think he was always that.
Clicked with Kobe White.
I think he got held back.
Yeah, I mean, and that's possible. I mean, it's very possible when you look at guys like Zach LaVine and DeRozan who were here at the time, and maybe Kobe White wasn't able to elevate his game the way that he has been able to elevate his game over the last year and a half. I mean, it's one of those things, but I don't think you have a legit superstar beyond Matas Buzelis. You've got a couple of nice role players. Vucevic, nice role player. You got Kobe White, nice role player. And then beyond that, you've got a lot of guys who just can't play basketball at this level and be on a winning team. These are guys that should be coming off the bench, but they are in the starting lineup for the Chicago Bulls. And Patrick Williams, I mean, it's time to cut your losses. It was a terrible draft pick. It was a terrible draft. The guy is atrocious. And if I never see him in a Bulls uniform at the United Center again, I will not be unhappy about it.
Yes, indeed. Blake, what's your thoughts on AK?
Well, my thoughts on AK are it's tough to formulate opinion one way or the other for a guy who can't formulate his own opinions on his own basketball team, because what we saw in his press conference the other day
was a joke.
Confusion. I mean, I don't even know if confusion, tone deaf, certainly, and that's what frustrates me the most as a sports fan, is when owners and general managers and sometimes even players are completely tone deaf to the situation. I have a quote here from his press conference. He talked about the 4 goals of what they wanted to accomplish, and without reading this whole quote word for word, his 4 goals, one of them was changing the shooting profile. Second was to retain their first-round pick. Their third goal was to minimize the timeline in their first transition year. And the fourth was to, and as he says, as always, focus on internal development of our players. Why is one of the goals not winning basketball games? Why is one of the goals not making the playoffs? Why is one of the goals not taking a step up? And that's where the frustration comes in, because it's tough for me to be mad at someone who I just think is an idiot. And I say that from a very, as nicely and as friendly as I can, because I don't think that he actually I'm not going to say doesn't want to win, because I think if you have any skin in this game and you're fighting for your job, you want to win basketball games. But when you go on to these press conferences and you are just completely tone deaf to what you've just watched and to what you've just watched for the last 3 seasons, the Bulls have lost in the play-in for 3 straight seasons. And if we want to make a funny comparison as well, DeMar and Zach LaVine have also just lost in the play-in for 3 straight seasons, because they lost on the western side of the conference this time, and they're lost to the Mavericks. So their additions to Sacramento didn't change much of their fortunes either. So I would say this about AK. Do I think he's terrible at drafting? I mean, Patrick Williams surely doesn't look good, but we got to give him some credit for making like a Josh Giddey trade. We got to give him some credit for bringing in Matas Buzelis. And how much of this is Jerry Reinsdorf hindering the team? I think a lot more than people want to admit, because I think that's across all sports. But, I mean, he has no charisma. He has no ability to galvanize this fan base. And I would expect the same season out of the Bulls the next year and the year after and the year after, until it just changes from the top, which would be Jerry Reinsdorf selling the team or moving on. So, and that's my thoughts on AK. I mean, nothing hot take here. I mean, sometimes you just need to tell fans how you see it, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, and to Blake's point, it's when you're listening to AK talk, it's the same thing that you get, and it boggles my mind. And it happens. It's not just in Chicago sports, but it does happen a lot with GMs here in Chicago. But they talk to the fan base like we don't know what's going on. Like we don't understand the product that we are watching. And that's what's the frustrating part, I think, for fans, Blake, is that when you're sitting there and you're listening to this guy talk and you're like, you sound stupid. You don't sound intelligent when we talk, and we know that you're intelligent because you're a general manager in this league. Yeah. So we know you're intelligent, but why do you sound so dumb right now? And you expect us to believe the things that you're saying. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Marcus, what do you think of AK?
What it is, it's absolute thorough confusion, because you're just trying to understand what's the goal. And I stopped with those two because I feel like it doesn't matter who coaches this team. And Billy Donovan, he's not Phil Jackson, but he's not a bad coach either. But you can only coach what you're given. And I just think that AK has no clue what he's doing, but he has no overhead. He has nobody to reprimand him. There's nobody to say you're doing a bad job, because as long as the seats get filled, in Jerry Reinsdorf's mind, you're doing a great job. And I just think that, like Blake said earlier, it's not going to change until it changes at the top, or either the Bulls get lucky enough again and draft another superstar. When we get back from break, we're going to be joined with the great Sophia Blackburn, who's finally back with us. She had a little bit of a under the weather situation last week, but she's feeling a lot better, a lot stronger. So she's going to come on. We're going to talk some playoff hockey. We're going to talk some Blackhawks. We're also going to talk some White Sox, some Cubs, and we're going to talk some Bears. We got pre-draft Bears talk. We're going to have also a draft show, so make sure you tune in on Thursday. It's going to be me, the Derrick, and Mikey P here on WRMN 1410 AM. That's going to start at 6 o'clock, and we're going to be doing the first round of the NFL draft. So a lot of excitement is still on the horizon. Once again, we are joined by our new co-host Brandon Combs, with here me and brother Blake Cowell, who I also love to call Balake. Brandon, don't hesitate. Balake is just fine.
Fair game. Fair game.
So we got so much more to talk about here in this sports world, in this Fox Valley Sports Saturday. We want to thank everyone for joining. Once again, shout out to On the Rise, who always kick it up and open it up for us. That's Mikey P and the Derrick every Saturday, 8 to 10. And then following is us here, The Truth About Chicago Sports, 10 to 12 Central Time. Make sure you tune in and check us out. We're going to be back from break here shortly, so make sure you continue to stick around and listen to sports and get all the news you need here. Studio 14, WRMN 1410 AM. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports. Let's go.
Located on the beautiful Fox River in downtown St. Charles. Here's Ryan Theriault.
For better or worse, there are just times people need a lawyer. Whether you are involved in a work injury, in an automobile crash, selling a home, or even planning for your estate after your passing, we're here. We're local. We're part of the community.
For more information, visit them on the web at tbfirm.com or give them a call at 630-526-4242.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Mooseheart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
Most people out here think that taking care of one another is important. And most people would step up for a neighbor going through a tough time. Most people around here help out friends and family when they need it. But the funny thing is, most of us won't look for help when we need it. If you're struggling with mental health, you should know that there are resources out there that can help. And it's okay to talk about it if you need to. One place to get started with information is loveyourmindtoday.org. Loveyourmindtoday.org offers a range of guides, instructions, and insights for dealing with difficult situations or getting through a tough time. If you're struggling with mental health, get the help you need, because most people out here really care. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up and stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. Let's continue to go. We were hoping to be joined by the great Sophia Blackburn, but she seems to be having some issues on her side, so we will wait and see if she's able to join us in a little bit, but we're going to continue on with the show. The Chicago Blackhawks wrapped up their season, and now that the season has come to an end, I guess we can honestly give our fair final assessment of Connor Bedard's young season. Brandon, what are your thoughts on Connor Bedard's second year now?
Look, I think that a lot of people were down on Connor Bedard and what Connor Bedard was at the beginning of the season. And when you look at what they've built around him so far, there was a lot of things that were kind of holding him back, right? Like last year, you look at the stuff that was going on with a teammate and his mom and all the rumors that were going on. And then you look at this year with all of the turmoil that was going on, and supposedly you had players on the team that didn't want to be here and weren't going full out, so they had to make some trades and they had to make some moves. And they did just that. And Connor Bedard, towards the end of the season, really started to shine. Now, I know he did not lead the team in goals, but he was second on the team in goals. He did lead the team in assists, 67 points on the season. Plus or minus, not great out there. I mean, he's still kind of getting bullied alongside the boards. When you see him, he's still not getting calls, which you can start to see his frustration with that as the season went on as well. He's got to grow into his body. The kid's still only 20 years old. I mean, so we've got to remember that, right? Or I think
he's 19. He'll turn 20, 19. I believe, when the season starts next year. Or when the season comes back around and starts up in October?
Right. So you're still talking about a teenager who's growing up against grown men in the National Hockey League. And he's still out there, and he's still a leader on this team. And I know you look at guys like Ryan Donato, and you look at guys like Tyler Bertuzzi and Nick Foligno, who have really started to mentor this kid, and the things that they were able to do. They went out and got Teuvo Teravainen to try to help him out on the second line there. But what Connor Bedard started to do towards the end of the season was really start to come into his own. You start to see the confidence brewing. You start to see him getting a little bit more chippy on the ice. He's tired of getting bullied. He's tired of the refs not giving him call. I mean, there were some times where Connor Bedard, he would just get taken down because he's so much faster than a lot of the guys that are on the ice. And he would just get taken down from behind and there'd be no call. And he started to get frustrated with it. And he ends up getting a couple of penalties just for getting frustrated with it. And that's just kind of how it has gone for him so far. But I think that you still have to be patient with the kid. He's still, like I said, only 19 years old, and he's still learning where his place is right now. And as he grows into, what you like to call his man body, where he's going to gain some weight, he's going to gain some muscle, he's going to grow, and he's going to gain more experience, and he's going to get smarter when it comes to how to react on the ice when it comes to getting hit along the boards, when it comes to getting bullied. Those are things that he has to learn. Those are things that he didn't have to deal with growing up through high school and then going through junior hockey because he was so much more talented than everybody else. You know, it's like when you're in high school and you're the best player on your high school team and you think you're really, really good and you're the best player in your conference, and then you go to a state tournament or you go to a national tournament and you're like, wow, I might be like maybe the 20th best player here. You start to learn a little bit about yourself and you start to get humbled a little bit. And I think that's what happened to Connor Bedard over the first year and a half. But I was really impressed with the way he performed over the last half of the season after they made those trades. I like the direction that the Blackhawks are moving. I like the fight that they've shown towards the end. I like the pickup of Knight at goaltender. And I think that the Blackhawks, if you make the right moves in free agency this year, if Artem Levchinov proves to be the defenseman that he can be, if you can go out and get some other defensemen to be those guys, now that you've got guys like Seth Jones out of here, you can really start to develop this team and you can start to build it around Connor. And I think they're moving in that direction.
Yeah, I like the fact that even through all the ups and downs from his rookie year to this year, he still has come out on top. He played 82 games, pretty much he was top on the team in terms of that. Games played. There's only 4 other people on the team that were able to play 82 games this season. Actually, I take that back. It was 3 other people that played 82 games this season outside of Bedard on the team. And he finished in points. He finished atop in assists, and he was 3rd in goals. So it wasn't like he was so far down. It's just Donato had a really good, I felt like a really good run, had some great opportunities that he took advantage of. And I think that was actually a good weight lifted off of Bedard's shoulder, that there was actually someone else out there that was trying to put the puck in the net, and it wasn't just all him. And, the key thing you hit on is the age. See, me and you, we're the veterans in this game. We've got kids. And for people out there, if you don't have children, listen to this and listen to this well. I don't know a 19-year-old on the planet in this modern day and age that is going to have the professionalism, the work ethic, the knowledge, the intestinal fortitude to push yourself through difficult times, like someone that's 25, 24, maybe even 21 years old. He is a teenager, and teenagers have to learn how to be professionals. Like you said, Brandon, he still has to grow into his grown man body. He's playing on the ice with grown men. The reality is his talent was so good that they pushed him past his peers. That's what people have to understand. His peers are in the amateur league. His peers are still trying to get to the NHL. He's already there, playing with grown, fully developed men on an everyday night, grizzled veterans that know every trick and ins and out of the game, that are mentally and physically prepared. He's getting there. We have to give him time. I loved how he addressed certain things too, like his body language at the end of the season press conference, and how he feels about the Chicago Blackhawks organization when he said, hey, just because I might not look like I'm enjoying myself, or I got a look on my face that you might think I'm sad or something, he goes, that's not how I feel about the organization. That's not what's actually how I feel about the game of hockey. And I just love that he nipped that in the bud right away to let people know, hey, I'm here for the long haul. And to me, that's exactly what you want from your young star, especially when he's gone through some downs, more downs than ups, is that he says, hey, I'm here, and I want this to be a winner. And I just thought that resonated very much home with me, and it's a great thing to hear,
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, I just, like I said, it's a wait and see. Obviously, they're going to have a top draft pick. It's a downer because it's just another Chicago sports franchise that's still trying to get back there. And I guess we got spoiled.
We trust them more than we trust any.
Do we? That's a great question. Do we trust the Blackhawks? I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you how I feel, and then you tell me how you feel out there. I trust them more than I trust the Bulls and the White Sox. I think that Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles are kind of got it going in the right direction with the Bears. And I believe that Jed Hoyer will go down swinging. Big ball and Jed ain't going out on a stretcher, baby. He's going to go down swinging. So, no, I wholeheartedly think that the Hawks I have more faith in them than the Bulls and the White Sox.
Yeah, I got more faith in them than anybody. I think Kyle Davidson is a very smart general manager. I think Kyle Davidson is and not to mention, he's probably got the ownership that of any ownership in this city. That might be the best ownership in this city. That might be the only ownership in this city that's willing to put together a championship team year in and year out. And I think that they're just caught in the middle of that rebuild. I think that there were a couple of bad signings in which he addressed with the trade, especially when you're talking about guys like Seth Jones, who, were called out by guys like Chris Chelios for not wanting to be here and not playing as hard as they can play when they're on the ice, and basically just, not putting their all into it because you're playing on a losing team. And so I trust Kyle Davidson, and I trust Blackhawks ownership more than I trust any team in this city to put a winner together. And I think that they're going in that direction. Like you said, they're going to have another top draft pick. They might even get the number 1 draft pick again. I believe they even have two first round draft picks in this draft. I could be wrong, but they do, right? They have 2. Yeah, and they have the second best percentage chance to land the number 1 draft pick in the lottery.
You combine that with some of the talent they got, and here's the thing: the cupboard is not bare. That's what I want people to understand. I like Donato. I like the young kid Vlasic. I think he's going to be a really good addition. I think that Foligno is good to be there. Bertuzzi, I think, is a solid guy to be there, So I see people, Connor Murphy. I see people on this team that I think can really make a difference, that are going to be people that it's not just all on Connor Bedard. And I think that the more that they combine with top-tier talent with these decent role players, that's when we're going to see the turnaround happen again. And hey, here's the thing one reason why we have confidence in the Blackhawks, because we've seen them do it. See, these other teams, we haven't. What rebuild has really worked? I mean, we caught lightning in the bottle with the White Sox in 2005. The Cubs, Epstein came in and he said, I'm going to do this and I'm going to make this team, and he did it. And he did it, but he had to do it with sticks and stones and glue, and you know what I mean. He had to pull every trick out of the bag to get the Cubs to win that World Series, and it wasn't. And so was that a real complete rebuild? Not really. It was half rebuild and half, hey, let me go out and get some hired guns. But we've seen the Blackhawks do it, truly rebuild their roster from bottom up and turn it into a championship winner. And that's why I think that not only me, you, but just about the majority of Chicago fan base has that faith more in the Blackhawks than any other organization.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll talk about when we talk about the Cubs. Trust me, I got some things to say about Jed Hoyer in the way this franchise has been run over the last couple of years. But when you talk about the Blackhawks and what they're doing and what they can build, look, in the NHL, more than any other sport, you can turn your franchise around quickly. And like you mentioned, Marcus, they've got that base, right? You've got that base and you've got everything that you need to build around, so now go build around it. And Artie Levchenov came out and had a fantastic second half of the season once they finally called him up. You had Connor Bedard really start to come into his own there in the last half of the season there as well. And you're looking at what they're building, and you're looking at what their building blocks are, and you talk about the trade when they went out and got Spencer Knight, and you pair him up now with Arvid Soderblom. And I really think that you've got a good goalie tandem. And if you've got good goalies in the NHL, I mean, we've all seen this before, right? And you'll see it again in the playoffs. If you've got a goaltender that can stand on his head, that will carry you through. A good goaltender will carry you through an NHL playoff run, and a good goaltender will win you a Stanley Cup.
The hot goalie,
I
baby.
think that the Blackhawks are trending that way.
The hot goalie is what you need. And like you said, when you got good goalie play, it can carry you far. And they are trending that way. We've been hinting and we've been batting around it, pun intended. But I think it's time, guys, for us to talk some baseball. First, I'm going to get it out the way because this is a White Sox affiliated station. We are affiliated with Chicago White Sox. Anytime there's Chicago White Sox game, make sure you tune in to WRMN 1410. You get pregame and then the game followed by postgame. Make sure you tune in to any White Sox baseball game, which will be broadcast here on WRMN 1410 for the Fox Valley area. White Sox have dropped the last 5 games after winning 2 in a row, which knocked me off my seats. Now, I know you guys are the resident Northside fans, but you are baseball fans, so I don't expect you to watch these losing matters like I do. But at the same time, I know you're fully aware of what's going on, and it is absolutely horrible. I mean, I got a little excited. They won 2 games in a row against the Red Sox, no less, a pretty good baseball team, and I'm like, ooh. And then the next day, disgust. It almost was a no-hitter. And then followed by pathetic display against the Athletic. How do you get swept by Oakland? They don't even want to be in their city anymore. And then it's back to the Red Sox just pounding away on you. It's sad. This team is at best a step above a minor league baseball team. And it might be, I didn't think it was possible. I thought they were going to have a better season last year, but the way things are looking, then they might be worse than last year. Blake, what's your thoughts on these Sox?
I mean, we already got our Jerry Reinsdorf hate session out of the way, so I don't think it's really worth doubling back on him. But I do want to talk specifically about one specific Chicago White Sox, and that's Luis Robert Jr. I mean, we're talking about a guy who, for a while, was considered one of the best athletes in the city, or at least, one of the more promising stars, along with a lot of those other White Sox at the time of Yoan Moncada, who we talked about a few weeks ago, Tim Anderson, not to rehash any of the old Sox, but we're looking at a guy, Luis Robert Jr., that is simply struggling horrendously.
I don't even think he wants to be here right now. That 136 batting average is, ooh.
Yeah, he's OPSing under 500, which OPS, for the people listening, is your on-base plus slugging. It's a good parameter of like how a player is actually hitting. And looking at his baseball savant page, it's not much better. He's lower percentile in expected batting average, expected slug. He's not even hitting the ball hard. His average exit velo is 84.4 miles an hour. That's 4th worst percentile in Major League Baseball. So not only is he not really hitting the ball, he's not even hitting it hard. This guy's looks like about 7 or 8 hits on the season. And last season, when the White Sox were looking at rebuilding, and Garrett Crochet's name was being thrown around the trade deadline, Luis Robert Jr.'s name was being thrown around the trade deadline. And it seemed like half of White Sox Nation said, no, we need to keep him. He's still good. We can rebuild. He can carry an offense. And the other half said, get this guy out of town while his trade value's high. Because right now, unless something changes, you're not going to get squat for Luis Robert Jr. You're not going to get anything. And as we know, and as we've kind of seen already with the Garrett Crochet trade, which I think was a good haul for the White Sox, that's how you rebuild your team, is you take these guys with huge value, because, let's be honest, the White Sox aren't going to compete this year. They're probably not going to compete next year. And if everything goes right, they might have a chance to compete in 2027, or at least compete for the division, or at least a wild card. But right now, the trade value to Luis Robert Jr. is at like zero. You're not getting anything from him. So they needed to heat up, not only because it'll make White Sox games more exciting, but it'll give fans more hope for the future of their franchise. And Luis Robert Jr. has looked abysmal so far at the plate.
19 strikeouts. He's tied as leader on the team with 19 strikeouts. The other guy's Miguel Vargas, who, I got no beef with Miguel Vargas. I know he's not that good of a player, but I do have a beef with the guy that is second with 18 strikeouts on the team. And I'm not going to let Andrew Vaughn off the hook. Brandon, can this guy play baseball? Why is Andrew Vaughn even a first baseman for the White Sox at this point?
Well, let me start by saying this, since I'm new to the audience. You started out by saying I'm one of the resident Northsiders, and I actually live on the south side of the city.
Yes, you do.
And I
yes,
am
he
a
does.
Cubs fan. I love the Cubs. They are my team, but I love this game in general. And I do not, and you know this about me, Marcus. I don't hate the White Sox. I'm not one of those Cubs fans that's like, hey, I want to dog the White Sox. I don't like the Cardinals. I don't like the Brewers. But the White Sox, to me, I think the fan base deserves more inside of the city. So you'll always get an honest opinion about the White Sox when it comes to me, and I'll get just as mad when they look like the way that they've looked over the last 2 years as any White Sox fan will get. When you're talking about Andrew Vaughn, though, to get to your question, Andrew Vaughn has a slash line right now of 145, 192, and 261.
Oh.
I mean, it's a terrible. It's one of the worst slash lines that I've ever seen by a guy who's supposed to be a leader in this clubhouse. Andrew Vaughn is a terrible miss for the White Sox. Andrew Vaughn is a guy who, to be honest with you, if the White Sox were a team that had any stability within this organization, would be DFA'd. Because he's just not going to work out, and he's taking out a roster. The problem is they don't have anybody to take his spot.
Yep.
They don't have anybody to take his spot. The two best hitters on this team are Corey Lee and Mike Tauchman. They're both on the IL.
Tell it.
And nobody else on this team is hitting over 300 right now, which I guess in today's game isn't really that surprising.
And let's not dump on Benintendi. He's been hurt, but Benintendi's actually been the only bright spot in the roster. We have to give some love to Andrew Benintendi.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been coming up clutch when he's been on the field, but you've got to be on the field.
Got to be on the field.
And the way that this roster has been constructed, the way that they've done everything, and you know, we heard 2 years ago about how this was going to be a quick turnaround, and Chris Getz was the guy who was going to be a quick turnaround, and we all knew that was a load of crud because there is no end in sight for this. And when you talk about guys like Luis Robert, who Blake had mentioned, you know, his slash line not much better than what Andrew Vaughn is, where his slash lines are 136, 235, and 203. You're looking at a guy who has MVP caliber type talent, and he's playing like this. It's something that we've seen throughout the last 3 years here on the south side of the city. When you look at players that have so much talent, right? You looked at guys who are no longer with, like, Tim Anderson, and you watch just like the joy of the game get sucked out of them because of how poorly this franchise is run. And I think that's where you're at with Luis Robert Jr. They should have traded Luis Robert Jr. last year at the trade deadline.
Yep, the year before, honestly, the year before last year.
Absolutely. There was no reason for him to be on the roster heading into last season. There was certainly no reason for him to be on the roster heading into this season because all you're doing is, A, giving him time to get hurt again, or B, giving him time to underperform as he is right now. And now you're going to get, because you want to get rid of him, you're going to get nothing in return. And the value on that is so low right now. Like, who wants a guy whose slash lines are 136 to
No one
for that?
No one.
So, yeah, so you look at what the White Sox are, you know, again, a 4-win ball club. They're, you know, I know everybody was excited. They win on opening day. They look good in a couple of games, and everybody's like, oh, the White Sox, hey, maybe they're going to be better than what we thought. You know, I do another show where we have a listener who chimed in and said he picked the White Sox to win 75 games this year. And
Holy
shnikes. I don't know what type of drugs he might be on.
The gummies.
They were some good ones.
Gummies.
They 75 wins. There's no chance. This team might compete for the worst record of all time, only to match last year's total.
Yeah, it's just absolutely abysmal. And, you know, I love this team. I grew up on the south side. My mom and dad are still there. I drive past, which I still call to this day, Comiskey Park. So that shows you my love. That shows you how deep I run. I still drive past Comiskey Park at least once a month to go visit my parents. I absolutely have a lot of love for this franchise, but this is the truth about Chicago sports, and we're always going to speak the truth. And the truth is this team is abysmal. They have no direction. Chris Getz called it when he became the general manager, and he said flat out, this team is not good. We don't have any talent. And it's not coming anytime soon, and you're going to have to make better moves. And This wasn't one of them with having Larice Roberts on your team. Finding a way to let go of Jose Abreu but keep Andrew Vaughn. And also the other guy that they decided to let walk as well, and I'm drawing a blank on his name, which they decided to keep over Andrew Vaughn, who's actually crushing it now. Sheets, I think, is it Gavin Sheets?
Gavin Sheets, yeah.
Yeah. So, just bad moves, continue after bad move. It doesn't help you. You have to be smart about this. The cupboard is bare. You don't got much. And it's not looking like you're getting the returns back on the guys that you hope that you would. And this is just a recipe for disaster. And we're just going to have to ride this out. When we come back from break, we're going to talk some Cubs. We got a lot to talk about with this organization as well. The good, the bad, and the ugly, I like to call it, with the Chicago Cubs there on the north side. But there is hope, because I still think they're the best team in that division. When we get back, we're going to break that all down. We're going to talk to Chicago Bears. We're going to be joined by Francisco Avila, Chicago local sports reporter, and more here on The Truth About Chicago Sports, WRMN 1410.
Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. For the second weekend in a row, the United States and Iran held talks on Iran's nuclear program. Republican Senator Tom Cotton tells the Salem radio network that President Trump has made it clear what Iran needs to do to avoid further sanctions and the bombing of its nuclear sites.
Surrender and dismantle their nuclear program, to stop their ballistic missile program that threatens us here in the United States, and to stop their support for terrorism. If they want to do those things, if they want to become a normal nation and come in from the cold, a deal is there to be had.
Meanwhile, the president is shifting his position on the Russia-Ukraine war. After promising during the campaign to end the conflict in one day, Donald Trump now says the U.S. will move on if there's no progress in peace negotiations very soon.
If for some reason one of the two parties makes it very difficult, we're just going to say you're foolish, you're fools, you're horrible people, and we're going to just take a pass. But hopefully we won't have to do that.
The U.S. Supreme Court is now blocking new deportations under the Alien Enemies Act.
The U.S. Supreme Court ruled early Saturday in a temporary order that there are to be no more deportations of Venezuelans being held in northern Texas under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. The High Court was acting on an emergency appeal from the American Civil Liberties Union. Justices Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito dissented. The Supreme Court had said earlier that deportations could proceed only if those about to be removed had a chance to argue their case in court and were given reasonable time to contest their removal. Donna Warder, Washington.
Police are still trying to determine a motive for Thursday's shooting at Florida State University that left 2 dead and wounded 6 others. All of those wounded in the rampage expected to survive. This is SRN News.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771.
The American Legislative Exchange Council is out with its annual Rich States, Poor States report. President Jonathan Williams says it shows the lowest-ranking states generally have the highest taxes and most regulations.
Where you have the top 10 states that have a very free market outlook, low taxes across the board, incentivizing entrepreneurship and small business. And it's just a much different environment of getting government out of the way of businesses and individuals versus having government be empowered to make all the decisions.
Williams was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. What's the best city for recent college grads?
According to Apartment Advisor, it's Salt Lake City, Utah, followed by Washington, D.C., Portland, Maine, and Seattle. The list not only includes post-graduation opportunities, but everything from nightlife to ease of mobility, share of younger population, and cost of living. The report released in April evaluated and ranked 98 cities.
That's Bill Alexander. This is townhall.com. Catholic employers in North Dakota have won a pro-life decision.
A U.S. district judge has ruled that more than 9,000 Catholic employers in the state do not need to follow federal regulations that would have required financing and other workplace accommodations for those on staff who seek abortions, fertility treatments, and enablements for transgender lifestyles. The Catholic Benefits Association and the Bismarck Diocese filed a lawsuit last year challenging the EEOC regulations that implement the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. They claimed the EEOC's interpretation of the statute violated moral norms. George Williams reporting.
The pending merger between Capital One and Discover Financial Services is one step closer to completion. The $35 billion deal received approval yesterday from several regulators. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
About the Chicago Cubs, and what is your thoughts on these Cubs right now, Blake? As we saw, they had a excellent victory last night against the Arizona Diamondbacks. They get ready to play Arizona again today. 120 game, looking to continue what has been so far, I feel, a pretty successful campaign against some of the top teams in baseball.
I mean, yesterday was one of the best games I've ever watched in the regular season. A 2-1 game. The wind was blowing out 20 miles an hour to center, and everyone expected it to be a slugfest, and then it wasn't. And then the eighth inning rolled around, and when the Cubs were up 7-1, Ian Happ had a grand slam. The Diamondbacks put up 10 runs in the top of the eighth, and it looks like the sky was falling yet again because this bullpen will find a way to break your heart. But have no fear, the Cubs and one of the best offenses in baseball came to save the day, put up 6 runs in the bottom half. Kyle Tucker had a go-ahead 2-run homer. Carson Kelly had 2 homers. I mean, this Cubs team is still rolling. They're firing. They're 13-9 heading into today's game at 1:20 at Wrigley Field. I mean, last week they took a series from the Dodgers, winning a close game on Sunday Night Baseball, and then lost a road series to a very good Padre team who a lot of people are considering one of the best teams in baseball. But the Cubs continue to find offense 1 through 9. They're getting production from the bottom half of their order that's turning it to the top half with Ian Happ and Kyle Tucker and Seiya Suzuki returning from his little wrist injury that he had. I mean, the Cubs are rolling, and the only thing that is still looming over this team is the bullpen. Now, I will say this about the bullpen. There are a lot of bad spots. There's a lot of sour apples in this bullpen, if you will. But Ryan Presley has gone back-to-back saves with really no concern, no stress involved, which is good to see. Porter Hodge, he had a rough outing yesterday, but he was kind of thrown in a unique situation. He was put in with the bases loaded and no outs, where he's usually starting the 8th inning with a clean slate. So a little different for him, and he struggled, although his defense didn't help him out either. Gage Workman had an error that prolonged the inning. Guys like Brad Keller, who has looked phenomenal, coming out of the bullpen, throwing 99, touching 100 miles an hour, and then breaking off an 87-mile-an-hour sweeper. And Julian Merriweather, who's also looked good. So the circle of trust is growing for the Cubs bullpen. The only negativity is the good parts of this Cubs bullpen is polar opposite of the bad part. Jordan Wicks was called up from AAA Iowa yesterday. He comes in, throws 5 pitches, and 3 of them were hits. So the spectrum of the Cubs bullpen, on one end, you have a lot to be excited about, and the other end, a lot to not be excited about. So you can't always rely on these high-leverage guys to carry you to wins, but they got the win yesterday. It was an exciting game. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, they're the second highest scoring offense in the National League. The Cubs are number 1. The Diamondbacks are 2. So, again, they're our second highest scoring offense in MLB. My apologies. Cubs are 1. Diamondbacks are 2. So they're playing a good team. If they can steal another series from a good team today, they're getting near the end of April, which I said if they'd go 500, they'd be in great shape. They're 4 games over 500. They're one of the best teams, well, in the Central because they're winning it, but one of the best teams in the MLB in terms of their scoring offense. You just got to find out how this bullpen is going to work and how their identities are going to clash together. But a lot of good things on the north side.
So far, I'm looking, and what I've loved about this month, and Brandon, I'm going to have you speak on this after I point out this fact. The Cubs have only lost 2 series so far in this month, and one of them being the series they just finished against the Padres, who the Padres have actually been playing exceptional at home. So for the Cubs to get a win out there at San Diego, I thought was tremendous. They're 3-2 against the Dodgers. If you would have told me to start this season that they would be, they're 2-3 against the Dodgers, meaning that they've won 2 and lost 3 against the Dodgers. If you told me that there would be 2-3 to start this season, this young season out against the Dodgers, I would have looked at you like, are you sure? And yet here we are. They have shown that they can not only hang with them, but they can beat them. And then you look at the team like the Texas Rangers. I thought they held their own against them. This was a team that won the World Series just 2 years ago. And so you see a team that has potential. I did not like the Justin Steele's injury. I'm still a little bit worried about that. But so far, we've seen the Cubs be able to hold their own in this early part of the season. Brandon, what are your thoughts about the Cubs so far this month of April? Brandon? There we go. You there?
You got me?
Yeah, there we go.
All right, perfect. So it's been a great April for the Cubs. I'm not going to lie. I mean, when I looked at the schedule and I looked at what the Cubs were facing, this gauntlet of April, I was like, if they escape April at right now they're 13-9. They're sitting at, and you look at what the problem. We talked about the problems we have with the bullpen, and we know the problems that they're having with the bullpen. Luke Little came up and then went right back down. You look at some of the things that they're having with where you've already blown, especially yesterday's game. You get that 7-1 lead heading into the 8th inning, and you give up 10 runs in the 8th inning. This season that they've had a big 7th inning or later, which was a huge problem last year, and they've given up the lead or lost the game. Yesterday, luckily, the offense good enough to bring it back, and I swear, if you don't give Kyle Tucker a blank check,
oh my goodness,
then I don't know why you traded for him if you're not going to give him a blank check. He has done everything. He is the superstar that this team needs.
Everything that they needed and wanted.
Absolutely. Now, when you get to the pitching, there are fixes, and I saw the chat where Nick Johnson said, "Are there any solutions, or are we just going to complain about Chicago sports for 2 hours?" Well, here's a solution for the Cubs bullpen. When you look at in their minor league, I think that the system has the answers for it in their bullpen. Right? You could bring up Cade Horton. Cade Horton, 12 innings pitched in the minor leagues, has I believe an ERA that's under 1.5. Right, he's looking like everything that he was meant to be. You still got Keegan Thompson down there in the minor leagues. You've still got Daniel Palencia, who just came up. He's a fireballer. I think that's going to help the bullpen tremendously. We have to remember, too, we still got Javier Assad that's getting ready to come back from that oblique injury that he had in spring training. So there is some stuff on the way for the Cubs. I think that you've got to identify the issues in the bullpen, and you've got to be able to call the guys up and send the guys down and DFA whoever you need to do. You have to make the moves that you need to make within the system, within your AAA system, to bring those guys up to try to fix it. And then if that doesn't work, then you can start making some trades. I know they just made the trade with the Padres to go out and get Tom
Cosgrove
now.
Tom Cosgrove?
Yeah.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, Cosgrove. So you go and you make that move and you make the trade, and you've already started to identify that you have an issue. So I do like seeing that. But from a starting pitching rotation and from a lineup rotation, the Cubs, if you took this Cubs team the way they're swinging bats right now, and you're talking if they're still swinging like this come October, which I don't know is possible, this team could go a very deep run that I did not expect coming into the season. I thought that this team could be a team that could compete for the division. I thought that the Reds were going to be able to keep up with the Cubs in this division because I love the things that the Reds have done over there in Cincinnati. I love the hiring of Tito Francona and the young roster that they have over there. And I thought that they might even win this division over the Cubs. But the way the Cubs are swinging the bats and the way that this starting pitching staff has been, even without Justin Steele for the rest of the year, yes, that's a loss. But I think it's the loss that the Cubs starting rotation is so deep, and you've got guys waiting in the wings. Well, Jordan Wicks did not look good yesterday, but you bring it like a Cade Horton, and if Jordan Wicks can figure it out, it's just one outing. So I'm not going to beat down on him after that. But and Javier Assad as well still coming up. So I still think that the Cubs have what it takes to do this, and I think that they might actually be able to run away with this division now, something I did not think 3-4 weeks ago before the season.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been, not, I'm not gonna say a surprise, because I did pick the Cubs to win this division. I felt like me and Blake talked about when the season got ready to start. I said that this was one of the best chances this year for them to win that division. The thing that has been really a nice thing to see, though, has been where we've gotten production where I didn't expect, and I'm going to point that out. But first thing I want to say before I point that out is, make no mistake about it, and I joked about this earlier, but I do stand by this, though. The Cubs GM, Jed Hoyer, who I like to call Big Ballin' Jed, he is going out on his shield, baby. Do not think that Big Ballin' Jed is going to go out laying on the mat. He's going down swinging. So you best believe that he will find a way to try to compensate for Justin Steele. The thing that has been perfect for the Cubs, which was what I was hoping for, and I called out for at the beginning of the season, the production from Suzuki and Michael Busch. 4 home runs from Busch already, 5 home runs from Suzuki. Kyle Tucker's got 6 to lead the team, is tied with 6 to lead the team. And then has been the biggest surprise has been Carson Kelly. In only 31 at-bats, Carson Kelly has 6 knocks. That I was not expecting whatsoever. I definitely was surprised by Miguel Amaya, and I knew Miguel Amaya would have a pretty DC. But this Carson Kelly explosion, what's going on with that? Did you have any idea that that was possible, Blake?
Not from the offensive side of the ball. I did an interview with Cubs pitching specialist over last offseason, Tyler Zombro, who's with the team. And one of the things he briefly mentioned to me is all he said was, Carson Kelly, that's my dude. And I jokingly laughed. I'm like, oh, that's your guy? He goes, yeah, he's the best, man. He's awesome. And I didn't, hearing that from a guy, it's like they're friends, they're buddies. Okay, as a dude. And then the season starts, and I'm like, oh, this might be my dude too, because he is electric. He is on fire. Here's an interesting stat for you. Carson Kelly is top 10 in the MLB in WAR right now. And for the people who are listening who don't know what stat WAR is wins above replacement. It's essentially a stat that accumulates your offensive value and your defensive value to essentially formulate how many wins you are worth as a player, how many wins you helped win. To give some perspective, right now Aaron Judge is leading the MLB in WAR with 2.0 wins, and I think last year Aaron Judge accumulated about 10 wins. Now, that's elite level stuff. Do I think Carson Kelly is going to accumulate 10 WAR? No. But if Carson Kelly accumulates close to 4 WAR as a backup catcher, that would be insane. To give some reference, there's a guy named Ian Happ that is a consistent 4 WAR player due to his defense and his offensive output. And other guys who accumulate 4 WAR, guys like Nico Horner, Alex Bregman, not superstars, but very solid baseball players. And while I'm kind of briefly hinting at that, we're talking about Carson Kelly giving him his flowers, I got to give my guy Pete Armstrong some flowers. What has
been going on with that young buck? Talk about exactly what the Cubs have needed, that speedster, and he's getting on base.
A budding superstar in Chicago. Where are the stars? We talk about Kyle Tucker. We talk about Bedard. We talk about Caleb Williams. And here we are talking about Pete Armstrong, who started the season rough. But in his last 10 baseball games, Pete Armstrong is batting .385 with 15 hits, 3 homers, and 7 RBIs. He is on fire. He is top 10 in WAR himself. Actually, I think he's 12th. He has 1.2 WAR on the season. He has Gold Glove defense. He steals bases. He's electric. He's getting down 0-2 in counts, and he's hitting the ball to the opposite field. He has found his stride, similar to what we saw at the second half of last year. He started the season cold, but this guy, if he can be a league average hitter, he can accumulate 5 to 6, upwards of 7 WAR. If he's a league average hitter, if he's a good hitter, we're talking elite level stuff. We're talking 8 to 9. If he's a 10 WAR player, he's one of the best players in baseball. And that is the potential Pete Armstrong has. So I wanted to throw that in there because a lot of people, specifically on the South Side, were giving Pete Armstrong some troubles because they were hating on my guy, saying he's just defense, he's just speed. And in the last 10 games, he's shown that he can be so much more. And Pete Armstrong is on fire. And a big part of the reason why this Cubs offense has found its stride throughout the month of April, and especially in the last 10 games against the Rangers, the Dodgers, the Padres, and now the Diamondbacks. He had 2 hits yesterday.
I've got one thing that has kind of jumped out at me, Brandon. I want you to maybe bring me back home because I'm concerned about it, but at the same time, the Cubs are weathering through it. Matt Shaw was sent down to the minor leagues, and he was initially slated to be the starting third baseman for the Cubs. It was also a big thing when I saw the Bregman thing going. This is why a lot of fans, including myself, wanted the Cubs to sign Alex Bregman because we didn't think that Matt Shaw was ready. And now that seems to be apparent. Is this going to be a problem long term for the Cubs?
Yeah, see, I don't look. I know you like to call him Big Ball and Jed. You and I have two very different opinions about Jed Hoyer. I know that because we've talked about it before.
You can only spend what they let you spend, buddy.
Yeah, but then you have to take what they let you spend and spend it wisely.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
You look at the budget right now. The budget right now is $20 million more than what it was in 2016 when they won the World Series. So, but that money was spent wisely. The money increased from 23 to 24 and from 24 to 25. I'm sorry, from 22 to 23 and 23 to 24, and then went down to 25 because you underperformed for 2 straight years. So I'm not going to – I don't let Jed off the hook for the things that he's done, and one of the things that he did was go out and not go in and fix third base because he wants to be the smartest man in the room. He wanted Matt Shaw to come up and be that guy, and Matt Shaw has hit at every level. So when I saw his swing this March, I was like, this might be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I know he's hit at every level, so I was like, all right, maybe there's something that I'm not seeing, and it's just been a problem, man.
He's overmatched.
That leg kick,
he's overmatched.
I didn't know his front leg had to touch the backstop before he could swing, and that seems to be what the thing is. That leg kick is wild, and it's not. I just don't think it's going to play at this level, and I don't see how nobody has tried to do anything about that on his way up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe it's just because it was an awkward swing and everybody was like, oh, we've seen people with awkward swings and he's hitting it, so we're just going to leave it alone. But you can't hit major league pitching like that. You just can't. And, Matt Shaw is one of Jed Hoyer's babies. The other one was Matt Mervis, another one of Jed Hoyer's babies. And both of them so far have not been very good when they've come up to major leagues. And I know, Matt Mervis is now no longer with the team, and Matt Shaw is now back down in AAA to try to figure things out. But if he comes back up again and is the same thing, I mean, I just don't know what you're looking at third base, and this has been a gross miss by the Cubs if Matt Shaw is not this guy. Now, defensively, he looked fantastic. For switching from second base over to third base, which is not a very easy thing to do.
Yes.
He's looked fantastic with the glove, but that bat is just not there, and you need that production from that third base position.
So then where do they turn to?
You might get it from Gage Workman, but
is Gage Workman the answer?
I mean, he is for now because that's the only answer that you have on the roster. Short of going out and making a trade and going out and getting another third baseman, I don't know what you have that is going to come up. I mean, you do have Chase Strump down in the minor leagues. I mean, is he the answer? Are we talking about another position change with Ben Cowles? Nixon Machado's had a decent start to the season down in Iowa as well over at third base. I mean, there are things that you can do within the organization, but I just don't know that any of them are the answer, and they're certainly not the answer that Alex Bregman would have been.
So, here's my thing. Can the Cubs overcome that?
I think they already have, right?
Yeah, can they overcome the deficiencies at third base?
I mean, I would tell you this, and I would say this, and Brandon. I mean, you're obviously well versed in the Cubs as well, and I love that you are not a huge fan of Jed Hoyer because I personally am. So I think this will be fun down the stretch with us going back.
Big ball and Jed.
I see his deficiencies. Don't get me wrong. He is not flawless by any means. But going back on the third base thing, and you made a great point, Brandon, about the Alex Bregman thing, because that was why I wanted Alex Bregman so bad, was because he was elite insurance too if Matt Shaw's bat didn't work. And now the bat didn't work, and now we're sitting here saying, well, even like today's lineup, John Birdie's in at third base. And it's like, okay, well, John Birdie, is he horrible offensively? No, but he's better defensively than a guy like Gage Workman, who yesterday had a brutal error. Vidal Brujan, who had an error yesterday. 2 of our errors came from our third baseman, and actually I don't think they credited Gage Workman for an error, but if you watch the play and even asked him afterwards, he'd probably tell you he should have made the play. However, it's the same situation we ran into last year with Christopher Morel, where you have this guy who you're expecting to hit well, but his defense is atrocious. and then we trade for Isak Paredes, that then turns into Kyle Tucker. And don't get me wrong, I would take Kyle Tucker over either of those guys any day of the week. But if you look at this defense, you have elite outfield defense. Ian Happ, PCA, and Kyle Tucker could all realistically win the Gold Glove this year. That defense out there is elite-level stuff. And then you look at this infield and go, man, there's a hole over there at third base. Like, that could be a problem. And yesterday it almost cost them a win. So overcoming it, I mean, there's options, right? There's options. But if Matt Shaw – I think Matt Shaw will be back at some point in the major leagues. And like we mentioned, that leg kick is something of some concern. You think they have to tweak it at some point because it clearly didn't work and he was clearly overmatched. But like you mentioned as well, Brandon, like he dominated every level. The leg kicks what got him there. So we have to see at the AAA what they're going to do to tweak it. But their best option at third defensively is still Matt Shaw. But protecting his offense is still the number one thing for his development. I would say they can overcome it, but right now, I mean, that is a huge cause of concern for me, at least, with the Cubs team, is that defense over there, and who's going to step up and fulfill it while Shaw is down at AAA.
Yes, indeed. And here's the thing. I love a situation where we're talking about a problem that needs to be settled for a playoff run instead of a problem that is ultimately holding the team back from reaching their true potential in the season. I still think that the Cubs are going to reach their potential, but I definitely agree that there was a ball dropped on the Alex Bregman signing, because if you could have that third base shored up, we'd be talking about a Cubs team that probably could definitely compete against the Dodgers. I'm not ready to go all up at that limb just yet because of the pitching, but I believe that third base situation had been solidified. I believe that hitting-wise and defensively, you would be set. So, yeah, we definitely need to see how this is going to play out with Matt Shaw when he is able to come back from AAA, which I believe he will get another shot. I'm almost certain of that. But he's definitely going to have to show a lot more at the plate when he gets back, indeed, because they're going to need that pop down the stretch. When we get back from break, we're going to break down the Chicago Bears draft. We're going to be joined by local sports reporter Francisco Avila as we're going to be sitting here and talking Chicago Bears. Like I said, once again, we will be doing a draft show here at WRMN 1410 AM with me, the Derrick, and Mikey P, as we'll be breaking down the first round of the draft, which is going to be held up in Green Bay this year and be broadcast on ESPN. Make sure you tune in to us here on YouTube or either on the radio channel WRMN 1410.
And I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. we recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Back to the show. This is the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. Another Fox Valley Sports Saturday. Let's go. You are joined here by your host Marcus Mack, and I've got my co-host Blake Cowell and Brandon Combs joining me through the call-in line. Right now, guys, we have joining us local sports Chicago sports reporter Francisco Avila. Francisco, welcome back to the show, buddy.
Yeah, it's great to be back with you, and it's also great to be back with Blake and also to meet Brandon and talk about sports. Hopefully the good things that are happening, not the bad things. We don't have to talk much about the Bulls. We already know what's going to happen, but hopefully something good about the Bears.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we're cooked with the Chicago Bulls right now. But I'm going to tell you, the one thing that has been exciting is the Bears. There's been a lot of great offseason moves, but we know that the offseason does not win the season. But I do love the way it's going. Francisco, now that we are leading up to where Thursday is going to be the draft, and once again, for all the listeners out there, we will be doing a draft show here on WRMN 1410 starting at 6 o'clock on Thursday. What is your now that we're in the stretch run, we've gotten all the information, all the smoke screen, who do you see the Bears drafting at 10?
Well, that's a tricky one, but I think that's kind of a hard one, but there's a lot of options. I know the one that everyone wants is Membo, but if we don't get Membo, I know there's the opportunity with Tyler Warren. I know there's a lot of talk around him or Ashton Genty. So that's a tough one, but I think Membo's what we all want, but I think Ashton Genty is the choice at the 10.
Yeah, I've talked about this with Blake in a lot of detail in terms of what's going to dictate this draft is the first three picks. The first three picks are going to dictate this draft. I wholeheartedly believe that Tennessee is drafting a quarterback. I know they would love to get Abdul Carter, who doesn't want a game record. But you can have a game record like when the Bears had Khalil Mack, and if you've got a Trubisky at quarterback, you're going nowhere. And we've seen that over and over again. So I think it's a foregone conclusion. Tennessee quarterback. Cleveland Browns, everybody's just forgetting that they're picking number 2 and acting like they've got some franchise quarterback on their roster. They signed Vinny Testaverde. To me, that signals you're getting a veteran quarterback to mentor a young quarterback. If they don't go Shadur Sanders, don't think that Jackson Dart is out of the mix. Brandon, I ask you this. Do you believe that there's going to be more than one quarterback selected in the top 10 picks?
I think there will be more than one quarterback taken in the top 10 picks, but to be honest with you, with this draft, I don't think any of these quarterbacks should be taken in the top 10 picks. I think you set your franchise back taking any of these quarterbacks in the top 10 picks, to be honest with you. I mean, that's just the way that I've been looking at it as I dive into the draft like I do every single year. But I agree with you. Cam Ward's going number one. I mean, it's pretty much said and done. Cam Ward's going number one. Whether Tennessee stays in that slot at one or not, Cam Ward will be the number one draft pick. I think Travis Hunter to Cleveland, there's a lot of smoke there. And I've talked a lot with Sean Marash, who is out of New York, who is very tied into the Giants. And he seems to think that they love Shedeur Sanders.
It looks like a marriage.
Yeah, and I mean, me personally, I don't think Shedeur is a guy who is going to be ready to play week one in the NFL. I don't think that about Cam Ward either. But if that's where the Giants go, it just alters the draft, and it alters where the Bears could go at 10. When you're talking about a possibility where it's possible that Mason Graham falls to 10, and if that happens, I mean, Mason, that's a godsend for the Chicago Bears to get the defensive tackle out of Michigan, who is an absolute stud. I loved Armin Membu. Armin Membu, I mean, this guy, 332 pounds, ran a 4.91 40-yard dash, had the best broad jump, and tied for the second best on the bench, and tied for the fourth best vertical jump among offensive linemen. This dude is a stud. That is the guy that I would definitely want as well. Where I don't want them to go, and maybe we can shed some light on this, is the running back position. Yeah, I don't care if Ashton Genty's there. I've taken a lot of flack for saying this. I don't care if this guy is I don't care if he's sweetness. I do not take a running back at number 10. The numbers and the production that you can get out of Ashton Genty compared to the numbers that you're going to be able to get out of a running back that you can find in the second or third round, and it's been proven time and time again over the last 10 years, you can get guys that can produce numbers that might not be the same as what Ashton Genty is going to be able to produce, but they're going to be comparable. And you can get that, and when you can put a line in front of a guy, like whether you're talking about a Cam Scadaboo later on in the draft, whether you're talking about Judkins, or you're talking about Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, you've got options at running back. And I think if you go Ashton Genty at 10, which has been the rumor a couple of times that I've seen, I just think that'd be a waste for the Bears. I think that's the only spot that would be a waste for the Bears would be running back. I think it's a waste for anybody to take a running back in the first round.
Yeah, you don't do that unless you're the Detroit Lions and you've got a stud offensive line and this guy's special like Jahmyr Gibbs. Genty's good. He might even be great. I mean, you can't predict, but I will tell you this much. He doesn't have that Jahmyr Gibbs elite speed, which makes me go, yeah, we got to get that guy. He seems like he could be productive, but if I could get that same said production from a lower pick, I'm okay with that. Francisco, let me ask you this. With the Bears having 2 picks in the second round, do you think that it is imperative that they go lineman and running back in the second round and just focus strictly on the trenches in the first round?
I think they should focus on their trenches in the first round. Like Brandon was talking about, there's a lot of options with Membo. Like I was looking at the Waddle and Sylvie podcast with ESPN Chicago, and they were saying that we need that freak athlete like Reggie White, that player that can just go past players and push them around like they were Heineken bottles, what they were saying. Like he's that type of player that the Bears need. And Brandon was rightly saying all the things he's been able to do, and I just think he's that player that the Bears need. So I think they should really focus on trying to get him, or like I was mentioning, Tal Warren, and try to get those important players, because we've already done so much in the acquisitions we've been able to get, like Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson, Andrew Dahlman, the recent veteran quarterback, Case Keenum. So I think we've done a lot of things already. So I just think we should really focus in that first round.
Yeah, I am looking at this, and this is just my mock. And Blake, I'm going to throw this to you. So I'm seeing Tennessee quarterback, Cleveland. We know that they're maybe Abdul Carter, maybe a quarterback themselves. If they don't select the quarterback, I truly believe the Giants are taking Shedeur Sanders. So now we're at the Patriots. And the Patriots are crazy if they let Travis Hunter, who I think is the best player in this draft, the most talented at least. I think they're crazy if they don't pair him with Drake May. Now we fall to the Jaguars. Jaguars need help on both sides of the ball. I believe that if Abdul Carter, for some weird reason, is still sitting there, they grab him with a heartbeat. If Mason Graham is sitting there, they grab him in a heartbeat. Now that leaves offensive linemen falling down. Raiders, will they take Genty? Will they take a quarterback? That's the wild card, and we know the Raiders always do wild card things. They don't do the sensible thing, though. We know that. So we know an offensive lineman is probably not going to be selected by them. The Jets is where it gets tricky because they do have Justin Fields now. I do believe the Jets will make a move on Mimbu. And then now you've got the Panthers at 8. The Panthers will probably go ahead and grab another lineman as well. That I would like to think they'd want to protect their young quarterback. But remember, they gave away all their weapons for a quarterback, Christian McCaffrey to the 49ers, DJ Moore to the Bears. So Bryce Young kind of needs a weapon. So they might pass on that offensive lineman. And now we're looking at 9, the Saints, who are so desperate. Jackson Dart will probably be grabbed because of Carr's shoulder explosion. The Bears now are sitting there with the trench guy, Blake. You got to make the move, even if Genty's there, right?
You do not. You do not have to. This will be our last show before the draft, so I have to get this out while I can. This will be my closing statements. I've thought about it a lot. I thought about who could fall, who could be there. If Ashton Genty is on the board, I want the Chicago Bears to go ahead and get him. And I understand the perspective of, you still need to keep building offensive line, and I totally get that. However, if I look at the past drafts and I look at guys who have gone top 10 in NFL drafts who are running backs, here are some of the names. Christian McCaffrey, 2017, drafted 8th overall. Saquon Barkley, 2018, drafted 2nd overall. We have Ezekiel Elliott. He was drafted 4th overall. Leonard Fournette, not as good, but drafted 4th overall. You're looking at a lot of guys.
Is Genty that talent, though, Blake? Is he on that level? Is he a Saquon Barkley?
I absolutely think so. I mean, his measurables people don't question. If we're going to question his speed, and if that's the only thing that we are questioning, I think that's an okay thing to question. And I can live with not having a lot of speed if you have a guy who won't go down when people tackle. DeAndre Swift last year, that was one of the biggest things. His yards after first contact were not that good. When one person hit him, he was not getting the extra yards after carry or the extra yards after he gets hit. I don't know what the exact stat is, so that was not professional of me for whatever I just said about that. So
we understand.
Either way, we get what we're talking about. But either way, what I'm saying is Bijan Robinson, another guy. Do you think the Falcons regret drafting him? I mean, shoot, I don't think so. So we're looking at these guys who are top 10 talents across the board. People think Ashton Genty is a top 10 talent in this draft, and there are limited questions about him as a prospect. So if there's no questions, then just go get him. If you draft a guy like Kelvin Banks, or if you draft a guy like Will Campbell, or if you draft – I'm not saying those guys are bad players, but I think the question marks surrounding them are way higher than the question marks of Ashton Genty as a prospect. I don't think he's going to fall to 10 at this rate because I think he is that good, and I think he's going to go to the Las Vegas Raiders. That's where I would mock him at. But if he's there, I'm picking him over any of those other trench guys that could be there. But I think if Genty's there, then subsequently those other linemen will be gone. But give me Ashton Genty night and day. I want him. I need him. I got to have him. Keep building Caleb Williams up. I think the Bears did enough with their offensive line already up to this point to at least make the pick make more sense. Now, if they didn't go trade for Joe Thuney or if they didn't go out and sign Drew Dahlman, then that would be a little different. But, man, would Ashton Genty look good in a Bears uniform. If he's there, I'm taking him.
And like I've told you, I'm not going to argue with that as long as a trench guy is there. If a trench guy's there, I'm sorry, Blake, I will go to Hallis Hall myself, and it might be a boxing match. If they pass up on a trench guy for Genty, if like I said, the trench guys are gone, then hey, next best available player indeed. Francisco, I'm going to let you go. I know you got other things to do. I want to thank you for joining us. We're going to switch up a little gears in terms of this draft talk. And once again, Francisco Avila, our local sports reporter, make sure you guys follow him everywhere around. Francisco, where can they find you?
I first just want to say that thank you, Blake, for saying that. I finally wanted to hear someone agree with me about Ashton Genty. I really also believe he's someone that the Bears need. He could have that team up with DeAndre Swift that Ben Johnson had in the Lions, and I really believe he's someone that we also need. So I'm really, really happy that you mentioned that he's someone that you want any night, time, or day. But, yeah, people can find me at Francisco E. Avila on X or at Francisco Avila _20 on Instagram.
Thank you so much for joining us, brother. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to you joining the show again.
All right. Thank you, guys.
And once again, that's local sports reporter Francisco Avila joining us through the call-in line. Guys, I want to switch up. We're still staying in the draft, but not so much on the Bears draft pick, but I wanted to talk about the Travis Hunter situation. If you, Brandon, were GM, would you let Travis Hunter play both sides of the football?
No, I mean, look, in the NFL, it's a different story, right? And look, I know it's been, you're looking at guys like Shohei Ohtani now, and you're looking at players that are capable of playing both sides of the ball, but those guys are unicorns. Mm-hmm. And in the NFL, it's just not that. I've talked with a couple of guys out of Colorado who cover the Buffaloes, and they believe that he is a much better, and I know the general consensus is that he's a cornerback, but they believe that in the NFL he's going to be a much better wide receiver.
Me too.
Than a cornerback. And so it really just depends on what your scouting department is telling you about him. It really depends on what the ownership is telling him, but there's no way you can I think they might let him be a gimmick guy on if they do decide to make him a cornerback, you might let him be a gimmick guy here and there on offense for a play or two. But I don't think you're going to see him line up the way he was at Colorado on both sides of the ball for, a majority of the plays on each side. I just don't see that happening in the NFL. It's a different ball game.
My concern is size. Because just the NFL is a different game. Deion played in the game where guys were a little bit smaller. I mean, linebackers wasn't as big, safeties and corners wasn't as big. Now it's just a bigger game. The guys are faster, stronger. And I just think that when you come in at 6 feet, 188 pounds, trying to tackle, then turn back around and make plays on the offensive side of the ball might be a tad tricky. Could he grow into it? Possibly. But just coming out the gate as a rookie, it's hard enough just to learn one position as a rookie in the NFL, but to try to learn two, and it's not the same as college. You're playing against guys in college that aren't going to make a NFL roster on most teams. People have to put that in perspective. The college game is a good grade. It's a good litmus test, but it's not the real test of what you will be able to accomplish in the NFL. And I think that, yes, he looked sensational in college playing both sides of the football. But now you're going against men, and this is their job. And they're going to be looking to put the wood on you when you're catching the football. And now you got to turn back around and you got to try to put the wood on somebody else on the other side. It's tricky. Do I think that he is talented enough? Yes. That's not the question. Talent is not the question at all here. It's about you being able to maximize your potential when playing on the field. I'm not sure that he would be able to maximize said potential trying to play both sides of the ball in the NFL. Blake, what do you think?
Mm-hmm. I think it all comes down to the player, and it comes down to how he feels. It's all about health and longevity, especially for a guy like Travis Hunter. I mean, the guy's a superb athlete, and no one knows his body better than he does. So if whatever team drafts him, he's got to be very in tune with their athletic trainers, very in tune with their coaching staff, very in tune, what they want for him as a player down the road. I've always said this. I could see him playing like a Devin Hester-esque package, where he plays a lot more on defense, and that's where he's a better prospect anyway.
that plays a lot of that defense. And then, you know, he has some offensive packages, but he's not a full-time player. Like, when he goes and trots out there on offense, like when Devin Hester took the field as a wide receiver, you still had to track where he was, but you weren't totally thinking he was going to burn you. And, I mean, I'll call it straight up. Travis Hunter is going to be a better wide receiver than Devin Hester ever was as a wide receiver flat out. But, again, like it's going to come down to him. If they start seeing him playing too many snaps is diminishing his defensive status and diminishing his ability on one side of the ball, well, then they're going to tell him that, and hopefully he has the awareness enough to know, like, hey, this is hurting me more than it's helping me. Because, again, make no mistake about it, these guys are, even if they're top prospects, they do have a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money, but they're still not on that second contract yet. They're still not on that first big-time, big baller contract. And getting there is, you know, still 4 or 5 seasons away. Travis Hunter's still going to be very smart, because if he goes out there, tries to play all these snaps, and gets injured, you know, that's going to hinder his career long-term. And it's not good for him. It's not good for the fans. It's not good for the franchise. It's not good for anybody when players get injured. So it's going to really come down to, can his body hold up? Is it good for his longevity? And, hey, if he goes out there for the first couple of weeks and feels great, in the first season he feels great and everything's checking out, let the boys play. Let him play. He's an amazing athlete. He's very unique in what he can do all over the field. So if it's good with him and good with the franchise, then by all means, go ahead and do it. It's fun. We like fun. I've got a wild one to throw out at you guys as we get ready to wrap up another beautiful segment. As here's Fox Valley Sports Saturday on WRMN 1410 AM. If the Bears draft Mikael Williams from Georgia, Brandon, with the number 10 pick, are you mad?
No, absolutely not. Look, you know, we could go all day. We could go back and forth. I've gone back and forth at length with a few guys that I do shows around the city with. And we go all day on Ashton Genty and whether or not the Bears should take him. Here's the thing. If the Bears end up taking Ashton Genty at 10, I'll be an Ashton Genty fan because he's a Bear. I won't necessarily like the pick, but if you're looking at Mikael Williams at edge rusher, and even beyond Mikael Williams, even the other edge rusher, Jalen Walker.
Is that a reach? Is that a reach, Jalen? Is Jalen Walker a reach?
No, I think Jalen Walker is actually a better edge rusher than Mikael Williams is. So if you're talking about Jalen Walker, Mikael Williams, Arbitman, and I think if you're looking at beyond the trenches, you're looking at a guy like Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland if they're available. Because I think that another tight end, you know, to go alongside with what you got, where you could possibly go. I mean, the thought of going 5 wide with Caleb Williams with protection. It excites me as a sports fan. It excites me as a Bears fan. And so I'm more along those lines of, if you are going to go outside of the trenches, you go with one of the 2 top tight ends. I'm fine with where they've got so many options and they've done such a great job. I'm in such a happy place with the Bears with what they've done over this last offseason. Now, look, last year I was sort of in the same spot. You know how I felt about them hanging on to Eberflus and all of that stuff, and it turned out the way that I thought that it would turn out with Eberflus. But as far as roster construction goes, and now you add Ben Johnson into the mix, I think Ben Johnson is more likely to go tight end than he is at running back at 10. If they don't go with the trenches, I still think offensive tackle is the way to go. If they reach, I think you're going to reach with a guy like a Kelvin Banks. I think they might reach there, because if you look at the roster and you look at the depth chart and you look at where the Bears sit right now, you know, you're looking at obviously Braxton Jones, Joe Tooney, Drew Dahlman, Jonah Jackson, Darnell Wright. But what if one of those guys go down? You've got a Kieran Amagadu who didn't have a lot of time to develop last year, and beyond that, you've got Bill Murray and Theo Benedict. Like, you don't have anybody there. You have to build up the depth in the trenches. Whether you do that in the early rounds or you do it in the later rounds, but do we really trust Ryan Poles in the later rounds as an offensive lineman?
Nope. No, we don't. No, we don't. We just can't. We can't. And, I'll tell you guys, once again, this has been another great week of Talking Sports. Brandon, we want to thank you for joining, brother. You have been a great addition. Excellent first show to jump in with me and Brother Blake. And we really appreciate it. We thank you for bringing your expertise and your knowledge to the show. This is going to be a great ride, my friends. We want everyone to get ready to come back again next week and check us out. We'll be here same bat time, same bat channel, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. every Saturday here on WRMN 1410 a.m. Once again, we will have the draft show. We will have a draft show here on Thursday starting at 6 o'clock. You feel free to call in, 847-931-1410. If you want to talk draft with us, we'll be covering the first round with the Chicago Bears picking at number 10. Blake, Brandon, I want you guys to be safe this weekend. Have a great time. Make sure we watch some sports. We got Cubs baseball at 1:20 today. That's going to be good to watch. We got some excitement there. We also have some White Sox baseball as well, and we're going to try to keep the hope that they can break the losing streak. Once again, that game will be broadcast here on WRMN. Pre-game starts at 2:30. Game first pitch will start at 3:10. We want to thank everyone involved for once again always letting us come on the air. We want to thank our executive producer Maddie Ice McNeil, our programming director Dennis Sonar Green. We got to send a shout out to the boss man Dino for thanking us always, for letting us always come on here and do our thing. We appreciate you very much. Shout out to everybody out there in the radio land.
Available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. Russian President Putin has declared a unilateral Easter ceasefire in Ukraine. He ordered his forces to end hostilities now through the end of Sunday. Ukrainian President Zelensky dismissed it as another attempt by Putin to play with human lives. Russia and Ukraine, meanwhile, swapped hundreds of captured soldiers. It was the largest exchange since Moscow's full-scale invasion started over 3 years ago. The White House and a Democratic senator are clashing over the mistaken deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland just returned from El Salvador, where he met with Abrego Garcia. He argues the man was not given due process before being deported to a foreign prison. But President Trump says the man is a violent gang member who was in the U.S. illegally.
Abrego Garcia, is that the one? Yeah. Is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist. This comes out of the State Department and very legitimate sources. I mean, I assume.
The White House insists that Abrego Garcia will not be coming back to the U.S. Vice President Vance and his family are spending Easter weekend in Rome.
Vice President J.D. Vance has met with the Vatican Secretary of State and Foreign Minister. This after some tensions with the U.S. over the Trump administration's crackdown on migration and its plans for mass deportations. Vatican has issued a statement saying that the talks were cordial. There was an appreciation of the administration's commitment to religious freedom, but it says there was an exchange of opinions about current conflicts and humanitarian situations, including migrants.
That's correspondent Nicole Winfield reporting. Today's talks aimed at preventing Iran's nuclear weapons have wrapped up. Those talks were held in Rome. More on these stories at townhall.com.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that time.
Many countries are underway.
As countries scramble in response to across-the-board tariffs, the president says the U.S. is doing very well with negotiations. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says many nations want to secure trade deals.
We've got a process in place. We're working on the big 15 economies first.
Last week, the administration had talks with Japan and calls with the EU. Next week, negotiations are scheduled with South Korea. Ken Lorman, Washington.
The National Transportation Safety Board is investigating the crash of a single-engine plane into a river in eastern Nebraska last night. That accident killed 3 people. The plane was traveling along the Platte River and crashed into the water south of Fremont. Authorities say the bodies of 3 people were recovered. News and analysis at townhall.com. Former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Michael Oren is urging President Trump to be ambitious in demanding new concessions from Iran.
The Israeli government, the Israeli army, has presented the United States and the West with an historic military victory, subduing Hamas, pretty much knocking out Hezbollah, leading to the disintegration of Iran's Syrian ally.
Oren says Iran is much more than a nuclear threat and should be confronted over its role as the leading state sponsor of terrorism. He was interviewed on the Salem Radio Network. Officials in Puerto Rico say power has been restored to more than 98% of customers after an island-wide blackout hit the U.S. territory earlier this week. The outage affected about 1.5 million customers. The blackout hit Wednesday. It occurred after a transmission line failed and then caused generators down the line to protectively shut down. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fixed bayonets, comrades. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid every Saturday, noon to 1. Today we're going 2 hours, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, noon to 2 today. On WRMN, 1410 AM. Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. Studio number here is 847-931-1410. And we have a text number of 505-926-1410. Or you can hit us up in the comments on the YouTube live channel. How you doing, Paul?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired. I got a little bit obsessive compulsive about my garage. And for the last couple days, I've been deep inside the garage, clearing as much stuff out as I can. So the garbage men will not be happy when they come by. So
well, it's a good time to do it.
I know, the weather was nice.
Yeah. I've been checking my garden. I don't think I'm going to be planting any vegetables anymore this year. I got some flowers and some other stuff, and I'm thinking about putting a couple of bushes in, but that's about it. I trimmed some trees and some other stuff. So, typical spring stuff.
Yeah, it's still kind of early spring. I mean, we're not even all the way through April yet. And yeah, I've been looking at my beehives, hoping to see bees coming in and out, but nothing yet. So I'm dreading opening those up because it might be sad. Then I'm going to have to order. Then I'm going to have to order new bees. But I wouldn't feel too bad because even the guys that do it, I don't know, they call them industrial beef. I don't know if you're a bee farmer. I know
commercial guys, the commercial bee guys.
Yeah, commercial bee guys. Yeah, they lose 62% of their hives.
Really?
62%. So I guess they're constantly splitting them, and some of these guys know how to raise new queens. So
nice.
That's the thing. If you get queens, you could reestablish the hives every year. So that's extremely important. Those guys are actually doing God's work. When someone says God's work, those guys that are raising the queen bees, to distribute them to all the other hobbyist beekeepers out there. And sometimes those bees escape and go feral, and they just continue on. So last week, we were talking a little bit about dates, important dates, and how that affects stuff. And I was doing some research, and things you could just you cast a really, really wide net, or you can narrow your search. And it's just too much out there on things. So I narrowed my search down to like 1 week in April.
Okay.
And that was like from our last show. And I think the question came up, and what today is extremely famous for is the start of the Revolutionary War.
That's what we talked about last week. Today's the 250th anniversary of the Battle of Lexington and Concord. And it's an even older anniversary than the Army or the Marine Corps. I think the Army came in July, and I think the Marine Corps was November. So it's the war started actually with all volunteers, I guess, from the beginning.
That's the militia, which dates itself back to the 1600s.
Correct.
So, yeah, and as part of that, there used to be a law requiring every able-bodied man, I guess, between the age of 16 and 50-something, to own a rifle and to have like 12 rounds, something like 12 rounds of ammunition available. So that was something that was by law back then, when it was all frontier. So,
well, don't forget that was lead ball with powder and flintlock. So that, the lead ball, I mean, people used to find their old shot up bullets and recast them. They used to melt the lead and pour it. So, lead was an important commodity back then and quite expensive,
Yeah, not a lot of people were mining. You didn't have a lot of mines set up at that time. They probably imported it. But yeah, we're, recycling that stuff became very important. And you had to have a lot greater hands-on skill sets to survive back then. I mean, today, how many, if all the ammunition ran out, who would know where to mine the proper chemicals to make black powder, and who would know where to obtain lead to melt it down, and flint to operate a flintlock? If all the manufacturing went away, you would be very hard pressed to continue on unless you had those skill sets. There are people out there, but not a lot. So the other importance of this date, the April 19th, and you would think that tomorrow would be more important, even though tomorrow is Easter, but Easter is not on the same day every year because it follows a lunar schedule as opposed to a calendar schedule. But the one thing, the April 20th, a rather famous, infamous person was born, and they're always talking about how that is going to be a date you have to watch because of white supremacists or white supremacy or something like that, where what I really found was the day before, again, the Lexington and Concord, you had the most important thing was the Waco. All right. So you had
and that was on the 19th.
Yeah, the 19th. Now you have the siege ending at Waco, although the siege begun much earlier. All right.
That's right, about 60 days earlier or so, maybe a little more.
For some reason, on the 19th, they chose to storm it. Now, I'm not going to believe, I'm sorry, you put on my tinfoil hat on me or whatever, but I'm not going to believe the government's story on what actually happened there. There's two sides of the story, and the other people telling the sides can't tell their side. All right. So they said that the people there started a fire. The people under siege started a fire, and that is when they decided to go in, but they fired in tear gas canisters, which are pyrotechnics. All right, so they could set fire. If you hit something, propane, you hit ammunition, you hit dry tinder, that could set it off easily. All right, so two sides on that one. And then later on, 2 years later, what do we have on the 19th?
We had the Morrow bombing.
Yeah, the Oklahoma
Federal Building bombing.
The Oklahoma Federal Building bombing. And that could be directly attributed to the Waco. All right? I don't think they interviewed the guy and he says, well, I was declaring my independence because that's the same day we fired on the British, and I consider, the U.S. government to be as tyrannical as the British was back then. But I think that comes right back to the Waco siege, and I think Waco is going to have more of an impact in our country here domestically than the birth date of a certain person who I won't name, all right, rather than his birth date. The Waco siege has everything else. And then later on, even throwing more on this, and like I says, I never believed the government's fictional accounts of these things. I haven't been a Chicago police detective. I became a rather good fiction writer. Now, I'm not saying I didn't lie on any of my reports. That's absolutely, that isn't a good thing to do, all right? But people tell you lies, and when you interview them, you take the stuff down. And that's what I mean about a fiction writer, because you're writing their fiction down, and you're discovering. But you had the Columbine shooting over there in Colorado. That was on the 19th. So now
that's true.
So if I was thinking of these, now I'm thinking of these domestic terrorist attacks, I got to link that date. Why did they choose that date? All right. Well, and it's got to come back to me, because these guys, they get up in there, and other than Ruby Ridge, the most one in recent memory that's had the most people dead, it has been Waco. And on top of Waco, you had 4 federal agents killed and over 20 of them wounded, plus other injuries. All right. So that has significance for them, because they would like to go out in a blaze of glory and take out some federal agents with them, or some police officers with them. So so that one date there, the April 19th, that's a date to keep an eye on. The whole week, I mean, we got Lincoln shot on the 15th, all right? And here comes some conspiracy theorists, right? So Lincoln centralized a lot of federal power. All right, so you had a republic, but under Lincoln, being a Republican still, strong leadership, had the Civil War involved there, was able to centralize a lot of federal power. On top of that, and later on, April 15th, the Titanic goes down. And the big conspiracies on that were that everyone that opposed a Federal Reserve for money, everyone that mattered was on that ship, and everyone that wanted to be canceled their tickets and stayed home. So it's like, what did they know, and when did they know it, and what happened? So there's a date for you. You know, Lincoln shot and the Titanic goes down, and all of a sudden we have a centrally controlled federal currency. So it just goes on. And April's pretty bad. You know, like Ruby Ridge was April 21st. That's 2 days later from Waco, you know, and 1 day after. Going back, there's another April one on the 27th. This one's interesting. I researched down on this one, and I was wondering, man, if this hits on April 19th, that's really something. But it was April 27th, the Republic of Texas, all right? There's a group, I think write down the guy's name, but the group called the Republic of Texas, they wanted independence, and they claimed that Texas was illegally annexed, all right? So a fringe group, they decided that they were going to kidnap two people and have a standoff for a while. Then, so that went from April 27th to the 4th of May. That was 1997, and Waco was 1995. Waco was 93, Oklahoma was 95. So I went back in Texas there to see why did this guy do this in April? And Texas was next on the 29th of March, 29th of December, and it came in on the it declared its independence from Mexico, though, on March 2nd. So 29th of December, it was annexed into U.S. So that doesn't really jive with that date for being significant. So,
well, the 21st is also unique too, because that's the declaration of the Spanish-American War in 1898 too.
Yeah, okay, yeah, April 25th, 1898. And you got to look at, I was directing my own research on this, on how it would be like a terrorist act against the United States, how we should keep an eye, not only terrorist against in the United States, but also militarily overseas, the significance of these dates. You know, why do you have to keep this in mind when you're planning an operation? And being in psychological operations, you learn about this. But I don't think a lot of people didn't take into account. I took a lot of operations courses, and when you do an operation, you take a lot of things into account. Moonlight, the amount of time you have, the weather, the terrain, everything else. But then you got to look at other psychological operations. Like if you were trying to win the hearts and minds of the people, and you decided to carry out a major attack on one of their solemn holidays where you're not supposed to kill anyone or anything, all right? That would be bad. That would go back on you. So you take those things into consideration. And for the United States, when we had the Spanish-American War there, I think I don't think we have to worry about Spain so much, but I think that would be a significant date for the Cubans or the Filipinos. Right, Paul?
Exactly.
So we have...
And for the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, too.
Yes, so that's, you know, so we have troops in Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay. We have Puerto Rico has its own National Guard, which is part of the U.S. military. They are a protectorate. The Philippines are no longer a protectorate of the United States. They're their own independent country, but we do have troops over there. All right, so that is a date. When that date rolls around, the 25th, the commanders of these bases should be aware of that this is a significant date, and that, you should have the, full situational awareness, but sometimes 100% situational awareness, but sometimes you need 110% situational awareness, which is, I love that fallacy because you can never have more than 100%. It's all or nothing, right? But you can increase your standard, put extra guards on the base or something. Yeah, then, so how would that, and looking back at a date that now becomes significant. Plus, all right, so look at our holidays, right? We got Easter tomorrow. And Orthodox and Roman Catholic and the rest of the Protestant faith follows the Roman Catholic calendar for Easter, whereas the Orthodox is sometimes on a different week, but this time it falls on the same day. So we have Easter, very solemn. Wait, maybe they all fall. Maybe it's only Christmas that does that. All right. So am I wrong, Paul? Does Orthodox Easter always fall on the same day as Roman Catholic Easter?
I think they might sometimes be later. I'm not sure.
All right. Anyways, that's a very significant date, right? We're celebrating peace, love, worldly love, and everything else, and no one is on alert. No one is on alert for this. You're going to meet your families. You're coming out of church all refreshed with love for your fellow man and everything, and concentration of people, right? That's scary to me. Big, large concentration of people. That's a date. That's a date right there that you should be on the top of your toes, looking around, head on a swivel, everything else. And I hope I hope our government that we pay to protect us and our freedoms is doing the same thing. The counterposition to that is, if you are a terrorist organization or one of our foreign adversaries or one of our competitors, and you decided to make an attack on the United States on Easter, how do you think that would affect the U.S. public versus your country or your association? Paul?
Well, it'd make it'd cause extreme agitation, frustration, and anger in your population if like a religious holiday was the target of an attack, and they would I think respond in a very in a very hyper manner to that. Or they would be demanding certain reactions that you might not demand at a certain other time. So I mean that's understandable, but also the attackers would do that to cause fear and terror as a terrorist into the general population. So that's why they would in fact target a date like that, and then they would want the people to be frustrated with their own government and cause division and division and acrimony between your own people.
Yeah, that's the goal of terrorism. And if you're, it's when we call them non-state
non-state actors. Yeah,
actors, non-state actors. All right. So if you have a state actor, we always use in war games, we always use these imaginary countries because we don't want to mention the names. But if you look at the geography, you pretty much guess who it is, right? But these non-state actors, or the state actors, if they go after us like that, they know we're going to come with a sledgehammer because we can take it right back to them, all right? But they can kind of fight back. The non-state actors are spread out so much, you have cells of them, right? You have cells. So, you have some people living in one country, some in another, some in the country we're at here, some over there. They're spread out. It's a little harder to get the net. The net's too far. But if you can trace their support, they have to get their support from somewhere. You trace the support back to the state actor, right, that's supporting them, and you have enough righteous indignation, the righteous indignation from the U.S. populace, we're going to take that state actor out. All right, so they realize that.
That's why we no longer hear of our arch enemy, the nation of Fredonia.
Fredonia. Yeah. So they're aware of these states too, and they got to pick and choose them, right? It's just, there's 365 days plus one every 4 years, 366 every 4 years. And that is, did I skip right out past the commercial?
No, you're good.
I'm good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they 300. Every day has significance somewhere. Every day has significance somewhere. So if you're going to travel outside of the country, Google the country you're traveling to, and then put significant historical dates for that country, and see if they have any beef with the United States during those dates. And try to go on dates that they don't have a beef with us. Yeah, we're coming up to commercial break now. I'm going to gather my thoughts. They're bouncing all inside my head. And we'll see you when we get back. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, dot, November, Echo, Tango.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Hey, this is Chief Guard of the Republic radio station coming back to you after our break. You call us in at 847-931-1410. Text us at 505-926-1410. Or you could hit us up on the Facebook Live, the YouTube Live channel with the comments. So I see we got some comments here. From Clyde 50, Dennis from Cleveland. Cleveland Dennis, how you doing? Yeah, that's one of the main things is maintaining the temperature. That's all the winter bees do is they all the winter bees do is keep the queen warm and keep the queen alive. You know, so they should have plenty of food, and just keeping the hive itself warm doesn't necessarily mean that the bees are going to survive, because they have things like they're stuck inside all the time, and there's the Verona mites that go after them. So
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do bees bee and do bears bear?
Bees all the time. They just be bees.
Bees be being.
Bees be being, you know. And then, hey, Brendan, thanks for listening. I see you up here on the YouTube chat also. And I could scroll down now to keep up with it. And then we got, I don't know what the number is, but there's a Google Voice. Is that the same call-in number?
No, so they just left a message.
Okay.
Maybe not particular for this show, but
probably not for this show. Yeah. All right. So, Paul, what's your favorite date of significance?
Of all the dates?
Yeah, the order of precedence. Give me a couple.
I don't know. I think that I like June. You know. And I like June for a couple of different reasons. You know, it's beginning to be summer, the longest day. There's a lot of historical significance in June, June 6th, D-Day. June 28th is the day that, considered to be actually the start of World War I, but it's actually 1 month later, I believe. And I kind of like June, June 14th is Flag Day, and then that leads up to July, and, of course, I like the 4th of July. Not only is it a significant day for me, it's a significant day for our country. So I kind of like June. June's a really good month, I like. So those are, that's kind of cool. I mean, you have a lot of things in June. Actually, you have the Korean War started on June the 25th. And, like I said, the Archduke Ferdinand, and then, in 1941, the Air Corps became the Army Air Forces. And then,
yeah.
I mean, June, I like June. I like June, and I like the fact that it's summer, and I like the fact that it's Flag Day. It's a day that we all could demonstrate our patriotism besides the 4th of July and besides Labor Day and besides, Remembrance Day or Veterans Day. So I like that. I like June. June's a good time.
So like June 6th, all right, June 6th, 1944, D-Day, the day we went in to retake Europe. And a lot of that was based on weather, the tides, and everything else. But significant, I saw some significance there was when the date is really close to when they pulled everyone off Dunkirk. All right, so there was Dunkirk Peninsula was like a week before that. And I think the Germans may have been on alert. If I was a German intelligence officer, I would say that's going to be a significant date. If they're getting ready for an invasion, that would be the day I would do it, because that would, if they had a successful invasion, right, just looking at the legacy and the psyops on this, if they have a massive successful invasion on the same day that the French, British troops were pulled off the beaches at Dunkirk, that would kind of erase the failure at Dunkirk for a while. It would overwhelm that date. But now it was a different date, so Dunkirk, my notes are all iffy on this and everything, all over the place. But yeah, so that June 6th, you're looking at something, June 14th, all right? There's an interesting one where I think I can make the connection. They had another group, anti-government. I'm not saying anti-American groups on these. I think they're more anti-government because the government isn't the country. The country isn't the government right now.
Dunkirk was June the 4th, 1940.
So that was the last day, but they started pulling them off the beaches in May. Right?
May 26th.
Yeah, May 26th. So, you would think that they would love to have landed on June 4th, but it was delayed. You watch the movie The Longest Day, and everyone's waiting to go, but, the weather was so bad. So I'm thinking that there was the actual invasion, they were shooting for June 4th. But I don't think anyone's alive in the planning sessions that could tell me now, because it's been more than 50 years, so I'm sure that stuff's declassified. But the Montana Freemen, they went off, I didn't write down the date. It's recent history, though. The Montana Freemen had a standoff with the federal government also, and that went from March 25th, and then they decided to surrender on June 14th, which is Flag Day. And I think it's also the Army's birthday. But, if you're going to pick a day, if you're in I would call a hyper-patriotic group, all right,
mm-hmm.
and you were going to surrender because you're outnumbered, you're outgunned, You know, you would pick a significant date for that, and I think Flag Day is a good day. So, so June 14th, people are out and about again. All right, people, at least we still do it. All right, in Schiller Park, I live just off of Schiller Park. I still live in Chicago, but I live just off of Schiller Park. But I belong to the Knights of Columbus in Schiller Park. And I also belong to American Legion there. And when they had a scout troop in Schiller Park, they would do a flag retirement ceremony. That scout troop moved over to Park Ridge, and they still do it. They come into our clock tower park in Schiller Park. It's right off Irving, you know. It'd be about across the street from Village Hall and everything. So the every June 14th we have a flag retirement ceremony, and it's a little educational because teaches you how a flag's supposed to be properly disposed of. The kids get to show some honor for the flag. Our Legion group shows up, and some of the Knights of Columbus show up because patriotism. And so we gather, and there's also a lot of gathering, and the gathering of people, are more patriotic, more pro America as a country. You don't have to say they're pro government in any way, but as a country, as a group of people, you love your country, you love your people, and you're gathered in a group there, and that does make you a target. So, you have to keep your eyes open. You have to be aware, not so much paranoid, but I would think that the police departments and the federal government, whose job is to protect us, protect the borders, to protect us from terrorism, using their resources, could identify that. One of the interesting things going down the rabbit hole, and I learned this from the National Institute for Health, all right? And we were talking before about artificial intelligence, okay? And one of the things it's really great for, artificial intelligence, is going through a bunch of data that all seems irrelevant. Nothing matches up. You see, why would this affect this? Why would this affect that? Why would this affect this? All right. So they take significant terrorist activities, maybe not terrorists, but demonstrations, terrorist acts, violent acts, school shootings, protests, everything. And they went and they got all the data from all this, and they threw it in, and now they have artificial intelligence going through and seeing what factor temperature has, what factor previous news stories has, what factor weather has, and everything. And they put that together, and they're hoping to get a artificial intelligence answer that, hey, this is the most likely spot for a terrorist act. This is all the perfect storm. This is the perfect storm. Now we got better weather, right? They could tell you, hey, tornadoes are possibly coming through. They could tell you, next week we're going to have thunderstorms. Like who was able to tell that to that clarity, right? So they're hoping that artificial intelligence will be able to do that. The only trouble I got to say about that is random. You can't. Hopefully it'll be good. Hopefully you could beat the House. I mean, you would think that if you had artificial intelligence that good, you could go in and track all the numbers of the lottery and be able to tell exactly which numbers to buy and where to buy it to hit the lottery. And then the lottery no longer becomes random. And so you're looking at to hit this target where you're going to have an attack. So one of the things you have to take into account also is the significance of the date, because that's going to raise your likelihood of an attack. So one of the in Afghanistan, I had a colonel scream at me that he wanted to know where exactly the next IED was going off, and I'm like, dude, I can't tell you that. If I knew that, don't you think I would be telling everyone? I'd be screaming it. I'd be like, no, it's good, no. It says, I need data, and then I could give you a best guess. But your people aren't giving me the data, so I have nothing to go by. But now they're collecting as much data as they can, significant or not. So you get a lot of video surveillance, drones and everything, right? Drones, they don't know what they're looking at. Most of the time, a human being is directing them. But even a human being doesn't see everything that the drone sees. But the drone doesn't know what to do with that. It's being directed by a human being, all right? It has no brain to scout out for itself. Some of them are slightly autonomous and will find the biggest piece of steel in the area or a heat signature and go after a heat signature. But really, they're missing everything in the background. Now they take all this video. You could take all this video and have another thing, the artificial intelligence, a computer go through it looking for just one key thing. And the computers don't get bored, and they do it rapidly, looking for one thing, and they spot this stuff. Then it's got to go to a human to figure it out. Again, when they have this stuff, it's got to go to a human to figure it out. And here's the thing, right? If you hide all this data that you're collected, you hide all the information you collect, and you say, and you don't give it out, what good is it? What's the funny thing we hear about all these mass shooters?
They knew about them.
They knew about them. Who did they tell? Nobody. Hey, they could tell the local police, keep an eye on this guy. He's going to do something. You know? They don't even listen to the local police when the local police says, hey, this guy's doing something. They're like, no, he's not. I'm like, we're supposed to tell you when he's doing something. Yeah, that, I think I've gone off on a little bit of a tangent here.
You know, if anybody could do predictive policing, that would be like fantastic. But I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
Well, I could do predictive policing on a broad level. On a broad level. Yeah, you eye-bond that guy, he's going to commit that crime again.
You know, I was doing a firearms class about 7-8 years ago, and I made a reference to, next time you're walking down, pick a street. So I'll just pick Avenue Q, right? And a guy took offense with that. He goes, why are you always saying something about where I live or something like that, right? And then there was a 2-day class, and that night, there was a major shooting on Avenue Q, and the guy came in the next day. He goes, I'm sorry. He goes, I'm sorry. He goes, I thought you were being funny. I said, no. I said, I wasn't being funny, but he said, you know any other shootings? Because I'll stay away from them. But yeah, anything could happen, and you could be right once or twice. You could be like a clock. You're right twice a day.
A broken clock, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because a working clock can be 5 minutes off and never right.
Right.
But at least a broken clock is exactly correct twice a day.
Right.
Unless it's a 24-hour clock like in Russia.
Yeah.
In the Eastern Bloc. Yeah, anyone else out there know of any significant dates out there that you think are significant? I mean, every day you go out there, but when it becomes okay, so here's a historical date, September 11th. why was that date picked for the terrorists? 9/11. Yeah.
That's the phone number you call when you need help.
Yes. That 911, okay, that has a significant date. You put the numbers there. Okay, we got a call, and...
Hi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's Cleveland Dennis.
Hi, Cleveland Dennis.
Hi, Dennis. Yeah, hi. You know, you guys cover so much so fast. I just want to relate to a couple things. I know I text some of it across, but I'm out here sitting in my front yard listening to the motorcycle races on Randall Road and listening to you guys. But I happened to listen at about 5 or 6 a.m. this morning, one of my back issues of True Crime Garage, and they featured those battles like you talked about, Waco and over in Idaho, and then they told the story. This is the one I listened to of the OKC bombing, okay?
The Oklahoma bombing, yes.
Yeah. I remember when it happened, and I was working my tail back and forth to the airport 5-6 days a week, but they told a significant number of sorts. I relate to none because there's so many things that happen in 365 days, and when you get to be my age, a lot more things. But they said Jesus died when he was 33. The guy that did the first attempt at a federal building bombing, whether he did it or not as far as actual bombing, but they were planning it, but he got executed when he was 33. The guy Snell from Arkansas, who Timothy McVeigh kind of patterned himself after, and I think McVeigh, when he was executed, was 33 as well. Somehow they brought that together as significant, and I looked at it as almost random. I don't know.
It could be. You can make connections on a lot of stuff. You know, like the old joke goes, "Why are fire engines red?" I'll tell you, because 2 + 2 is 4. 4 × 3 is 12. There are 12 inches in a ruler. Queen Elizabeth was a ruler. Queen Elizabeth was the name of a ship. Ships sail on the seas. The fish live in the seas. Fish have fins. The Finns fought the Russians. Fire engines are red because they're always rushing around.
There you go. I got it. I stayed overnight.
It's like
I stayed overnight at the Queen Elizabeth in Long Beach.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
So you can make connections, but when you start making more than one connection, it's what did they call? What did they make us stop doing? Profiling, right? Profiling. That's what military intelligence is, right? It's profiling. You're profiling everything. You're looking for significance in something, all right? You're looking for what we used to call indicators, all right? Indicators. So, if the enemy is pushing their air defense assets forward, that is an indicator, not necessarily it's going to happen, but it's an indicator that they intend to commit a attack, that they intend to move forward, because you don't want to move all your air defense forward and make it a target for the enemy artillery unless you plan on moving your forces forward, and you need to have air defense over your forces. So you have these indicators of things. A date can be an indicator. 9/11, all right? So an indicator that September 11th, September 12th, all right, 2 significant days. 1683, Vienna's under siege. On September 11th, Sobieski, with at the head of 50,000 Polish cavalry, who had forced marched to Vienna to relieve Vienna, at the head of the Holy League, all right, arrives. He arrives with his main force. On September 12th, they carry out the attack, which basically pushes the Ottomans out of Western Europe and down through the Balkans again. Just lays them out. So it's very significant because that was the last time you had a caliphate. You didn't really have a big, all-encompassing caliphate for Islam after they...
I remember. I just have to comment. I remember that, but I want to... Because it's kind of... It connects. My mother was born on September 12th, 1918, in Ansonia, Connecticut. I just have to make that comment. There you go.
Right. So now you have an organization whose main goal is to reestablish a caliphate, and they attack on September 11th. The same day Sobieski, but that was over 318 years later. But that was a significant date. All right, that was probably Islam's greatest defeat ever. All right. And they were all unified back then under the Ottomans. They had all of North Africa. Before that they had been in Spain they've been in Spain.
The Moors of Spain, yeah.
Yeah. So to them, I would think that would be a significant date, and the dates become indicators of possibilities. So when we're talking about now Waco, right? On April 19th, right, and the Oklahoma City bombing, next April, today, if anything happens today, well, someone should have seen that date as an indicator. Not necessarily going to happen, but it raises the threat level.
Okay, right. When you start talking about, like, pre-medieval times, and you count the number of years times 365 days, there's a lot of stuff happening all the time. My opinion. I got a partner. He's called AI. I've been using him the last, 4 or 5 months, and I'm beating up on a lot of people with details, in my business, and I don't like it. I don't like the way the situation is. If I can make a comment about the trade war, but I realize we have to go through it. It's damning as far as...
Yeah, we got to go. Dennis,
all right,
thank you very much for calling in. We're going to commercial now for our wonderful sponsors.
Yeah. Thank you for the time. Bye now.
Bye, Dennis.
Exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tuman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tuman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, November, Echo, Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tuman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube Live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410 Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
From townhall.com. I'm Greg Clugston in Washington. Russian President Putin has declared a unilateral Easter ceasefire in Ukraine. He ordered his forces to end hostilities now through the end of Sunday. Ukrainian President Zelensky dismissed it as another attempt by Putin to play with human lives. Former President Bill Clinton returned to Oklahoma City today for a remembrance ceremony 30 years after the deadliest homegrown attack in U.S. history. Clinton was president April 19, 1995, when a truck bomb exploded, destroying a 9-story federal building in the city's downtown.
I know over the last 30 years, you are probably managing your losses better, but I know the pain has never gone away. I know you still miss the people you lost.
The bombing claimed 168 lives, including 19 children. There's encouraging news about the people wounded in Thursday's campus shooting at Florida State University.
We, in total, received 6 patients
All 6 were in stable condition upon arrival. 3 of them did go to the operating room.
That's Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare Trauma and General Surgeon Dr. Brett Howard, who says they're hopeful for their patient's prognosis.
We do feel that all will make a full recovery.
2 people, though, were killed in the shooting. Police have a 20-year-old gunman in custody and are trying to determine a motive. An overnight Supreme Court ruling has temporarily halted the deportations of any Venezuelans held in northern Texas and being held under the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. In a brief order, the court directed the Trump administration not to remove them until further notice. More at townhall.com.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771. 800-989-1771.
U.S. Ambassador to Japan George Glass is optimistic that the Trump administration and its key Asian ally will reach a deal in their ongoing tariff negotiations.
The Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Commerce are both people that I know and have spoken with and are brilliant in their fields, and they're also very creative, out-of-the-box thinkers. And when I saw that President Trump then decided he was going to get involved and has now named this his top priority, that's why I have a lot of confidence that we'll get something done.
Israeli strikes in Gaza have killed more than 90 people over the last 48 hours. That's according to Gaza's health ministry. Israeli troops have been increasing their attacks, hoping to pressure Hamas to release remaining hostages and to disarm. Children and women were among the 15 killed overnight. Israel has also blockaded Gaza for the past 6 weeks. News and analysis at townhall.com. This year, the East and West will unite to celebrate Easter together. Ron Taylor explains.
Eastern and Western churches will celebrate Easter together on the same day this year, while marking 1,700 years since the Council of Nicaea unified Christian doctrine. Pope Francis and Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, the spiritual leaders of Orthodox Christian, are pushing for a permanent common Easter date, despite lingering mistrust between denominations. Efforts toward unity, backed by the World Council of Churches, aim to bridge divides. Some regions, like Greece and Finland, already celebrate Easter together, offering an example of cooperation. Ron Taylor reporting.
A U.S. district judge in California has ordered the Trump administration to provide probationary workers who were fired in those mass firings earlier this year a written statement saying that they were not terminated for poor performance. More at townhall.com.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Fixed bayonets, comrades, this Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-host Mike Tuman and Paul Burvitt every Saturday noon to 1, WRMN 1410 AM, Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. Of course, if you're hearing this, you already know that. the voice here, to call in and comment, 847-931-1410. Join the conversation. You could text us at 505-926-1410 or hit us up in the comments on the YouTube live channel, WRMN 1410's YouTube channel. And every week before, at least before the next show starts, I try to upload our shows to the Chief Guard of the Republic YouTube channel. So we have our own channel, Chief Guard of the Republic. You could find the link for that on our webpage, cgr.scilink.net. And you can find us and like us on Facebook, Chief Guard of the Republic on Facebook. So, yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Wow. Is that an old? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we're taking over for Jeff Michaels here when the White Sox aren't playing so early. And, you know, Jeff's a political talk show guy. I try not to be a political talk show guy. You might know which way my politics lean, but I don't endorse people. I don't disendorse people. That's for you to decide. When it comes to politics, I'm not smarter or dumber than anyone. I simply vote my conscience. That's it. So if you want to talk politics on the show, I'm not going to talk. I'm going to be polite, but I'll try to guide you away from that because that's not the purpose here. But if you're a politician and you want to come and discuss things on the show that are important to you that don't involve politics. Like you're not running for office and pushing your name, but you have a program out there you want the people to know about that benefits the people.
We're for public information.
Yes. Come out for public information. Come and join us on the show. Call in. I would prefer you come in and join us on the show because I don't know who's on the phone. I trust Cleveland Dennis. That's Cleveland Dennis. I know him. And but anyone else, you know, come in and be on the show. It's every Saturday. The other thing here is I got to put a shout out for my veterans groups. Again, this is originally started as a veteran shout out show. I heard a Polish radio station and I was listening to them. And they started, like, it was just a person saying, there's these activities going on in the Polish community. There's, you know, at this time and this date, and that's about all I could pick up, times and dates. And I says, oh, that'll be cool. I could have a radio talk show like once a week, and I could have the veterans call in and let them know, you know, let people know where their events are. And then people could listen and know where these veterans events are. That hasn't been happening so much, except for our veteran events. So in next week, I won't be here. I will be with the Schiller Park Little League. They have their opening day festival, and you can check it out on Schiller Park's website. And I will be there marching with the American Legion. Will be carrying the flags. We're always in the front of this parade. We're not the front. We're following the fire engine, and with the flags and all the kids behind us. And it's a great time because we really support, you know, the community events on that. The other thing, one of the greatest, one of the greatest veterans groups, not as great as Post 104 American Legion Schiller Park, but the most prolific. They meet every week at the Dunkin' Donuts in Niles, just east of Harlem on Dempster. Every week on Tuesday, 9 a.m. to around 10:30. You get there at 8 o'clock, you know, chit chat with all the guys. We have like 100 veterans there every week. All right, so
we have a caller.
Yes.
Hi, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Paul. I'm just calling in.
Hi, Paul.
How you doing?
Hey, Mike, this is a friend of mine. His name is Paul. He's a CPD officer. He got injured several years ago from your old district. So he's living out of state now, and he listens to our show kind of semi-regularly, and sometimes he texts in. So he called me today, and I said, if you want to, give him a call. There's an issue I'd like to talk about, though, with relating to our people. It's sad what we go through when we have like either the military or officers that get hurt in the line of duty, and they have a bunch of issues. And one of them is Paul has to come back always and go to the medical section to be reviewed when he's got, he's had some severe injuries. I mean, and he comes in every few months, and Marla and I see him, and we see his parents, and his father in his own right is kind of a hero. He's a former Army guy from the 1970s, but he's also was a commander in Chicago. So welcome to the show, Paul.
He dropped on the phones.
Oh.
Maybe he'll try. Oh, he's back.
Yep. Hey, Paul. Paul just gave you a great introduction. Oh, he's gone again?
He just dropped again, yeah.
Maybe he's listening on his phone, listening to the radio show on his phone, streaming it on his phone. And when he tries to call in.
Watching it on YouTube. But anyway, he's one of our followers from another state. So.
All right, Paul, I'm glad, I'm sad that you were injured on the job. I've had a couple injuries on the job, but I think the worst were my feelings constantly getting hurt. I mean, that was. I developed some rather thick skin, but I never wanted to get hurt, shot, messed up in a car crash or anything like that. I was really lucky, really, really lucky. And my dad, he did a long time on the job too, and he was lucky that he get hurt. It's one of the things that to explain it so people understand, it's like the military. It's a lot of sitting around and waiting. All right, hurry up, get over here, and now wait. All right, hurry up, get over here, and now wait. Hurry up, go over there, and now wait. All right, and you have about 6 months of waiting for 30 seconds of excitement, and then it's hurry up and wait again. Same thing on the police department. It's not like these television shows. It's not constantly going, maybe it is now because the poor kids on the afternoons and midnights in the fast districts, they're probably getting zero breaks because they are massively undermanned. And the thing is, they don't pay us for what we do. Because sometimes you don't do a whole hell of a lot. Sometimes you might just drive the car around for 8 hours. All right? Write a couple reports. Is that worth the money you're making? They don't pay us for what we do. They pay us for what we're expected to do when everything goes to hell. All right? We're expected to do certain things. All right, so you get paid by the Army for 30 years, and then suddenly they're going to send you overseas, right? And you got to go into harm's way. Well, you better do that. You took the man's coin, But there are some people that'll go all the way up to that and then stop. They're like, nope, I had a good ride, had a good ride. Had a good ride. Now I'm not going to go. All right. So didn't pay their dues or whatever. But for those few people that are like that, there are a lot more people that absolutely have put their lives at risk for dirt wages. You think it's a lot of money, but it's not really. One of the things that really impressed me as a child, and my dad was a police officer. So I had a lot of respect for the police, because if I didn't, I wouldn't be here today. You know? And back before they had a union, this is in the 80s. So I'm teenager and stuff, before they had the union. It's not really a union, but they were pushing to get one. And they put out a bunch of commercials saying, a police officer, you wouldn't go into that alley for $1 million. A police officer does it for a whole lot less. They deserve a contract. You don't see those commercials a lot anymore. You know, so yeah, I'd like to talk. You know, talk to your friend Paul. Maybe he's a little shy or whatever. Which district did you say was it?
He was in 9.
No,
he got injured going on a call. They never made it to the call. He had to get cut out of the car. It was really sad.
Yeah, I had a job. This is great. You know, this was great. The guy T-boned 2 police officers and sent them to the hospital. All right, and I got to the scene. All right, I was handling the scene, the traffic accident, and this guy was blotto, absolutely blotto. He was gone. And I had written quite a few DUIs. So my predecessor on this show was a breath tech, and after he got off the job, he started working as a expert witness.
Yeah.
Right, because he had all the credentials and everything. I could tell you, I could look at a guy and say, oh, that guy will blow a 3.5. Well, that guy will blow a 2.0. And that guy's on edge. Maybe he'd blow a 0.8, but he's been drinking, you know? And so I kind of have to fight with this guy. I put him in I'm working by myself, just by myself here. And I put him in the cage. Lucky to have a cage car. And I take him in to the station, and I process him all the way through, all right? And I'm throwing him in the lockup. He refused to blow the machine. So it was just on everything was done on my visual observations of him. And I was very detailed about it, right? And yeah, he turned out to be a boss's kid.
Oh, wow.
Noah told me. I'm not going to tell you how that went for me. The only one punished in that situation was me. The 2 police officers that went to the hospital, they were taken care of. I was the one that was punished because I got the call, because I went there and did my job. I didn't know this guy was the boss's kid. Other people knew, they didn't tell me. But would I have done anything different? Could I have done anything different? I couldn't have. That was my history on the job. Do your job and get punished. Okay.
You know, that reminds me of something that happened to me, okay? And it was kind of sad. I was coming from court late, and I had my partner with me. And I used to park way at the end of the South Loop, you know? And we used to walk, and we were working at the State of Illinois building. We're walking past, you know, Chase Bank area, you know, and this guy I'm walking with says, oh my God, I hope I don't see my ex-girlfriend, because he had just gotten married. And as we're walking, he uses there's like a McDonald's there, and then there's the courtyard, and he goes, oh my God, he goes, oh my God. And I thought, oh no, he saw the girlfriend. Well, there's a fight. There's a huge contact fight going on, and they're like ringing it. It's like in a ring, and this guy's fighting with this guy, and the guy that was fighting with the citizen was a bucket banger, you know, and the fight went on for quite a while. And he goes, what should I do? I said, call the police, right? So he calls the police, and he describes them, and finally the citizen gets the bucket banger under control, you know. And he says he says to his girlfriend, his mother, he says, I can't hold him, sit on his legs. So if you could pick the Chase Bank downtown, their big courtyard area, yeah. He's on the guy, the woman's sitting on his legs, and some guys come out in suits, And it turns out, they were the security for the area, and you could hear the police coming because we had called them, and what the guards do is they help the guy up and his mother up, and then they tell the bucket banger to run, which really ticked me off, okay? And so he ran around toward Madison, and, they have the buttresses. He was hiding there. I ran. I got my briefcase. I got my badge out. The TAC lieutenant's coming. I could see him. I'm pointing at him, and the guy runs into 3 First National Bank, and me and the TAC lieutenant go and grab him, okay? And then he goes, what happened? I told him, he goes, we know this guy. He's a bucket banger. He goes, you have the witnesses? I go, yeah. I said, my partner's got him. And then we go, they let the guy go that night for some reason. And the next day, I find out he threw somebody through a window, downtown the next day. But, it's life isn't correct. You know what I'm saying? But you do what you have to do,
So, yeah. So just tell another story. I'm in Colorado Springs. This is 2002 after I got back from Afghanistan. And I'm bar hopping with the boys up there because we were with 10th Group at Fort Carson. All right. And I see this little guy, because it's a college town there, right? This little guy and this taller guy are getting into some disagreement. And then the little guy, I think the taller guy swings at the little guy. The little guy gets under the swing and gets a good haymaker uppercut on him. And the guy goes down like a tree, boom. And then he proceeds to do a little bit of curb stomping. And so my guys are like, I got 2 guys that were medics with me. Right? They're like, oh, we got to save the life or whatever. And they run over there. And I'm like, hey, leave him alone. Dude had it coming, man. From what I see, dude had it coming. Right? So I'm just standing there. But the fight broke up. It was a little bit of curb stomp. Didn't go really bad. Right? So I'm standing there watching this. And the little guy, he's gone. He just walked off. Right? He's gone. He got his licks in and he left. Rightfully so. That the guy was wise. It was only a couple seconds. And now a couple of the good citizens come out. I'm watching, as my guys are trying to get this guy up or whatever, and they grab on me because they think I'm the one that leveled this guy because I'm one of the biggest guys in the area. I'm like, and they're holding on to me, and I just stiffened up. I'm like, okay. I says, dudes, these are citizens. They're not the police. I says, you better let go of me. And then one of my guys turns, he looks, and I remember to this day, the look of terror on his face when he saw that I was getting ready to end these guys, right? He says, no, let him go. Let him go. You don't know what you're messing with. I'm like, people are like, they make random decisions without, seeing the whole thing. They just do a generalization. But why the security would have let that guy run away, because
it made me mad. I mean, I was outraged. I was really outraged by that,
Yeah. Well, there's so I had a case. One of the cases, all right, you get an offender for something that's pretty bad, right? And the victim, sometimes female victims, they don't want to prosecute. You go through this and they're like, oh, I don't want to do it. I says, he's going to do it to someone else. And then the person at fault then will be you. You made this report. I went and got the guy. And now you don't want to do anything about it. I did my job. He's going to do it again. The next victim, that's on your hands. Of course, you'll never see that happen, Imagine, you got a guy, right? And he kicks the living snot out of some poor lady, right? And the poor lady goes, no, I don't want to get dragged through the courts and everything on this. I'm done. I'm not going to prosecute him, right? And the next day he goes out and kicks the snot out of another lady. And now all of a sudden we got Law and Order NYU, right? And New York City, right? NYC, Law and Order. And these people, or SVU, and they come in and they grab the first lady victim and they charge her with accessory. Because really, in reality, and there's no guarantee they're going to hold them in custody either. The system's got to do a reset. What do you think, Paul?
Absolutely. This I don't want to get political, but the Safety Act is ridiculous. Okay, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's not like people are putting cases on people when you have them on video and they're caught on the scene. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's getting let out, and their brother, and they're committing bunches of crimes. I don't know if I ever told you this, but there was one of the last cases I ever did was this burglary ring, and they caught him in DuPage, and my boss and this other guy, they were working out a deal for this guy, and I had to do the second case in DuPage, and when we go up to the judge, it turns out the guy that was in DuPage had narcolepsy. So whenever he would go into the burglaries, he would kind of like pass out and fall asleep. So the guy we gave the deal to was like the main ringleader, And I go, oh my God. And, the dude had narcolepsy. And, I go, you let the guy, the ringleader get a lesser sentence than the dude, that falls asleep. They had to drive him from the burglaries. And it just made no sense. It just made no sense at all.
No, that's the Cook County system, especially domestic violence, was they would hold them in Cook County jail unless they posted cash bond. I think they still have to post cash bond. That's one of the things that the Safety Act didn't affect. So after 2 weeks, they would offer these guys, after 2 weeks of suffering in Cook County, they would offer them a plea deal, time considered served, plead guilty, and they get a win. Boom. So I'm in there and I'm telling them, because this guy had tried poisoning a baby to death, right? Almost killed the baby. Yeah. But I couldn't get approval of any of the felony charges, so I just charged him with a domestic misdemeanor, because and they're giving him a time considered served plea deal. And I'm like, no, you can't do that. You got to take this guy to trial, right? And I says, at least make him elocute. At least make him elocute, right? I says, if you don't make him elocute, I'm going to put up a scene in the courtroom, all right? Yeah, the Cook County's going to drag me out of there. I might be in jail, but I'll put up a scene. And then I'll tell the press why. So, and the thing was, the guy elocuted, right? And the judge was so freaking upset, he threw out the plea deal and sent the guy for the maximum sentence on a misdemeanor.
Nice.
All right. See you when we get back from commercial. Maybe we'll just do some war stories, all right?
All right.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up now to get your desired time slot. School of Rock is now open. Unleash your inner rock star.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Fix Bennett's Comrades, Chief Guard of the Republic radio show. Your co-hosts, Mike Tuman and Paul Burvid, every Saturday, noon to 1. Of course, you know that. This is noon to 2 today. WRMN, 1410 AM, Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. You can get their app, throw it on your phone. I put it on my car, goes through my Bluetooth. The radio's a little scratchy if it's going through AM because I live out there. But I put it on my car radio, all right? And I put it on the phone, goes through the Bluetooth, comes in great, fantastic. Our calling number is 847-931-1410, or you could text us at 505-926-1410. You could hit us up in the YouTube Live channel. I don't know why I haven't changed this printout. I keep saying Facebook Live. Facebook does have a live thing, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I guess we could be streaming all over the internet soon. All right, so you could check out our Facebook page, Chief Guard of the Republic, or you could check out our webpage, cgr.silink.net. Man, I couldn't believe when I was looking for a domain for the web server that I use, for my domain name, and I'm throwing everything in there, and my one of my emails is PsyOp Guru, because when we first set up some Hotmail accounts when email was kind of in its infancy, and we got this when we were over in Bosnia in 95, 96, all right? So I tried to get PsyGod PSYGOD, because I was with psychological operations. It wasn't there. But I was teaching these kids all about psychological operations, so I just called myself the PSYOP guru. And that was there. So that stuck, PSYOP guru, because PsyGod was taken. I wonder who had PsyGod. I should start sending out some emails to him. But yeah, so that's the way that email came out. And I lost my train of thought yet again. Hey, Paul, you know, when I'm driving down here, I go down Irving Park Road now, because it's like I get in my car, I make a a right. Yeah, I make a right onto Irving. Get my directions. I make a right onto Irving, and I just follow it till it ends. I make a left, I make a right, and boom, I'm at the radio station.
Really? You could take Irving all the way almost?
All the way. It's a little stop and go, but it's a pleasant drive. It really is.
Oh, I bet.
It's not that bad. They have this American Train and Hobby Supply store.
Is that up in Schaumburg or something?
Yeah, it's around Schaumburg. Have you been there?
I think I know the guy that runs it. He used to run another one. I think his name's Anthony. I know him from the train shows when I used to go with my dad.
Yeah, next time you come up to the studio here, we should go over and check it out after the show.
That'd be cool.
What's the place called?
American Trainers. Oh, wait, hold on. Look at. Oh, great! I lost something. I had something in here from Calvin. Let me see. Menu, no. So, yeah, so I'm at a veterans event for the VACCC. I wonder if Kane County, if anyone from the Veterans Assistance Commission of Kane County wants to call in and let me know, because I'm a delegate, an alternate delegate to the Veterans Assistance Commission of Cook County, the VACCC. And I was at a meeting there, and one of the guys that's at the meeting, he looks at me, and I didn't have the beard back. I had the beard back then, but when I knew him, I didn't have the beard. And he looked familiar. I looked familiar, and I says, "Hey, what units were you with?" He says he was with the Guard, and then it hit us. We both went with the Illinois National Guard over to Poland to do the pilgrimage. And the pilgrimage goes from Warsaw to Częstochowa. It's like 300 miles, and you do it in 9 days. And so it was probably one of the best times I had in the Guard. All the nonsense I went through in the Illinois National Guard, that pretty much paid up for everything. That was such a great time. And so I find this guy, and it's like a small world again, because, Chicago's big, Illinois is big, and I says, he works with a veterans group, to help assist veterans. And I says, "Hey, Calvin, maybe you should you come on the show." Now, I need to be more proactive and recontact him on Facebook or the emails and set up a time for him to come in and be on our show, because he'd be more than willing to do it. Even though
that was America's Best Toys and Train Shop, right?
Yes.
America's Best Train, Toy, and Hobby Shop.
Yeah, we go over there. Maybe we shake him down. He could be a sponsor.
That's right.
Hey, any of you businesses out there, anybody wants to sponsor me, I'll make up commercials for you, or you can make up your own commercials, and I'll definitely name you on the show here, much like I name the good people over at the Blue Box Cafe. Now, today being Holy Saturday, all right, it's really a day of abstinence. So I fasted on Good Friday, so I'm not really. I ate a big breakfast, but I'm going to kind of lay off until after Easter Mass tonight, pre-Easter Mass. But yeah, so I couldn't have my sandwich, or I chose not to have my sandwich, but I did have some wonderful coffee and decaf, and they make it fresh. And I need to get decaf because my blood pressure can't handle too much of the regular stuff anymore. All right, so give me another war story, Paul.
Yeah, you know, I have the distinction, I think, of being responsible for putting a guy in prison for stealing what you'd call refuse or garbage. Okay, so it was a friend of mine. He died tragically in a accident about 2 years ago. He ran the narcotics unit. His name is a famous musician, John Kesdy, and he was in the Effigies, and his brother was in the Naked Ray Gun. They're famous musicians. But John was the head of our narcotics unit, and he had these two people working for him, Christina and Greg, and they were looking to do some cases, and they met with some police out west, I guess, and there was an involvement of the Cook County Sheriff, and they noticed in an investigation that there were these guys and they were stealing used cooking oil. And that's actually a big thing because they do biodiesel out of it.
See, now that's not refuse. I mean, they put it in these refuse bins, but it's not refuse because they contract with over on 47th Street in the back of the yards. My buddies, remember Steve?
Yeah.
Steve Ambrose. His stepfather used to work for him. All right. So they would drive these trucks and they would collect all the dumped oil and everything, and they would bring it to the plant, and that plant would convert it to animal feed.
Well, now they bring it up to Wisconsin, and they make clean diesel for cars and stuff. So they were following these guys, and the problem was the Cook County got onto it, and they tracked them up to Will County and DuPage. Okay, so no one knew what to do with it, and they said, I said I might be interested in that, and they said, what do you mean? I said, well, they had tracked them to White Fence Farm. Okay. And at White Fence Farm, their refuse thing is inside. So they put a hose in there in the pipe and got, so burglary. To me, that was a burglary. Okay. So anyway, we did the case and we charged the guys. And, and there was a big outfit out of New York, the industry, and they were trying to push these prosecutions. Well, anyway, they were only getting misdemeanors out of it. And I was lucky enough with the burglary and stuff like that. I got the only felony conviction and felony imprisonment for stealing basically motor oil, that was left out to be picked up. So I kind of enjoy that because that's a lot of fun for me.
So, yeah, some of these cases, these guys are making money and everything. And the thing is that how many times they weren't caught, So you catch them once and they go, oh, it ain't. But you know what? They got away with it for so long. You prove so much with their following them. But before that, they developed such a pattern to become under the thing of the police. Over the years, how much had they made? So a case like that I had, no crap, there I was. I won't use the S word, but in the military, if you don't say that first, then it means it didn't happen. It's just made up stuff, right? So you got to start it out with no crap, there I was. And I get one of these cases, telephone harassment cases. And the first, people don't like getting called. First thing I tell them is change your number. If these people are harassing you, change your, I can't do that. It's my business number. It's everything else. I could start to understand that now because your phone number is associated with like everything that you log into, right? And it's no longer a hard line. It's a cell phone and everything. You can still block, but people will come up with 1,000 Google numbers and just keep calling you, all right? So it's a big domestic problem. But the first offense is a petty offense. So you have to literally write them a ticket, a non-traffic city ordinance ticket, and mail it to them. Certified mail, the whole 9 yards, right? And you got to go down to the county and get a docket number for that. And so it's a big pain in the butt. It's really so. The second one, if they're convicted of the first one, which is just a petty offense by fine only, the second one is a misdemeanor, Class A misdemeanor. So they go up to a year in jail. The third one is a Class A misdemeanor. You go up to a year in jail. The fourth, if you've been convicted 3 times now, and think of how much it takes to get that all done, right? How many years and how bad you got to do this. The fourth one is a felony, all right? So I get this case, and I read the victim's name on it, and I'm like, oh, this is probably going to be pretty important, you know? This might have, so I take the case, right? And I run this guy, and yeah, he's got 3 convictions. It's there. This is a felony case now. I call him up on the phone. It's listed as him using, right, from a police phone, right? It's a police number. If he's got caller ID, this is back before, it wasn't a cell phone. It was a hard line. And I go, sir, is this your name? Yeah. He goes, yeah. Is this your phone number? He goes, yeah. Where's this phone located? Is it in your home? He's like, yeah, it's in my home. I go, are you home now? He goes, yeah. So I go out and I get him. I knock on the door. He comes out. I lock him up. I bring him in. I says, who else has access to the phone? He goes, oh, nobody. Who else lives with you? Nobody. I go, I don't need a confession. I got an admission, right? And he's the only one that ever uses this phone. So I got the admission from him. His phone number registered to him. I got the victim on the thing, and I called the state's attorney for felony review because they're not going to come out. It's just a phone call job. And I go, yeah, I faxed you the report like you wanted and everything. I want felony approval on the case. He goes, no. I go, what do you mean? Have you looked at the victim? He says, I don't care. It's just telephone harassment. I'm not charging anyone with felony over that. I go, oh, okay. Well, what's your name? He gives me the name and the time. Put it in. Refusal of felony charges. Take it down to the watch commander. Have the guy released without charging. Because I already locked him up. Because misdemeanor, felony. I'm not going to charge him with another misdemeanor. But the next day, the state's attorney's calling me, telling me, go lock him up again. I says, oh, did you read the victim? Dick Devine, the state's attorney, the actual state's attorney, and one of his assistants refused felony charges on that. I says, yeah, how's it going to look when it goes to court that you said there wasn't enough for a felony? No, I'm not going to go charge him with a misdemeanor. Go out and get him yourself. So that was like, you do all that work and everything, and then they just...
Well, I got a similar one. I'm not going to mention it, but you may have mentioned it. It was the state's attorney, and one of his family members was the victim of a identity theft. Okay.
Okay.
And it was a guy that was like dumpster diving, and then he was taking the information, and he'd have a catalog, and he'd go to the neighborhood. And he'd ask the women in the neighborhood what they wanted out of the catalog, and then they'd pay him cash, much less. And then he'd use the credit card of the state's attorney's relative and order it, So anyway, so we got the information, and I believe it was one of the major credit cards, like maybe the one that sounds like part of the country, but not maybe. So I got a hold of their, fraud division. I said, hey, I've got a case where the state's attorney's relative is the victim on one of your credit cards. And I said, we're prosecuting the person. And you know what the credit card company said?
What?
They said, no. They said, we're not agreeing to that. I said, what do you mean? They said, well, if you get money back, we'd have to amend our corporate return to disclose that, and we have no interest in doing that. So I promptly said to him, I says, well, I don't give so-and-so. I said, I'm going to prosecute him. And I said, I'm getting the money back and I'm sending it to you. I said, I don't care if you rip it up, burn it up, or use it as toilet paper, but you're getting the check, okay? And so that was part of the deal. I made the defendant pay the money in a certified check, and I sent it on to the credit card company. And to this day, I don't even think that they cashed the check. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Sometimes, and I said, do you understand? It is the state's attorney's relative. It's my boss. I said, so I have to do this. And they said, we don't care. You know, we don't want to get involved. We never take money back, they told me. They said, because we write it off. We'd rather not amend our return. Yeah. I said, well, too bad.
So, that affects stuff too, because, now it becomes, they encourage these people. So one of the worst ones that I had, and this, I really got upset. I got dumped a baby abandonment case. They abandoned a baby right before Christmas. All right.
Oh, wow.
And I couldn't identify the baby in the clothes, but the baby was wearing clothes given by the hospital. I won't mention the hospital, Illinois something or other, but so I know I have a confidential source that calls me up confidentially and tells me our hospital was given away because I put out a blast to the press of what the clothing the child was wearing. Pictures of the clothing. Our hospital was giving away those little socks. I'm like, got the hospital hat on it, got the hospital cheap blanket, right? The hospital onesie and those little socks. So now I go to the hospital and I want to talk to the people in the maternity ward and everything, and they're stonewalling me. They're absolutely stonewalling me. I'm like, I pretty much know the baby was born here now, right? And I want, the information from the mother. They give me the mother's form, nothing medical on it, right? But she gives a non-existent address, all right, when she checked in. So I know one thing, that the hospital social workers didn't tell this lady that she could have just left her baby at the hospital. All right. So I said, I need these medical records on the child. I need all the records you got on the child, because I got to locate this lady, because the child might be sick or whatever, or she might, whatever, Need to identify the child. And they stonewall me kind of rude, and they have me call their lawyer. So I call up their lawyer, right? And he tells me to pound sand, get a warrant. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm just trying to identify a baby, right? Okay, whatever. You don't care about the baby. So I go and I get a warrant, search warrant. And my mistake was that being in plain clothes, you have to call all these agencies, and then you have to bring a uniform with you when you serve these warrants, so they really know you're the police. So I do what I believe is the right and polite thing, and I fax the warrant to this lawyer, and I says, I want this stuff ready to go at 8 o'clock, originals. The warrant says originals, because I copied a financial crime thing, and I replaced everything with medical records, right? And the judge signs off this warrant. So the lawyer gets it, and he calls me up and he says, why didn't you just get a subpoena? I says, because you wouldn't act on a subpoena. You would wait, you would quash it, whatever. This is a search warrant. I'm going to be out there tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with the paddy wagon. We're going to fill it up with the paperwork. I'm going to take it, all originals. You've got plenty of time to make copies. And if you don't have them, I'm going to rip out your computers, because the search warrant says that too, right? Oh, guess who went to law school with my lieutenant? I come in the next day, and the sergeant tells me, Lieutenant said quash the warrant. Don't serve that warrant. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's a direct order. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm trying to do my job here. People treated me like crap, I'm not demanding anything. He told me get a warrant. I got a warrant, right? This is extra work that I'm going through to try to identify an abandoned baby, right? That's all. Not my baby. That I knew was born in this hospital, that they didn't tell the mother she could leave it there, so they're covering their butts by treating me like crap. Again, do your job and you're at fault. So I handed the whole file to the sergeant and I says, reassign this to the lieutenant. I had to go down and quash the warrant. I don't even know what happened with that case. But yeah, relationships with bosses that, you know, you think the guy would have just said, hey, you know, yeah, you're doing your job. You're doing a good thing here. Let me give you an information. Because what was I going to do? Was I going to do Law and Order SVU and lock up the nurse for not telling the mother? Would I have locked up the mother for abandoning a child? I would have identified, probably locked her up to fingerprint her in case, you know, the doctor needed to talk to her about the child or something. That was it. Those are really soul-sucking cases. You know? I never had the attitude like, you know, who cares? You know, it's no longer good guys against bad guys. It's you against the good guys and bad guys. They put you off to the side as these people that don't fit in. Apparently, we fit in both categories at the same time.
You're fighting two fronts, the bad guys and your guys, all at the same time.
Okay, so next week, I am not going to be here. I will be at Schiller Park at the parade for the Little League, but Paul will be here with one of our original co-hosts, Marla, right?
Correct.
So tune in next week for information from one of the smartest people I know, Marla.
That's true. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, Paul.